X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. The spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. The force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething torment they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep vaping with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. It is so good to see all of you. What's up, Lefty Jenna, Galaxy Bomb, Revan, Just a Transistor, KP Theon, Moment of Sanity, good to see you. Perry Icefire, what's up? Good to see ya. Summerstar, how you doing? Welcome back. Stress Squid, hello, welcome. Intel Fox 51, what's up? Snake Lover, good to see you. Bazooka Horse, what's up? Gloria, how are you doing? Hello, what's up, Fulcrum? Good to see ya. Welcome. Why do I have people follow me on Twitter? Maybe you post interesting stuff, Lord Rose 97. Zan, I caught another stream. Woo! Hell yeah. That's why you gotta join the Discord server. YouTube will actually tell you. Well, not YouTube. I will tell you. I'll tell you when YouTube doesn't. Hello, Zan. Glad I could catch the stream. Welcome. First Witch, welcome. Cleaver120, good to see ya. Circuit Dog, what's up? From Season 3 is out? I heard the first episode is out. I'll probably save the watch party until Heavy Gretel is available, because I don't know if she is right now, because I want to get everybody together for us to continue from. But yeah, Season 3 has indeed premiered. I am so fucking hyped to see the first episode of Season 3. I'll probably watch it tonight, and man, I don't know if they're just going to straight... I'm pretty sure the only things we've seen in the promotional material, all the things we've seen in the promotional material, all come from the first episode. Or first and second episode of the season, I bet. I'm not really a DC guy, Mr. Boone. Not really my cup of tea, unfortunately. There's a stupid lack of Warhammer games that let me play as the Death Corps of Krieg, or just any Guardsman regiment. Luckily for me, YouTube alerts me. I'm glad to hear it. That's why you gotta have those notifs on. You need watch the new Minecraft Xanderhall gameplay. You need watch the new Minecraft Xanderhall gameplay. What? KP Theone, what do you mean by that? Is that just bad sentence structure, or is there like a new gameplay? How are you, by the way, Zan? I'm doing pretty good, Moment of Sanity. How are you? I'm chilling. A little tired today, I guess, but besides that, feeling pretty good. What's going on after stream? Probably no watch party today, so no worries about that. We'll probably do some gaming, some Minecraft gaming after segments today, assuming OBS plays nice. Nice, Zomtato9, welcome. Gaming, I am Steve. Imagine he just starts mewing. Got finished and scheduled a Shadow Raven update for tomorrow's Xanderhall, and it has to do with goofy AI hit pieces. Interesting. I'll have to take a look at that. Could be interesting. Zan, why? I'm trying to snipe. Listen. Zan, my 5-kill streak, why? Did I make you laugh from my mewing? You guys really gotta practice mewing yourselves. It's not that hard, you know? Like, if you mew in the mirror for an hour a day, you get to have the kind of jawline I have, you know? I'm just saying. I'd say it's pretty good. I'd say if you mew every day, you're gonna look pretty good. If it's gonna get your jawline looking like mine. Listen, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Zan, get some decorations? What do you mean? I have decorations. Look, I've got a flag over there. In all seriousness, I do plan on it, but I've just not been buying any furniture because A, furniture is kind of expensive, and B, I don't like having to put things together and lift them. So I haven't done it yet. But mostly it's the expensive factor, you know. Zan, we all know that you're the hottest lefty streamer, so no need to get the big ego, Zan. I hope you guys think so. Thank you for the compliment. I appreciate it, TSW Shadow Wolf. For Super Earth! True. True. Mewing equals Gen Z's blue steel. It literally is doing the blue steel. It's just, we call it mewing. You just gotta get good at it, you know? You can get a creeper mini fridge, though. I saw that SSW Braid do. I gotta see how much power that pulls, because that could very well not be too much power for my room. I need to find out. I need to find out how much power that pulls. I might get that. Just store my monsters and, like, some drinks in it. Like, waters and stuff. I've been unintentionally mewing for most of my life. Good, good. Xanderhall, it cost me like $20 to rent a U-Haul, and Facebook Marketplace has plenty of free furniture. It does. I've actually been using Facebook Marketplace to get a ton of free furniture, but I do have a particular style I want this room especially to follow, so I am only going to be like online browsing for like ideal design stuff for this room, because, you know, it's the room, you know, it's my stream room. I want it to look very much the plan I have in mind for it. For starters, I want to have like a nice wooden shelf over there with some of those like left-right latticed shelves that you can scroll, like put a rolled up scroll into, like they're little cubbies. I want something like that right there underneath the flag so that I can put things on the normal shelves and have like little minis and stuff. And then I want those little lattice-shaped cubbies that I can put the scrolls into. Zan, have you done your ball breathing exercises? Every morning. Every single morning, of course. You know me. You know me. I'm always doing my testicle mewing exercises, you know, as soon as the sun comes up. Kind of like a wine shelf. That'd probably be what I'd have to get, yeah. Yeah, testicular mewing. You don't know what that is? I forgot about that step, Wild Rose. I forgot that important step. You're right. My bad. I used to be surprised how left the Doom community was, and then I remembered that the Doom devs literally made a game about killing Nazis. Yeah, shouldn't surprise you. I mean, I get it, but yeah, shouldn't surprise you. Then again, conservative gamers aren't very smart, so... It also wouldn't surprise me if, despite that, it had a very conservative audience, you know? Pepper T21, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. What a great way to start up the stream today. Thanks. Says, just watched the first episode of From Season 3, and no spoilers, but whoa boy. Also, got a Galaxy Gas meme, but I'm gonna ask before posting it, because the black voice actor says the N-word a lot. Let's hold off on that, because I don't want to get my YouTube channel yeeted. But yeah, what is Galaxy Gas? Oh boy. There are people in chat who have not known the joys of huffing galaxy gas. They don't know the glory and the joy, the beauty, the life-altering experience that is galaxy gas. No, do not go anywhere near galaxy gas, guys. Kanye does it, that should say enough. I'll do a whole segment about it in a bit, okay? There's gonna be a whole segment about galaxy gas and how it's evil. Frankly, there's a lot of black Twitter legitimately thinks galaxy gas is an FBI psyop, being used to, like, harm the mental development of young black Americans because it's so heavy. It's, you don't, like, you basically don't need a card to get it, apparently, and it's heavily marketed, in, like, non-white communities. Like, heavily marketed in black communities, like, insanely so. And it actually kills brain cells, and it's marketed at kids. So, like, there is some merit to the idea that somebody could be behind this company deliberately pulling some weird, like, Nazi psyop type thing. Yeah, like cigarettes or crack or anything like that. There's a lot of people who think that this is some FBI, like, psyop bullshit. I don't think so, obviously. I don't think that's the case, but it's definitely... There's reason to believe that there is a conspiracy here because of the effect, and the effect is what I want to talk about. Oh, for those who don't know, Galaxy Gas is Whippits. And if you don't know what Whippits are, then, I mean, I don't know where to... It's nitrous oxide, you huff it, it kills brain cells, and you feel high, apparently. I've had it described to me as everything goes black, and you just hear warbling. I don't know if that's it for everybody, but that's what the person who described it to me described it as everything went black, and then it was like wow, 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 something like that. So that doesn't really sound all that pleasant to me. I don't know how people are so into it, but I'll do a whole segment. That sounds like canned air rebranded for recreational use. It is. It is. I'll get deep into it. It's Whippits. Like Whippets, I believe. Maybe an ITS. Pretty sure Galaxy Gas is the same shit in whipped cream cans with a flavor. Yes, it is. It's sold as a culinary additive, but it's got like 2,000 plus servings in a single can. Yeah, it's a massive can, the Galaxy Gas stuff. Don't get me locked up on this, guys. Don't worry, we're gonna be talking about it a little later. Get your mind out of the Stunlock zone, okay? We need to keep our eye on the prize, all right? Isn't Kanye addicted to Whippets, and that's why he's been spiraling lately? There's a lot of reasons why he's spiraling lately, but that wouldn't surprise me. How do you get addicted to Whippets, though? Yeah, First Witch, it literally, like, you're a different person after you have Whippets for the first time. Like, you are a smarter person, a more complete person before you take it for the first time than after, and every time you hit that shit, you are ruining your brain and becoming a less sentient person with every hit. It's, like, actually demonic. It's evil. Easy, Zan, too many problems came along and you must whip them, lol. Good one. I'm playing Terraria and found out people are huffing fucking nitrous oxide. Yes, they are, and have been for a long time, mind you. Anyway, thank you for the $5, PepperT21. And Perry Icefire, thank you for the $5 dues. I really appreciate that a lot. Thanks. Says, Zan, just wondering, any thoughts on making your logo into pins? I don't know if Streamlabs offers, like, pins as a type of merch I can sell. But I'll see. If they offer pins, I'll, like, add a logo or design to a pin, layout, and hopefully it'll be on the market for you guys to buy. As you guys know, or if maybe you don't know, when you order any merch off my merch thing, it's being made by the order. Streamlabs, like, produces the design that I uploaded for every order that happens, so most of the sale is just the shipping and production cost of the merch itself. So it's not a perfect system for, like, doing merch, but it is the most realistic and possible system to sell merch when you're a smaller creator like me, when otherwise I might have to, like, partner with a company, and I'd need, like, a lot of money to just pay for all of that, which Streamlabs just does it for free. If I... AFAIK, I forget what that stands for. As far as I know, I think. Whippets just prevents your brain from taking in oxygen by replacing it with nitrous oxide, so it's just asphyxiation, but it doesn't feel like it. It is literally killing parts of your brain with the oxygen deprivation, though. Because the way it deprives oxygen is different from just, like, holding your breath. It takes a while for the nitrous oxide to be cleaned out of your blood, and the bits of it that, like, pile up there and the areas that are deprived of oxygen die surprisingly fast, particularly in your brain. And there's irreversible, permanent brain damage every time you take Whippets. It's like almost like giving yourself the bends, kind of, but not exactly. Where there's, like, a contaminant in your blood that is blocking your tissues from getting the oxygen it needs, and that's obviously the most awful when it comes to your brain. Yeah. Anyway, PepperT21. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. Thank you. Oh my lord. How many months is that? I don't want to undercredit you. That is insane. Thank you. PepperT21 with the tier 4 sub says, okay, I asked you beforehand. I'm getting better, lol. Here, have this meme instead. I do appreciate you asking me, by the way. That was base. That was very good. 3 months. Oh, damn. Thank you, PepperT21. Hot damn. Oh, did it not give you your gold name? What the fuck? Yeah, I gotta get White Nervoso to fix the site. It's being very, very finicky lately. It's not, like, giving people the proper name color and stuff. Like, you got your badge, and you should have the perms of a tier 4, but you don't have the color. It might also be because you're a mod. Maybe that, like, overrides it. It could be something specific to do with roles. I don't know, man. I'm gonna try to fix that for you, okay? But I'm gonna have to do it off stream because we can't take that much time away. But thank you so freaking much. I really appreciate it. That is insane. Thank you for the $96 sub. I appreciate it. Oh my lord. Thank you. You are insane. Absolutely goated. What a great way to start the stream today. They're not that dangerous. Kids have been doing Whippets for years. Oh my god, we're getting, like, the actual... I forgot that, like, when you're a lefty, if you say, like, it's probably not good to do crack on the subway, people say, what the fuck do you mean it's not good to do crack on the subway? Hold on, let me yeet these fucking dumbasses who think it's okay for kids to be downing a, like, arm's length of nitrous oxide. Sorry, I was just a few minutes behind. I do not advocate doing laughing gas or Whippets, but what you said, Xanderhall, is very wrong. I don't want people that have done it to freak out. No, dog. We're going to be going into the research in a moment. You can mold if you want to, but we're not even talking about traditional Whippets here. We're talking about galaxy gas, which is... We're talking, like, puffing down lungfuls of nitrous oxide. These kids are asphyxiating themselves, okay? Do not shit-talk me on this topic before I've even gotten the chance to get to it. You guys are fishing for a banning. Yeah, YouTube chat's being really cringe. Yeah, drug addicts in YouTube chat. Alrighty. Anyway, thank you, PepperT21. I appreciate it. Let me open up this meme. Oh, good. It opened in the wrong window. Isn't that great? Oh, yes, and I accidentally turned it into its whole own window. Awesome. Oh, man, that's so good. That's so great. All right. This video is called Ben Shapiro If He Could Rap. Well, Ben Shapiro did end up rapping, and it was at least better than this. But yeah, let's watch.
There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
This is a good 2020 meme.
There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Hold up. Okay, folks. Hypothetically, you're a snowflake, I'm your enemy. We debate, you try to get the best of me, but you get destroyed, and then I move to Tennessee. My wife is a doctor who can't get a wop, but that's only because she isn't a thought. Can't you get wet? No, she cannot. This is the reason I'm spitting a lot. That's free speech, I say what I want. I happen to like the system a lot. Over 99 genders, when will it stop? This is the future that liberals want. Everything on the left is absolute insanity. I love Fox News, I salute Sean Hannity, but the Daily Wire is a classical masterpiece. I'm tired of these liberals issuing demands to me. Why won't you reply to me? AOC, send me feet pics quietly. You treat me just like Pelosi. You making me taste defeat when I'd rather taste your feet. Don't tell on me, no do-re me.
Yeah, for those that don't know, Ben Shapiro used to be very publicly obsessed with AOC. People used to meme about him wanting AOC feet pics.
There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Oh, little Pomeranians.
There's some whores in this house.
Hold up, I only spit facts because I actually don't care about your feelings. And I don't care about gay marriage, snowflakes, or glass ceilings. That's right. Maybe one day I'll end up in the White House, at which point you can all give me some Monica. You don't know what that means? Ask Hillary Tubby. It's the thing that's under my yarmulke.
Okay, that was pretty good though, low-key. That was a good one. That was low-key kind of fire. I'm not gonna lie, that last bit was kind of fire. Okay. Alright. The original Grande Shapiro vid got deleted for some reason. I wouldn't be surprised if Ben, like, false copyright struck it or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, thank you for the tier 4 sub, PepperT21. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. You are insane. You are actually insane. Your generosity is overwhelming. I don't know how to react because I don't feel like there is any human reaction that is equivalent to that much generosity. Thank you. Who's AOC? Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She's a congresswoman in New York, right? I'm pretty sure she's the... Yeah, Congresswoman New York. Ain't she that hot congresswoman? Yes, she is. That is indeed how many of you who are not American would know her. That one hot congresswoman, yes. Anyway, guys. Hey, I'm curious what everyone's drinking today. I just had myself some water. Just some nice ice-cold water. And I'm curious what you guys are drinking. Go ahead and post your beverage of choice in chat. Coke Zero. Water. Mountain Dew Code Red. Watermelon Kool-Aid. Ruby Monster. I didn't even know that's a thing. Beepus. Ice. Water. Matcha Green Tea Latte. Water. Mixed Berry Cider. Heavy Oil Residue. Root Beer. Womter. Cranberry Ginger Ale. Horse Blood. Drinking Powerade. Sprit. Lean. Gallium. Monster Energy. Mercury. Air. C4. Nuka-Cola Quantum. Republican Tears. Jimmy's mom! Oh, Jimmy! Oh my god, Jimmy! Zan, what the heck? You gotta admit, that was a good impression of Carl Weezer, okay? Liquid uranium. Gallium. Mossad pagers. Dude, I want, like, an edit of that one SpongeBob episode where he eats the bomb pie, but, like, someone uses AI to replace the word pie with pager, and, like, edit in, just in the place of the pie, just a giant, comically oversized pager. And it's just the episode of SpongeBob, but it's all about him having eaten, a Hezbollah pager. What are you needing me for? What the fuck? Why are you needing me? I didn't say anything cringe. This is a great idea. Zan, I'm trying not to laugh whilst at work, dude. Listen, Sir Goose, if I wasn't making you laugh in uncomfortable situations, then would I really be doing my job? Now, here's what I want you to do. I want, like, the funniest thing I've ever said to constantly stick in your mind and to only ever recur whenever you're in very serious situations where you absolutely need to keep a straight face, okay? I want you to just imagine the funniest shit I've ever said, and for that to be stuck in your head, and for you to have to be, like, fighting to not laugh, alright? Now that I put that, I've seeded that in your brain, that's what's gonna happen now. You're welcome. Okay, y'all, who would win in a fight, Jack in a Box mascot or Burger King? I would actually say the Burger King. He's got that big-ass head. I feel like he could just kind of, like, eat the Jack in the Box guy. Why do the bigger mascots not just eat the smaller ones? Remembering the time I started laughing at my grandpa's funeral. Oh, that's horrible. What did Zan say that was funny? All the time I'm saying funny things, okay? I'm just a very funny dude. Watching Zan at the family wake. Who would win, Ronald McDonald or Burger King? Ooh. Well, Ronald McDonald's a creepy-ass clown. I feel like he could just sort of take the Burger King into some, like, dark dimension of evil, like, down into the sewers. But then again, the Burger King's original ad campaigns were super creepy. Like, the Burger King is kind of an eldritch horror in and of himself, so I feel like it'd be the It Clown versus, like, something else, you know what I mean? Yeah, I've seen Ronald McDonald do magic in those old McDonald's ads. You got a point there as well. Oh, Wendy's mascot can't do shit. Zan, can you say number 15? Number 15. Hold on. Number 15. Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you'd want in your Burger King burger is someone's foot fungus, but it turns out that might be exactly what you get. How did it happen? The Wendy's mascot is a literal fucking child? Yeah, she'd get destroyed, dude. Like, absolutely murdered in a battle against the mascots. Like, she's the smallest mascot. Like I said, the larger mascots would eat the smaller ones. That was not even close to how Chills sounds. Lay Joker, you can just absolutely eat my ass if you think my impressions are bad. Who would win Krusty the Clown or Ronald McDonald? Krusty the Clown usually carries a gun. What about the Little Caesars mascot? He'd get eaten as well. He looks shorter than the Wendy's mascot, honestly. I think he's too small. He'd get eaten. Are we power scaling fast food mascots now? Yes, anything to stunlock me. Yeah. Yeah, chat will literally do anything they can think of to stunlock me. That's their sole purpose in life. They're my sole difficulty modifier when I stream. I don't know. Jack in the Box mascot can fight lore-wise. Oh, can he? Okay, but like Ronald McDonald can do magic, and Krusty the Clown carries a gun. So I don't know. Who wins, Ronald McDonald or Jollibee? I've never been to Jollibee, so I don't know if the food's good, but I'd have to say Jollibee because that's like a beast. You know what I mean? Like Ronald McDonald is a person who may have some magical like elements to him, but like the Jollibee's like a giant anthropomorphized beast, you know? This has become a West Side Tyler level of stunlock. Yeah, we gotta chill out here. You guys got me locked up right now. You guys got me locked the fuck up. You got me locked out, not locked in. What is this? Benny Chew, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me know if I'm, undercrediting you or anything, but thank you for the $5. Says, got some amazing health news. Finally getting my overdue treatment, so here's $5 to celebrate. Hell yeah, I'm glad to hear about the good health news. I hope things continue to get better. Thank you, thank you. Let's check out this link
and remember
that you
this.
sent me. Just checking the facts.
She is Biden.
With what is known to be a dictator
True.
who would eat you for lunch.
Unlikely. Donald Trump is way too big a portion
Tim Walz
for
and
one
I are
lunch.
both gun owners.
False. We just stole Tim Walz's gun.
And remember this. She is Biden.
Oh, it's looping now. Okay. The last bit being false. We just stole Tim Walz's gun is actually pretty good. That is actually pretty good. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Correct me if I'm undercrediting you, of course, by the way. I don't want to, like, be an asshole and not show it as having been the amount that you guys have actually donated, you know. Segment time? Yeah, it's almost segment time, indeed. 1 second. Alright. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So everyone, this is going to be an interesting segment because it's a topic that hits pretty close to home for me. If you've watched my stream for a long time, or if you've just gone back into my backlog or sorted by most popular, then you'll know that my most popular video to this day is one in which I simply tell the tale of my political evolution from the time I was about 15 or 16 years old to that point in time, when I was about 21, if I recall correctly. The video's done very well, like nearly 1 million views, and it's continued to have little waves of virality, and I noticed that recently, it's hit another bump. Like a noticeable bump in viewership, comments, and relevance in the algorithm. And typically, this isn't just because YouTube decided to start pushing that video a lot. Usually it's because a group of people, a large group of people, have simultaneously looked into the topic of the alt-right rabbit hole, and my video was one of the first to come up because it's already, you know, very high view count. And that tells me something. That tells me that we're currently in a stage, another era, that comes every, few years, where that video is blowing up, along with, I can only presume, other videos in the topic. And sure enough, only a couple days later after I noticed this, I got this video put in my content suggestion section. It's a month old and already has 500,000 views. So you know that there is a pretty large amount of people looking into this, and it seems like, I don't really know the state of the YouTube algorithm right now, so it would seem like there's a point to this. The video is called I Let YouTube Autoplay Until It Turned Me Alt-Right. Now, for those that don't know, back in 2014 to like 2018, I would say, there was this era of YouTube's algorithm overwhelmingly favoring conservative content. A lot of this had to do with the fact that SJW owned compilations, feminist freakouts, and just daily uploaded response videos to the, SJWs were going super viral. They really, really heavily clickbaited with their titles and thumbnails, basically utilizing the pre-existing hatred for the crazy feminists that people had, the caricatures that were created. And so it was very easy if you were, say, just a normal dude that was into gaming back in 2016, it wouldn't take long if you left YouTube autoplay on for something that was borderline Nazi shit to start playing. At the very least, something that was blatantly conservative. And this was a trend for years and years and years, and there was this massive wave of young people getting into YouTube, discovering politics through a number of other types of content, and getting into the anti-woke stuff. And this was back in, the Gamergate days. Now, this all culminated in a variety of events, such as the adpocalypses, the mass shooting in New Zealand that was shouted out. The shooter did a shout-out to PewDiePie while live streaming it, and a variety of other things, including manifestos from other, cases of mass violence, the Unite the Right rally. All these things kind of all came together to create this big magnifying glass hovering over YouTube. And the discussion was, is YouTube enabling terroristic, genocidal, far-right ideology? The answer is, at the time, yes. But in response to the amount of scrutiny they were getting, they changed up the algorithm. We know they did because, months after these changes, we saw the rise of BreadTube. But on top of that, as sort of like a negative side effect of that, by the time there was a proper study done on the way the algorithm works, the algorithm had changed. If you guys remember, there was this big document that released that showed I believe the cover of it was like a burning YouTube logo. I might be mistaken there, but I think that was the logo. It was this big autopsy and like deep analysis of YouTube's algorithm, trying to figure out whether or not it favored right-wing content. And the findings of this study, which unfortunately the study was done after YouTube already solved this problem in response to the hate, but the findings of the study were, of course, something that might not surprise you and probably don't give much alarm. The findings were that if you joined the website and you had a general interest in conservative politics, the algorithm would give you more of what you wanted, which is more conservative politics. And if you got into it and you were clearly into left-leaning politics, then it would give you more of what you wanted, which is left-leaning politics. And it was like that for years and years and years. That's what allowed for BreadTube to even exist as we knew it during its peak. Like ContraPoints, PhilosophyTube, HBomber Guy, they all blew up because all of a sudden YouTube was not playing favorites with conservative content. However, if you've been paying attention to this website in the last few years, it might feel as though something's definitely changed. It doesn't feel like 2018 YouTube anymore. It feels like something has changed. And apparently it has. This video is claiming to have let YouTube autoplay until it started pushing alt-right content. I assume they went through the proper processes of making sure it's a clean account, no cookies or metadata existing on the browser or anything, ideally a brand new computer and, a new internet line or something, just so it's completely unaffected. But regardless, let's see how this went. Let's see if this is a case to make for the YouTube algorithm now facilitating a new alt-right pipeline. Let's check this out. I've been wanting to watch this since I had it recommended to me, but I put it off for a few streams now, and now we're finally getting to it. So let's check it out. By the way, this YouTuber is Be in a Minute, I think is probably how it's pronounced. I'm gonna drop the original link in chat real fast. So yeah, go send some support on the original video. Don't just watch mine. Anyway, let's check this out. I'm very curious to see what case he makes.
With the rise of social media algorithms influencing our thoughts and our beliefs every single day, paired with the United States 2024 presidential election coming up this November, I had a burning question that I wanted to find the answer to. How many videos does it take until YouTube recommends alt-right content? With the brand new YouTube account and only using
The only answer to that question, by the way, is it depends on what you consider alt-right content. Because you might consider, like, the Critical Drinker an alt-right content creator. And I might even argue that he is, even if the values that he directly, like, pushes are not alt-right. Like, he is part of that content ecosystem intentionally, right? So you might consider him an alt-right content creator if that, like, depending on where your line is, right? So the answer to that question is, what is alt-right by your definition?
using the autoplay feature, will YouTube eventually start feeding me far-right or alt-right videos? Well, let me tell you, what I found was pretty insane, to say the least.
Okay.
You're the cause of President Trump almost being assassinated.
What?
What? No.
It's been a minute, and welcome to...
Did Hitler fan cam
I
start
originally had the
autoplaying?
idea for this video after watching Ludwig's 1000 video autoplay experiment, where he stopped once he got to his 1000th video to see where the YouTube algorithm led him. Well, I'm going to keep going past 1,000, actually very far past 1,000 as it turns out, and I'm not going to stop until YouTube autoplays an alt-right video.
This is interesting, because the idea here is that he is going to, with a fresh account presumably, watch the most politically neutral content he can find and let it autoplay through the most politically neutral recommended content it can find, and then figure out what political side YouTube shells at him first with the YouTube autoplay. And it seems eventually he gets to Hitler videos, apparently. But what I want to point out here is that this is the best case scenario, is that you're somebody who is so disconnected from politics that you get into the internet and YouTube takes thousands of autoplays to get you to, like, Nazi shit, right? That's the best case scenario. More likely than not, though, you're going to be a young, maybe a little edgy gamer dude who's going to be watching some of the biggest content creators on the platform, who happen to be friendly with some of the largest conservative content creators on the platform, who are all friends with alt-right content creators, so that you've only got a 1 or 2 degrees of separation in, like, the collaboration relationships between these creators, like some of the biggest mainstream creators and some of the most far-right figures. So there's that aspect. And then there's the aspect of, if you're watching, like, gaming news content, how long till it gets you to, like, gaming news grifters? And then how long until that takes you to alt-right content? So to be clear, this is starting at something as far away from politics as possible and seeing how long it takes to get to Nazi stuff from there, not starting at something normal, popular, but tangentially related to right-wing politics, which would get you into far-right shit fast if you're not trying to avoid it. Let's watch.
But before we get into conducting this experiment, we need to go through some ground rules. For the next however so minutes long this video turns out to be, we are all going to pretend that we are an undecided voter.
Yeah,
We need
anime
to know
news
a particular
grifters
direction
on the far right.
political compass. Please know that this is a completely fabricated scenario. I don't think there is such a thing as a voter who...
This would be a really good way to do this. How long does it take for a gamer to be made alt-right on YouTube? How long does it take for an anime fan to be made alt-right on YouTube? How long does it take for a literature fan to become alt-right on YouTube? How long does it take for somebody into crafts to get alt-right on... Like, how long, if you just start with, like, a normal mundane anime review video auto-playing from there, how long does it take? Like, going through that. Probably less than a week. Yeah, well, you got to consider that, like, people don't autoplay their videos or their YouTube for a week, right? The idea here is, like, how long, if you don't touch YouTube and just let videos play while you're, like, just playing video games, how long till YouTube starts inadvertently showing you right-wing propaganda that you don't even know to think critically about, right? Because you didn't choose to click on it, it just autoplayed.
was devoid of any biases or political leaning, but for the sake of this YouTube video, we're going to pretend that we are. Now, to replicate this undecided voter, I will be creating a brand new Google/YouTube account and turning on incognito mode to ensure that there is no location tracking or cookies enabled. So YouTube has absolutely no data or information on this profile. Thus,
well, they will gather it, I think, off of the instance, but even then, I wouldn't do that part of it because you want YouTube to be collecting the data, because that's how they formulate, like, a pattern for them to continue you down, right? Like, I don't know if it would have the effect of every autoplay being random then, or if it would account for your temp data. I think your temp data exists until you close that window, though. I think the temp data continues to exist until he closes the window.
Creating a blank slate for the YouTube algorithm to mold into its own image. So, what is considered alt-right content? According to research done at the University of California, Davis, right-leaning users' video recommendations are more likely to come from channels that share political extremism, conspiracy theories, and otherwise problematic content. So, a few red flags that we're going to be looking out for that fall into the broader category of alt-right content will be ideas like white nationalism, the Great Replacement Theory, QAnon, Project 2025, and really any extremist conspiracy theory. Now, although I have my own personal biases that I am aware do affect my definition of an alt-right YouTube video, I think that most of us can agree that there is a difference between a piece of content that might lean conservative compared to something that is full-on alt-right. So we're going to start by replicating this undecided voter. But I actually want to take it a step further. Not only is this voter undecided, but they have also never heard of a YouTube video until today. Congratulations, voter. Welcome to the internet.
Oh, I also think it's important to remember that a lot of these right-wing figures, they run ads, like, that are just their videos. Like, the Daily Wire does this the most, where they just run ads on anything, even left-wing content, that are just their videos. And if you click on it, then it goes straight to their video and their channel. So you might not even get recommended the video by YouTube. It might just be an ad that runs and somebody decides to click on it and watch more because they think that the person speaking is smart, right? They hear Ben Shapiro going all... And so what you have to understand is Western civilization is falling, and you see he's got like a nice studio and stuff, and maybe you've never heard of this guy, and you're like, oh, he sounds like... Damn, he seems like he knows what he's talking about, and this sounds serious. And so you click and you want to hear more. So that's like separate from YouTube's algorithm. That's just YouTube allowing TOS breaking content creators to run ads that break their own TOS.
So that's where we'll start. Simply searching on Google, YouTube video. And from there, I will only be clicking on the up next recommended video with autoplay enabled.
Damn, okay,
how long this
we're going as basic with it as we possibly can.
Is going to take me, but hopefully it's before Election Day on November 5th. All right, let's get into it. Am I kind of scared? Okay, we're going to go to the first video that's recommended when you type in YouTube video, and that is Casey Musgrave's Cardinal official music video. So I guess what we have to see now is, will Casey Musgraves lead us to, I don't know, Alex Jones? Okay, obviously I can't play this for copyright issues. I'm sure it's a great song. Casey Musgraves.
Saved us both.
Let's see where you take us. Okay, now we have positive energy, chill songs to make you feel good.
Okay, lo-fi type shit. That makes sense.
Since this video is an hour and 21 minutes, we're definitely going to skip to the end and see what plays next. We have another 3-hour long. This one's so much longer than the last one. We're only on the third video. But
YouTube autoplay is freaky as well. I have fallen asleep with the YouTube autoplay on, and I've woken up to everything from Joe Rogan, like falling asleep listening to SCP story narrations or creepypasta narrations, woke up to Joe Rogan. I have fallen asleep to like Minecraft, like informative videos from like Ant Venom before, and woken up to like movies playing. Like YouTube has free movies sometimes that'll just autoplay. That's still an SCP, you know. It's it's related. Like YouTube will take you through some wild rabbit holes on its own that don't even involve politics.
But I really hope we don't get stuck in like music YouTube.
You're gonna be there for a while, man.
You naive fool. While the majority of the other videos being recommended in the sidebar were the same old smooth jazz genre.
The fact is, YouTube is probably primarily used for music. Like, I would guess, like, what, 60% or more of YouTube's, like, viewership is just music.
Seemingly out of nowhere, I saw a few that were leaning a little more political than your centrist bossa nova and jazz.
Ooh.
Oh, interesting.
Look at the sidebar.
Look, over here we have recommended Elon Musk on Trump shooting incident, and
that is not real. So this is another example of how evident it is that Elon Musk and Trump are sort of representatives of the dumbest, lowest common denominator. That is a hacked YouTube channel. That is probably not the official Tesla channel. Almost certainly not. Considering the fact that anytime a YouTube channel gets hacked these days, it gets transformed into an Elon Musk Tesla fan channel and starts running pro-Trump Elon Musk Tesla dick riding shit while like trying to get people to click on links that are going to like get them scammed, right? Like this is just a thing that happens to YouTube channels when hackers get them to help so they can scam the fan base of the YouTuber they hacked. Because the Elon Musk fanboys who would click on that they're filtering for really dumb people. Scammers always do this. They filter for dumb people initially. They want like the smart cookies to not even think about like getting into step one of the scam. And so they aim for Elon fans and Trump supporters. Scammers know who the dumb, easy to scam, gullible people are, and it's the people who would click on this.
Election something. So it's definitely political.
After the smooth jazz and bossa nova, we moved more into a chill, lo-fi beats to study to kind of area, a classic if you ask me, which led us to our first loop that I got stuck in. Now the term loop is what I will be referring to anytime YouTube autoplays at least 5 consecutive videos within the same topic. This will start to make more sense as we keep going on.
It definitely puts into perspective how much content is not only on the internet, but just on this platform.
You think this is a lot of content? Buddy, you're like 2% into this thing. Speaking of 2%, that's the same amount of you that are currently subscribed to this.
You know what this kind of reminds me of? The idea of doing this. Maybe we should do this one day, like as a stream idea. It could be interesting. It kind of reminds me of like delving into like a cave or like a mine, and the idea that things are going to get more weird and just are going to get different the further and deeper into the mine or the cave that we go. You know what I mean? Like, it's got a very cool feeling to it. Also, damn, this motherfucker is getting the love from YouTube. 97% of viewers are not subscribed. This is a good thing, by the way. When YouTubers complain about, like, only blank percent of you are subscribed, that's good. That means YouTube is heavily pushing their content to new audience. So it's not really so much of a complaint as, like, them using it as an excuse to remind you to subscribe.
Channel. If you're enjoying this video so far, consider subscribing. Let's see if we can bump up that 2%. Thank you so much.
What is Project 2025?
Okay.
It is the Republican Party's plan to give
Now
Trump
we're just at the
complete
weekend.
control of the government
Lo-fi
and destroy our
remixes.
democracy.
I'll take it. That's something new.
Once I started to hear the sweet angelic voice of The Weeknd mixed with the lo-fi, I started to feel like we were finally getting somewhere.
I feel like we're getting somewhere.
Okay, we still have a long way to go, so we're gonna have to start speed running some of these loops. So from the lo-fi hip-hop loop, we started to fall into the medieval epic music loop.
God, this music is epic.
But then the epic music started to get a little dark and scary.
Where monsters reign, warmth of the abyss. This doesn't feel good.
On the 157th video, we got our first YouTube short.
Is this a shorts? Are we at shorts now?
From the epic and dark and scary music loop,
Oh,
we
it's gonna be
then started to see a
brain
shift
rot for
towards
a while.
soundtracks from famous media, including
Furiosa. Ooh, this is good.
Top Gear,
Reversed.
the video games Bayonetta and Astral Chain.
I don't even know what this is. Astral Chain?
Yeah, if you
God.
couldn't tell by the tone of my voice,
It's like,
I started to get a little...
at a certain point, it's like, YouTube is taking wild guesses, and every time he watches one of these to the end and lets it autoplay, YouTube thinks he likes that. So there's a certain aspect of, like, unrealism here, where normally if something autoplays you have zero interest in, you're clicking off and finding something else to watch and breaking the autoplay chain. So it's like, this isn't a perfect experiment, but it's still a neat one, you know? Like, the idea that we could end up at Nazi shit shows that the algorithm is fundamentally fucked, you know?
A little impatient here.
It's already been an hour, and I feel like we haven't really gotten anywhere. How did
Watch
Casey
it just-
Musgraves take us to this?
I hope it just out of nowhere autoplays, like, the Hitler speech. Like, it goes from, like, some anime music video to the Hitler speech instantly. Like, there's no build-up, there's no, like, slow transition to politics. It just happens out of nowhere. That would be crazy.
But before we move into the most excruciating loop that I got stuck in, let's go back to Top Gear for a second, because I noticed something pretty interesting.
What's crazy is in my recommended videos from Demolition Ranch, we have the Trump shooter was wearing my shirt, which could lead us somewhere if we got that recommended, but I wouldn't call Demolition Ranch alt-right.
It's a direction
Certainly
to go
not.
in, though. We
He's
had
a chill guy.
90s cartoon theme songs that then led us into children's music.
Fishy, fishy, fishy here, fishy, fishy, fishy.
Then that, unfortunately, led us into what quickly became my own personal ninth circle of hell.
Oh, yeah.
We sing.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going there to
He's in hell.
my father. I'm going
I love that YouTube is playing this, and eventually it's going to take this user, who it has shown this content, is going to take this user to Nazi shit, apparently. That's crazy.
If you don't know, or maybe just don't remember, We Sing is a songbook series for children. I actually remember
Never
having
heard
one
of
of these CDs and begging my mom to pop it into the 2006 Chrysler Town & Country for long road trips. God, do I miss the days of beautiful automobiles. Anyway, their first album was released in 1977, and then they went on to release 40 more albums, all the way up until 2012. And little did I know, I was
about to listen to
every
them
single
all.
song from all
Oh,
41
shit.
albums. This is the most
Holy
political video that
fuck.
we've had so far. I hope you're having fun, because I'm having a great time.
At least you don't have to
then,
listen to
while
it all.
browsing
You can just
through
skip
my
through.
30-second We Sing song, something absolutely bonkers happened. What?
I wish I was in the land of cotton. Old times there are not forgotten. Look away, look away, look away, Dixieland.
Is this it?
Is that the Dixie marching song? Is that the Southern marching song? Oh my god, that's bizarre. No, it's a show tune? Okay. Yes, Zan? Okay, I'm getting a mix. No, that is not the remix, the parody that's way down south in the land of traders, rattlesnakes and alligators. That's not it. That is a parody of this, which is the actual, I think, the actual Confederate marching song. It is Dixie. I don't know, guys. But maybe he knows, okay? Maybe he knows. Shame on me for not knowing my
Dixie.
American history.
Arguably, the song is extremely far right. I definitely want to see where it takes us after this, but this could potentially
It is very
be
Southern
the
Pride
end.
vibes.
It is kind of crazy. The song is getting recommended.
Nah, this can't count. This can't count. Okay, like I don't think you can count this. All right, I don't think you can count this. It's definitely a little weird, but like, I don't know if we can count this. And then the video goes on, so I'm glad he doesn't.
To someone who is just watching what's up next on YouTube, especially with the fact that it thinks that I'm a child.
It does.
So
Okay. Chat's saying they think this does count. Okay, so apparently for some people they already consider this to be, oh, YouTube's made you alt-right. But let's see how much further it goes. Let's see how deep down the rabbit hole we can go.
wow. Well, there it was. The answer to my burning question. How many videos does it take until YouTube recommends alt-right content? 487. Adopted as the de facto national anthem of the Confederacy during the American Civil War, I didn't see how a recommended video could get worse than Dixie. Oh, and also these songs.
Me and my partner can pick a real cotton. Me and my partner can pick a real day.
So guys, when I talk about how America has some weird stuff, when it comes to young American education, apparently these are pretty popular. And it's the kind of shit you might have playing on the radio in class, especially if you live in the American South. Yeah, going crazy.
So, we're done, right? I mean, the Confederacy was pretty alt-right. Well then, why hasn't the video ended?
Some of his colleagues stunned, dumbfounded, flummoxed even with this.
Did it just immediately play news? It's not going to take long once you've gotten to news content to get to Nazi shit.
Take on VP
What is
nominee
this?
JD Vance.
Oh. So, to be honest, after 677 children's music videos, I knew I had to course correct this experiment. I truly believe that we were going to be stuck in the baby music loop for all of eternity.
Oh,
and,
did he break
I don't think that would have been a
the
very
rules?
fun video. Also, if I had to hear one more baby song, I was going to drive a Chrysler Town & Country off of a bridge. But before you say that this is true, I still made sure that the algorithm decided what video we should watch next. And this is what I actually saw when I clicked back to the YouTube homepage after watching 1,108 videos.
I just went back to the homepage of YouTube, and
Joe Rogan's going to be
this is
there,
what my
right?
homepage looks like. We have some We Sing Bible
okay.
Songs compilation for an hour long. Sounds awesome, but probably not going to click on that. Relaxing music to relieve stress.
Bible
from anxiety and
songs.
depression. I'm feeling both right now. Probably not going to click on that, though. It's 12 hours long. And then we have Go to Hell, MSNBC host roasted for comment on Trump. Fox News.
Remember, Fox News, 1.1 million views in 5 hours. It's because Fox News is by far the biggest news outlet on YouTube. Because as I say over and over again, right-wing outlets get more clicks by magnitudes above even equivalent left-wing outlets because they clickbait, and their entire audience is motivated by anger and fear. Like a mixture of those two things. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me that the average Fox News video gets like 1.1 million views in 5 hours. Yeah, it would be on the front page. That's insanely
I could not
viral.
believe that after watching strictly music YouTube, with most of it being children's songs for well over 1,000 videos, my YouTube...
I think a certain amount of this is just the right gets more views on YouTube. So if the algorithm is working as you expect it to an extent, you expect the right to be more prominent and to be more likely to autoplay, right? But then at the same time, leftists get like 30K views on average. Yeah, and I'm below that average, Greyhounds. So yeah, it's like you got to consider the fact that even if the algorithm's working without a bias that is politically motivated, it's just working as it's intended to. It's promoting what is doing well, and what's doing well is Fox News, Alex Jones, Nazi shit, right? Like, that's what does well online.
YouTube browse page recommended a Fox News video about an MSNBC host getting roasted. I'd say things are heating up.
I feel like I need to follow this rabbit hole a little bit. So here we go.
After the Fox News video, we went straight into the first 2024 presidential debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden.
Now, please welcome the
Weird,
46th
but
all right.
I guess the debate with Kamala hadn't happened yet with this video.
Although we started
filmed
at Fox News, which does lean to the right, I was happy to see that we were now in a fairly bipartisan place due to the debate coverage. From here, there are only really two paths that we can go down, left or right. We are the undecided voter, lost in the dark, and YouTube is our light. So let's see where we go.
The Fox 5 Surprise Squad.
Oh, straight into the Las Vegas Fox 5 Surprise Squad. Fox 5 Surprise Squad?
Fox 5 Surprise Squad.
Oh, what's that?
The Fox 5 Surprise Squad.
After 116 videos of the
Fox 5 Surprise Squad.
we started to get some shorts covering the Republican National Convention. Interesting.
Resounding yes. The Biden-Harris foreign policy.
The patch on the right ear.
This has 10 views. The RNC happened to be going on the
Hey,
same week I was
okay.
conducting this experiment.
I can't justify that by saying it's just doing well and YouTube is like promoting what's got views, because that was just a nothing video that it just autoplayed for no reason. It's interesting though. He just watched a bunch of music stuff, eventually got like one or two like maybe you could consider conservative videos, and then he went to his homepage, YouTube, and the first 4 results on the homepage gives him Fox News. He starts on that. Let's see where that ends up getting him.
So it made sense that the YouTube algorithm was recommending content surrounding this event, as it was current news at the time, along with the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, happening literally just a few days prior. I began to realize that we were going to get a lot of coverage of these two events.
We're not moving more to the right side. Again, it's just covering
I imagine
the
it
news
would bounce
and
around for a little
things
while
that are
on this
getting
topic,
a lot of
right?
clicks on YouTube right now, which is obviously a former president being shot in the ear. So I don't really want to assume that this is going to push us more in a alt-right direction. I think we're probably going to actually stay more within the news.
And my hypothesis was correct, because after the Donald Trump assassination attempt coverage, we have Democrats calling for Biden to drop out.
Whether or not Biden should stay on the ticket for the November election.
Senator Bob Menendez and his controversy.
On all counts, that the verdict.
Oh, and also Costco is raising its membership prices.
What is this Costco stuff going on?
So I guess we weren't heading down the alt-right path
It's
yet.
Biden's
But
fault.
then we go back to the RNC, then back to Trump, and then obviously, you know what comes next. 27 straight videos of, yeah, that's right, say it with me, Windsor Castle Guards.
How many videos of these royal guards are there?
After leaving
Royal
the
guard
British
throwing
side
up.
of YouTube, which is arguably worse than the alt-right side.
That would be my worst, like, what happens if you get, like, nauseous? I guess you just gotta throw up and keep going about your work, right? Just fucking like, oh, I had gas station sushi on the way to work. Now I gotta guard the queen.
YouTube. We then go back to the Trump shooting.
We continue to cover the attempted assassination of former President Trump. Today you're looking at...
And then to videos about US presidents. But then we're led to a very impactful video. This one.
The first pitch. Please welcome the 43rd President of the United States of America, George W. Bush.
He looks so, like, melted.
Top 3 banned pitches in MLB.
Oh, he's in sports now. No, no, no! You're here forever now. You've just entered a different kind of hell. You've entered sports. Although sports might eventually get you to Nazi shit. Sports might get you to conservative politics. All it has to do is start playing UFC and like boxing shit, and you're basically there. Like you're one autoplay away from like Andrew Tate if it gets you to UFC and boxing.
We don't need to go down the sports rabbit hole.
Or weightlifting.
Please.
If it goes to weightlifting,
doesn't do this.
He'll be on the precipice. For now, it's in baseball, though.
No.
Yep. We're on sports YouTube now.
It's gonna baseball him for a while.
Not just sports. Strictly just video game sports.
Just one clip of George W. Bush throwing a ball, and then it's like, you know what? Let's show him a bunch of
And these
MLB.
videos have like 1 to 2 views as well. It's so weird. In a way, I'm kind of glad YouTube's recommending smaller content now. If it seems to be like, even if it has like 1 view, it'll recommend videos to you if it seems like you might find it interesting. But like, and you know, that's good. I like that a lot. But what is this? This is so weird.
Video game clips from channels with 5 subscribers. This has 1 view.
Now, for a while,
They've had 1 view for a while.
Loop. You know, getting stuck in a Madden and MLB game clips purgatory for the rest of time. But then a new video came up fast, out of nowhere, hitting me like a school bus.
And that's why I love YouTube. Ooh.
Find out that everyone hates me? I don't care. Regina, please. Regina, stop.
Wait, don't get us copyrighted. Don't get us copyrighted.
There we go. Yeah, let's just watch it again.
Regina, wait, I didn't
Mean Girls clips?
Okay.
Oh.
Now we're just gonna be on.
Okay, so is he getting into Mean Girls fan cam zone, or is he now entering the YouTube or the YouTube movie clip shorts area of YouTube?
On the Mean Girls.
What? What are we in now?
What are these?
Great question.
What?
I'm glad you asked. This is called Bungo Stray Dogs, or BSD, and it's a manga series. But these videos are showing the character models from BSD that are also in a video game series called Gacha, which includes titles like Gacha Club, Gacha Life, and Gacha World. I am very unfamiliar
Isn't that a word
with
for, like,
everything that I just
scam
talked about,
games?
so if anyone has more information on BSD Gacha, feel free to explain how I have no idea what I'm talking
Maybe
about.
Gacha
in the
means
comments.
something else.
Is this all the same audio? What is this?
What? Guys, if he's in the anime zone, we're not far from the far right, okay? We're not far off from conservative shit. If we're, although this character has a trans pin, a trans flag pin, it seems. So we're in like Tumblrite YouTube right now, but like it's anime, so it won't take long to get you into Nazi shit. I think he's gonna go from anime to Nazi shit. I think that's gonna be the line. I think anime will be what does it. YouTube will think it's anime. I promise you, DSW Shadow Wolf.
Anyway, there was 43 videos in this loop.
Five Nights at Freddy's.
What
From there, we got 22 Darman shorts. Darman. Then back to the Trump shooting.
What?
It's weird that we didn't get stuck in a Darman loop and instead went back to the Trump shooting.
Oh, just you wait. And then some videos about if Biden is going to drop out or not.
YouTube on.
Through recording this video for the next few days, we could see the end of Biden's campaign with him dropping out.
Good call. And then we started to get recommended videos.
Yeah, even he's just been doing this video and seeing all the news coverage saying Biden should drop out, and he's like, guys, I'm not gonna lie, we've watched like 800 news videos of left-leaning pundits saying Biden should drop out. I think Biden's gonna end up dropping out. Yeah, good guess.
Videos from different U.S. House representatives. Now, I was really curious to see which way these representatives leaned politically, and if we were getting more Republicans or Democrats being recommended here. But we're going to get to that later, because we just got 76 more Darman videos to watch.
In Barbie High.
And then we go back to the beating heart of this entire video so far. Mean Girls. Oh, here we go.
Again.
Just keep going back to Mean Girls for some reason.
Oh my god.
Which was then naturally followed by Walking Dead fun facts.
Yeah!
Dad's most impactful dads. Daryl Dixon's favorite people. Glenn Ree's favorite people. What if Rick never shaved
What is this clickbait shit? What is this? We couldn't show Clash PR or something, a good Walking Dead shorts creator? What the fuck?
beard? In this
Now, this next sequence of loops needs to be followed very, very carefully, or things are going to get really confusing. I promise you, you will have no idea how we got to what we did without these exact videos autoplaying in this
There's no way The Walking Dead gets this motherfucker to Nazi shit. What?
exact order. This was purely by chance. Okay, you ready? So we go from The Walking Dead to Robot Chicken.
Robot
Walking
Chicken
Dead,
bits of The Walking
to Robot
Dead.
Chicken.
Okay.
That then leads to Tim and Eric.
Okay.
Which was also on Adult Swim, so I get the connection there. But then we go from Tim and Eric to Josh Groban.
There's a right way to rock and a wrong
Who
way
is
to
this?
roll.
I don't know who this is. I was almost expecting, if it was gonna go Nazi, I was expecting the Adult Swim connection would show a clip from like $1 Million Extreme, which was Sam Hyde's TV show on Adult Swim. That might have been a connection that could have been made there. I was almost expecting that.
And then from Josh Groban singing the national anthem, we go to Celine Dion singing O Canada in 1992.
I've never heard the
Then
whole
we go to the
Canadian
national anthem of Canada from what I think
Not
is
even
the
once.
2008 Beijing Olympics. And then that leads us to the Russian national anthem.
You know what's crazy? I've never met a Canadian that could sing the whole Canadian national anthem or like say it. Because I think it's because Canada's nowhere near as patriotic. They don't like force you to like repeat it every day in school like they do here. You can. Okay, because I've yet to meet a Canadian that could. They're always like, how the fuck would I know the whole national anthem? It's like, you don't? I can in French and English. Okay, the Dark Canuck. Okay. We sing it in school every day? Really? Balth didn't know it. Balth knew as much as I did. Oh, Canada, da da da, maple tree. I think it goes like that.
2004 Athens Olympics. And then that creates a new loop. A loop that I like to call Fun Time Commie Military Music loop.
Okay. Does this count as far left?
Music of Communist China. Okay, definitely not alt-right.
I don't think this is so much meant to be left as this is meant to be like you're in marching music YouTube.
This point that I could possibly be from the alt-right side of YouTube. This undecided voter was starting to feel the great pool of Carl and Mark, or whatever his name was. I haven't read the book yet. But then, out of the blue, or should I say red, things turned from leftist to rightist.
Now YouTube thinks you're an
To
extremist.
something that could be somewhat alt-right. It rhymes with
YouTube definitely thinks he's a Walking Dead fan now.
Snadoff Bitler. Okay.
Oh.
Austria-Hungary were definitely the aggressors of World War I who lost, and them losing World War.
Well, so to be clear here, we're still just in like, I think, historical anthem YouTube. Like, I think this is for like history buffs, but let's see where it gets them.
One, along with the Treaty of Versailles, kind of gave rise to Hitler and fascism. So this is not alt-right content necessarily, but I feel like we're kind of getting somewhere right now. We'll see.
Okay.
And then, to reinforce my theory of going down this right-leaning path, we get a video about neo-Nazis.
Trauen und Verantwortung. Das ist unsere, ist die bessere Welt.
And then, right after that,
That's a good connection, YouTube.
Oh boy, is this getting good. I knew for sure we were heading down a more conservative-focused path, because after more Trump and RNC videos, we got a vintage Reagan campaign ad.
Oh.
Alright. Getting a Ronald Reagan ad.
Today.
Followed by an
Dude,
H.W. Bush campaign ad.
You know what YouTube is doing to this guy in real time? Where's that one meme? Hold on. Where's that one meme? Political compass. Let me see if I can find it. Political compass animation. Oh no. This was such a popular meme. It's not a JREG video. Oh my god. I'm losing the ability to type. It's getting bad, guys.
Alright. Getting a Ronald Reagan ad.
Video's playing on its own. Nice, nice. Cool. I keep mistyping. I'm reaching around my mic here to type. It's really hard. I don't like typing when I'm streaming. It's not the best setup for it. Okay. I'm mistyping constantly, so it takes a while. It's lost media now. There's no way such a high effort meme is lost media now. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. That is not it, Coin Dog. It's so high effort. I can't even put it into words because it's such a high effort meme. It's a full animation. It's like 2 minutes long, and it's like ridiculous. It's like an animated, like Wojak. It's so good. Guys, if I knew what it was called, I'd look it up. Guys, all I can tell you is it's an extremely high-effort animation of the political compass meme. What would I look up on Internet Archive, Ectoplasm? You are not helping. Is it this one? Yes! Yes! Oh my god, you found it. It's called, Today I'm 16 and I want to be political. Thank you. Thank you, Augusta Nora. Hold on, Augusta Nora, can I, like... I wish I could give you something for that, but you're based for this. Yes! Okay, I found it. It's not lost media. The algorithm is doing this to him right now.
Listen up, you silly liberal fruitcakes!
To be white is to be a striver, a crusader.
We should call President-in-Chief.
Now think about if women went back to the home.
It's really good. I think it goes on. Yeah. It goes further. It's a good video. It's a really good video. I like that a lot. Thank you for finding it. Thank you. I was worried it was lost media. I could not remember the title for the life of me, dude. I could not remember that title.
George H.W. Bush. And then, 432 Obama ads.
What?
At this point, I had no idea what direction the YouTube algorithm was trying to take me. Just moments ago, I saw a real possible path towards alt-right content, with the majority of videos leaning conservative, but maybe I was just naive to think that it would take us any further than that. Have we learned anything about the algorithm? Are there patterns or signs that could point towards harmful corners of the internet, or is it just completely random? As an undecided voter, I still don't know which way I should lean. Turns out, watching 2 hours of Obama campaign ads from not only 2008 but also 2012 leads to a lot of self-reflection. But while reaching the summit of my self-doubt, the algorithm spoke once again, pulling me in yet another direction I was not prepared for.
Not lie about. You don't get to ask any more questions.
Oh.
I'm done with you because you're the cause. You're the cause. You're the cause of our country being divided. You're the cause of our country being divided. You're the cause of President Trump almost being assassinated. You're the cause of everything wrong in America. No, you're done.
Dude, somebody just like give her a little like bar of Aaron's mom. She's clearly not herself right now. She's hungry. Like she's clearly not had any of Aaron's mom in a while. She's starving, clearly. It's made her moody.
Done. You're done. Yeah, go back.
After the surprise introduction of arguably the most alt-right politician in the US, the algorithm must have thought that I was really interested in learning more about the ongoings of Congress. Because from Marjorie Taylor Greene, we were introduced to a new channel called Forbes Breaking News, where they cover all the Senate and House hearings. Starting with my very own senator.
You're deep in politics
who
now.
actually represents my state, John Neely Kennedy.
Look, if you hate cops just because they're cops, the next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead.
Call a crackhead.
There's nothing like being from the South. Now, I think because Marjorie Taylor Greene led us into this loop, the YouTube autoplay was feeding me these hearings, but only clips or highlights of them from when conservative politicians were speaking. Politicians like Josh Hawley.
Propaganda involved in the origins of COVID-19 is astounding to me. It recalls the worst of the wartime propaganda in years past when the government...
This is one of those like slick, fast-talking grifter conservatives. Yeah, you know the type. Ben Shapiro's one of those like fast-talker grifters, the type that like breakneck bullshits you and sounds smart. He's one. I can tell this guy's one of them.
Would deliberately lie to people. And here, that's what they have been doing with COVID-19 and are still doing it.
Charlie Kirk,
Ted Cruz.
You said this individual was, quote, I wrote it down.
And Ted Cruz is the exact opposite of that archetype. The opposite in every way. When you think of what did Zan mean by that archetype, everything opposite of Ted Cruz.
Sober and entirely a female. That phrase struck me as remarkable. Did this individual have male genitalia?
It was happening again. We were going down the right-leaning path. What confirmed this algorithmic direction was the first conservative ad I got right here.
Hi, I'm JT, and I made Result Hunter, the search engine for conservatives. Let me just tell you what it does. First of all, big tech right now is running.
Okay, here we go.
To be fair, I'm surprised he hasn't gotten a conservative ad before this, because like I said before, conservatives run ads for just their videos, like just random Daily Wire videos will come up as ads on YouTube.
Oh, and I also got this ad.
Every Medicare recipient over 65 years old needs to see this. The government just gave me thousands of dollars.
Well, being 99% confident, the YouTube algorithm thought I was an 80-year-old conservative, which is actually...
Which is fucking crazy when you consider that he, for a while there, was listening to lo-fi and, like, 14-year-old girl, like, gotcha, whatever it was, you know? Like, it's really bizarre that YouTube's now seem to have ballparked him here, you know? YouTube's algorithm also tries to account for multiple people using the same account, by the way. There's an aspect of that that's working behind the scenes here, where YouTube recognizes that the same account might be used by multiple users, like on a family TV or something, and will base the recommendations off of what was just watched and what was just searched and create profiles recognizing, like, okay, I'm pretty sure the guy watching, like, Warhammer lore videos is not the same person watching Cocomelon videos in the same account, right? And they'll figure out that, like, they'll know when to tune the account's recommendations based on who they think is using it. The algorithm is that sophisticated, by the way. It is.
The largest demographic of registered Republican voters, I got some more news on the Trump shooting, the RNC, a lot more Congress hearings, and then right after that, the Oversight Committee of Democrats YouTube channel? What? Okay, well,
just bounce them
I
around.
guess the algorithm, just course correcting. You know, maybe trying to spice things up with a little bit of sprinkle of Democrats in there.
Is it trying to feed me both sides? Both sides of the aisle?
The crisis on...
Well, I don't really know what it was, because after 61 videos from the Democrat Oversight Committee, something weird happened.
That we are...
What? Did the autoplay
heck?
break? That happens sometimes where autoplay just breaks. You got to refresh the page.
What happened?
Refresh the page. The solution here is he has to refresh the page.
Huh?
Autoplay might be off for this video too.
When you enter
he's
the
refreshed
Supreme
it.
Court, you pass under the hallowed words.
Does that work? Huh. Autoplay looks disabled for that video.
Where did it go? I've watched every single one of these.
Back to the home page.
Does it not have anything to give me?
Let's see what's recommended on the home page.
Did I just finish YouTube?
There was nothing else for autoplay to recommend.
What he did wrong was he stopped autoplaying on the first go. I just realized something. The way he fucked himself here is actually kind of weird. When you click on a YouTube recommended video on your homepage, every one of those videos, whether you realize it or not, actually represents a playlist. And I have clicked on videos recommended, let the autoplay go because it just kept playing good videos, and then it stopped autoplaying and I couldn't get it to go any further. I've had this before. If you click on a video on your home page, the autoplay will eventually run out because YouTube has curated a list of autoplays that would already have been preordained before you even clicked on that result, right? And I think he's gotten the end of that list, and that's why it's all showing videos like that on the side, because he's locked into that preordained playlist, and the only way to reset your results is to go back to the home page. Or to search something like YouTube video, and then click on the top result, and then go back to autoplaying. You could also go back to that same effect. But him going back to the home page meant because he originally just searched YouTube video, clicked a YouTube video, and started autoplaying. It would have autoplayed forever that way. But if you do it by clicking on a recommended video on your home page, it will not autoplay forever. It has a set amount of videos that have been curated by YouTube for you. These were all pre-curated and were decided to autoplay before he even clicked on that Fox News result. That's how he got here. He clicked on that one Fox News result. Now he's watched a million political videos. I'm betting if he goes back to the homepage, his homepage is going to be so much politics. And if he clicks on anything political there, it's going to be more politics.
I knew there were obviously more videos on the platform to be watched, but for whatever reason, the almighty algorithm decided that I was done. I thought about continuing the experiment and trying a second time, but this felt like a sign. And after watching this many videos, I had enough data to try to make sense of which way the algorithm tended to lean.
But before we get into that, you're probably wondering why I'm holding this journal. Well, I used this journal to keep a tally of every single video I watched over the course of this entire experiment. That way, at the end, I would know how many videos I watched. So, how many was it?
Okay, well, throughout the 3 days of watching YouTube videos,
how many?
With only the autoplay feature recommending the next video, besides the WeSync debacle, I watched 3,013 YouTube videos.
Now let's break down those 3,013 videos and go through the top 10 loops and how many videos played in each. Okay, starting off in 10th place, we have the Bayonetta soundtrack with 77 videos.
I feel like we've seen the majority of what I wanted to see from this, but I've got some thoughts I want to give. I don't think the algorithm played anything blatantly alt-right. I'm actually quite impressed. The problem is this experiment is kind of dumb to start with. If we're trying to prove the tendency for YouTube to push people into echo chambers. The fact is, YouTube is currently programmed to do two things when it comes to the algorithm. It is programmed to give you more of what you want, to keep you on the platform and keep you watching. And it is also programmed to recommend you content that is done really well broadly, because it's also likely to keep you watching and maybe even open you up to new areas of content that you might watch, because YouTube loves the idea of you as a viewer getting lost down a rabbit hole. There's a reason why you'll be watching just some random stuff and then out of nowhere something very different from anything you've watched before will get recommended, because YouTube thinks you might like it. And if you click it and you get into that new rabbit hole of content, that might be hours more videos and ads you're watching on their website. So it is programmed fundamentally to try and keep you satiated with what will make you happy. Now, if you're a YouTube viewer, you're probably a younger, tech literate person. And if you're like anything like me, you are getting into gaming content. You might be getting into fitness content or sports. If you're incessantly watching that content, YouTube is going to quickly decide where you stand, and it's going to start generating recommendations that are likely to appease you. And unfortunately, right now, we're seeing a massive trend of young men being pushed into right-wing red pill content and right-wing gaming content that's centered around like complaining about minorities in games and positing conspiracy theories about it. That content probably wouldn't autoplay if you just started with music videos, but if you're anyone interested in gaming, it's not going to take long for those videos to end up in your recommended or your autoplay, right? If you're into movie reviews, how long until the critical drinker shows up if you're into music or movies, right? Starting completely blank is not the best way to handle this type of experiment if the goal is to prove how YouTube radicalizes. Because then on the other end of things, if you're someone who's more progressive, like let's say you're into makeup or Taylor Swift, YouTube's probably way more likely to recommend you left-leaning political content, and once you start watching that, it's going to continue down the rabbit hole of left-wing content. And you're probably not going to get recommended much conservative stuff, but you might. I know you guys in chat complain a lot about getting recommended conservative stuff, despite never watching it ever. So to an extent, YouTube will consider you political if you even watch anything remotely political. And at that point, YouTube will just recommend you popular conservative content. And more often than not, or popular political content, and more often than not, that's going to end up being conservative due to the clickbait and the higher viewership and successful nature of conservative content online, right? I get chud content looking for video essays on games I like recommended. Yeah. He showed up on the first search while I was looking for a review on a Resident Evil movie. Yeah, like, to be clear, there's so many other factors to consider here that just... I don't know if this study, quote-unquote, does a good job of getting the point across. I got a fucking Daily Wire ad on Roblox, of all things. That's crazy. Yeah. I watch mostly geology, and YouTube is always shoving me towards alt-science, mud floods, and catastrophism. It's not just politics. Yeah, like, if you watch geology stuff, I imagine you get a lot of, like, hidden city, ancient civilization that didn't exist type stuff. Yeah, that's a whole other sector of conspiracy stuff online. The medical misinfo stuff, yeah. I think it's just echo chambers. Like, YouTube is promoting echo chambers more than ever, left and right, but the big difference is that you're more likely to get caught in the echo chamber of the right, because right-wing content is just so much more volatile online. It's such virality bait, right? It's being made solely for the purpose of getting views and making money. There is no other motive there of, like, you know, educating people, improving the world, or anything like that. It's all about improving their bottom line. I remember for the longest time I used to get a PragerU ad on every video without fail. Yeah, YouTube would not let you escape that shit for a long time. I don't think it's as bad as it was during Gamergate by any means, but I definitely believe the YouTube algorithm has changed since that report came out. I mean, hell, how did Andrew Tate arise through the YouTube Shorts algorithm if something hadn't changed? Anyway, I think that's really all I have to say about this. I think this is a pretty good video overall. The experiment wasn't perfect, but I do think it was overall a pretty good video, and I recommend you check out the YouTuber who made this, named Ben a Minute. Pretty good video. Seems like a good channel. I've definitely subscribed myself. He's criminally underrated. 11.8 thousand subs. That is not a lot of subs for how good of a video this is, so I highly recommend you go sub, comment, like, all the good stuff. Make sure you engage with the channel. And with that said, you know, maybe you could do the same for me. If you enjoyed this video, maybe consider dropping a like. No matter when, where, or what you're watching from me, it really does help a lot. It actually forces YouTube to recommend my content in the algorithm to more people, so maybe they watch me instead of some crazy alt-right weirdo. You can also, maybe, if you want to see more from me on other platforms, follow my social medias linked down below, subscribe and ring the bell icon, comment down below as well, and don't forget to join my fan Discord if you want to be a part of my main hub of my fan base. It is completely free to join. I host game events, watch parties, and call-in streams there, and on top of that, I announce all my new uploads and streams there as well, so you won't end up not noticing if I go live or upload, even if YouTube doesn't tell you. And if you want to directly support me, help me keep a roof above my head and the lights on and all that good stuff, consider supporting me directly financially by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon, or buying merch, the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless of how you support me, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. Good seggy? Hell yeah. Alright, chat. Before our next seggy, I definitely need to use the restroom and grab myself a Monster Energy for that nice energy pick-me-up at 5 p.m. Yo, Chainsaw Chimera, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. That is immensely appreciated. Thank you. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't know how many months that is, but I'll assume it's a 1 month or 4 now. Thank you so freaking much. That means a lot. Thank you, thank you. That should be, correct me if I'm wrong, $20. Thank you so much, Chainsaw Chimera. Didn't even say anything. You are insanely goated. And I'm just going to assume what you meant to say was, I love you, Zan. You're beautiful and amazing. You're my favorite content creator. Please never stop making videos. I would die without them. You're the best. And yeah, thank you. Very true. I agree. Thank you, Chainsaw Chimera. I appreciate it a lot. All right. Let me update the dono goal really fast. And hopefully I haven't undercredited anybody. I always feel bad whenever it's like an hour later and someone says, hey Zan, my dono earlier was a 3-monther. You only counted it as a 1-monther? I always feel super bad. So I try to get an answer on that as soon as possible. Zan, did you watch Actman's debate with Andy Pants? I haven't. Should I? Maybe I'll watch it tomorrow. That could be a good segment for tomorrow's stream, because I've already got a lot of segments for today's, like, lined up for us. So, considering I don't have anything ready yet for tomorrow's stream, maybe we should watch that debate. Perry Icefire, thank you for the $5 donation. How kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Said, Zan, any tips on video editing? I want to start making videos soon. I'm just a dum-dum. So here's the thing about video editing. The buy-in for one of the better softwares that most YouTubers use is a bit expensive. You could pirate it if you can find a way, though I can't provide you those resources or give you advice for many reasons. One of them being I don't know how to help you with that. But it's pretty expensive if you're going to buy like Sony Vegas or Adobe Premiere Pro. It's like a $75 a month subscription. On the other hand, you could use a free software, but it's not going to be as good in a lot of ways, and I frankly can't give much advice in that respect. My editor uses Adobe Premiere Pro, and we have like templates and stuff that we use for basic edits to make things easier. Like you can basically create a template that like your video can fit into, and you just have to cut like dead air and stuff out of. But it depends on what kind of videos you're making, right? Like generally S is the cut key to cut things out, and you'd like make 2 cuts on either side of a bit you want to remove, and then right-click it and delete it. There's also hotkeys for everything, so you really just got to watch tutorials on how to use this editing software. Don't pirate software unless you can keep it very secure. There you go. I use Shotcut, and it's free. I'm just saying, though, like, if you're trying to get high-quality videos, try and use a free software until your videos are making money, and then you can spend money on making your videos better. That's probably the best way to do it. Just start out with as much cheap and free stuff as you can. Start making money, because the quality of your content will shine through even if your hardware is not great. And start upgrading from there. I have Adobe Premiere. Oh, you're already like halfway there then, Perry Icefire. You're already like 75% of the way there. Yeah, all you need to do really is just watch tutorials on basic editing, like how to cut, how to make a fade, how to put music on a video and balance it out. Like anytime you want to do an edit, look up a guide on how to do it with your editing software, and then you'll learn how. And eventually, you're just not going to know how. You're just going to know how to do anything you want to. You're not going to need any advice. Zan, how big is the closest piece of string? I have no idea what that means, MexGuy3. How long is the closest piece of string to me? I don't know. DaVinci Resolve has an okay free version, and the paid one is a one-time purchase? Okay. Yo, Balth, Xanderhall, did you see my DM from the other day about the latest Yakuza game? It's basically AC4, but Yakuza? That sounds raw as fuck, Balth. I haven't seen that, no. That sounds crazy. I'm so hyped for the AC4 remake. I can't wait for that. Yeah, thank you for the $5, Perry Icefire. I really appreciate it. What's AC4? You ask what's blank every time I bring up a thing, Snake Lover, and I don't know if you just genuinely don't know what these things are, or if you're just, like, trolling me or something. But it's Assassin's Creed 4. Yo, Xanderhall, did you see... Oh, yeah, I read that. The AC4 remake is a Yakuza game. It even has naval combat. You mean the... What? Oh, the pirate... Okay, yeah. Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. Yeah, this does look cool. This does look cool. The setup is crazy. Cool. How do you like my mewing, Balth? I'm mogging you guys. I'm mogging you. Stop! I'm sorry. Why do you guys hate mewing so much? Why do you hate the idea of me being a Chad so much? You guys just can't handle the idea of me being a Chad. Like, it's actually insane. Like, is me, like, mogging you that bad? Am I that much of a Chad that you just can't handle it? The fuck is mogging? See what I mean? When I do politics, my average audience, like, viewer age is, like, 40 years old or something. The shadows where the mew lips dwell are dark and wet as ink. What the fuck are you talking about, Wingo? Xanderhall, don't listen to the haters. Keep on mogging, King. Thank you. You're excused and I am not your bruh. You mog everyone in chat and everyone else on the online left. Thank you, I appreciate it. I am quite Chad, if I do say so myself. I am a Giga Chad, actually. I really am. Zan, have you ever played Undertale? No, I haven't, but I've heard people say that I should. I don't even know what Undertale's about besides Sans Undertale and also like the heart thing that breaks, and then also you can kill everybody or not. I know that's the thing, like the genocide run thing. I know about that. That's all I know. I know there's genocide, there's hearts that break, and then there's also Sans Undertale. Dude, you should watch the trailer for the new Yakuza game on stream. Expose your audience to peak fiction. Unfortunately, Balth, I cannot Stunlock today. You know what came out last night, right? The premiere of Season 3 of From. I'm watching that shit as soon as I wrap up stream today. I am, like, actually, like, I forgot that it came out. Until I went live, and I'm low-key, like, I knew something was, like, new that I need to watch this morning before stream. and now I'm like fiending. I did not know that. Are you caught up on From, Balth? Should we watch it together? You down? Zan, did you play any MGS games? They are remaking MGS 3? Yes. I played Metal Gear Solid 5, and I played Metal Gear Solid Ground Zeroes, and I played Metal Gear Solid 4 briefly at my uncle's house when I was a kid, and I never got to play 3, which is why I'm so excited to finally play the remake. Apparently it's a pain in the ass to play, like, normal MGS 3 on PC these days, so the remake's gonna be pretty raw. Okay, saying bruh reminds me that friend was saying that if his GF called him bruh/bro, he would be disgusted. I just sent him the Aang lock-in meme clip. Apparently we just got card leaks for the Marvel x Magic the Gathering collab. Oh, yay. I saw seasons 1 and 2 of From. Hell yeah, Balth. Raw. Let's watch the premiere of From, and if you're down for it, some Rings of Power tonight, because the new season is out of Rings of Power, and I like showing you Lord of the Rings stuff. New season goes crazy. From is lost, but more mid. Man, Wingo, I think you're just gonna go ahead and cop the I think you're just gonna go ahead and cop a 1 hour mute for that, honestly. Because like I've said, Wingo, a million times, I don't have permission for that? Oh, Wingo, you gotta get unmodded now so I can punish you. Wingo, you've been so annoying with your negativity. Everybody, like, even during the watch parties, has been telling you, will you please stop being so negative about everything that we watch? And so, I'm going to emphasize that we're serious about this, and you're going to get a 1 hour timeout and demodding. Sorry, Wingo, but you've been so negative. It's, like, actually, like, impossible to not, like, keep spirits up with how much you shit talk everything we watch party. Everyone's found it upsetting and has been telling you to stop, and now I'm finally stepping in. It's not even a timeout for bad media takes, it's just a timeout for, like, I think at this point it's a joke to just say, oh, I hate anything the chat likes, and it's, no one likes it. Like, no one is having fun with it. So just chill out with that, Wingo. Don't be mean to Wingo. Don't say, like, get fucked, but, like, I'm just saying, you're in timeout for an hour, because we're serious about that. Never let it be said that Zan plays favorites, because he doesn't. I don't play favorites. Do the Chud face instead. I can't pull it off. I bullied Wingo during the Avatar watch parties because he kept bringing up Legend of Korra when we weren't even watching it. Yeah, and watching Legend of Korra was very, very frustrating with Wingo shit-talking it the whole time. So we're putting my foot down on the constant negativity, okay? We are positivity-brained here, okay? From is so much better than Lost, lol. Lost is fantastic journey, but ultimately went nowhere in the end. Yeah, well, we don't know that From will go anywhere in the end, but, like, From is so much better at this point than Lost was at the point that... Like, we're on Season 2 of From. I am still struggling through Season 1 of Lost. It's good, but it's, like, nowhere near the level of compelling that From is, dude. I disagree that Lost has started out strong. I think Lost is getting better with the passing episodes, but it's, like, very much... It feels like having to force my way into it. I feel like a lot of the praise for it might be nostalgia. Oh no, Balth. It's all good, though. That's true, Bazooka Horse, yeah. From definitely feels like it has more of a point that it's heading to than Lost ever... Lost, it's just, like, getting out, while From has, like, mystery that's, like, inherent from the get-go. I'll join for From Season 3 watch parties, Xanderhall. I've been trying watch The Handmaid's Tale. Xanderhall, Harold Perrineau actually got to review the script and said he wouldn't work on From if it ended like Lost. Ah, cool. I have decided to bring my PC with me, though. Oh, based, okay. Alrighty. Chat, I'm going to take a quick restroom break, and I'm going to grab myself a monster. I will be right the frick back, okay? Don't go anywhere, alright? Stay tuned. I will be back shortly. I will not be gone for long. My dog was so excited to see me. She was clawing up my leg, just genuinely freaking out. So excited to see me come upstairs. And I wanted to take her down with me so I could show her on stream. But I need 2 hands to carry the dog because she squirms and she likes to be carried on her back, like kind of cradled like a little baby. And you have to like rub her belly while holding her with one arm. And I can't do that with a monster in my hands, so I couldn't bring her down, sadly. She's a very, very, very spoiled dog. She's very particular. Doggo's still home? Yeah. Yeah, my mom's still here. She's recovering from surgery. It's like 60 days out from surgery she's allowed to fly. And it's been, what now, 4 weeks? So she's pretty far into her recovery, don't get me wrong, but like, it's a while. It's 60 days after the surgery is when she's cleared to fly. It might be a little longer, like 65 or something. Wingo is whining on Discord right now. I swear to God, I've warned Wingo about this a million times. Like, you gotta stop negativity posting or I'm gonna mute you, because you're bringing everybody down. You're making everyone upset. You can't stop shit-talking stuff people like. No, Wingo. I'm not whining, I'm literally just talking. Listen, it's just a 1 hour mute, Wingo. Just take it on the chin, you know? It's not that serious, okay? I just had to let you know, like, because I've said like 15 times maybe, like, don't do that. It's very annoying when you shit talk things that people are here to enjoy, and bring the mood down, and you just kept doing it. Now you know that I'm serious about it, though. It's still a warning. It's just a warning lets you know it's actually a warning and not just memes. Bango the Buck, thank you for the $5. Holy crap, thank you. I really appreciate it. Said, hey Zan, just finished watching 7 hours worth of football and glad to wind down with you, or with one of your chill streams. Don't stop mewing. Meme. Oh, thank you, I appreciate it. See? Bango the Buck knows that I shouldn't stop mewing, and they donated to keep me mewing. That's what I like to see. I hope you enjoyed your football watching. Not really my cup of tea. Addressing the allegations. This is a 2-minute video from 5 months ago. What is this?
I'm going to be addressing some very serious allegations circulating about me on Twitter this past month. I've been accused of a lot, and I don't want to waste your time, so I'm going to go straight to it.
Is this real
Disclaimer,
or a meme video?
This video will get uncomfortable. So here's the tweet. It's called My Experience with Just Me Habibi. Skibbity Gyat Riz, only in Ohio, Duke Dennis, did you pray today, Livy done rizzing up baby Gronk, Sussy Imposter, Pibby Glitch in real life, Sigma Alpha Omega Male Grindset, Andrew Tate Goon Cave, Freddy Fazbear. Colleen Ballinger, Smurf Cat versus Strawberry Elephant, Blood Dog, Schmlog, I Show Speed, a whole bunch of turbulence about to come. Bro really think Cardi, literally hitting the gritty the Aki way, Kai Senate, Phantom Tax, Garden, a Ban, no Edging class, not the mosquito again, bussing Axel and Harlem, Whopper. 1-2 buckle my shoe, Goofy Aiden Ross, Sin City, Monday left me broken, quirked up white boy, busting it down sexual style, go to with the sauce. John Pork, Grimace Shake, Kiki do you love me, Huggy Wuggy, Nathaniel B, Lightskin Stare, Biggest Bird, Omar, the referee among us, Uncanny, Wholesome Reddit, Chungus, Keanu Reeves. Pizza Tower, Zesty Poggers, Kumalala Savesta, Quandale Dingle, Glizzy Rose Toy, Anka Zone, Thug Shaker, Morbin Time, DJ Khaled, Sisyphus, Ocean Gate, Shadow Wizard, Money Gang, Ayo the Pizza here, Plun Nair, Butthole Waxing. T-Pose, Ugandan Knuckles, Family Guy Funny Moments compilation with Subway Surfers gameplay at the bottom, Nick A30 Ratio, Uwu, Delulu, Opium Bird, CG5, Mewing, Fortnite Battle Pass, All My Fellas, GTA 6, Backrooms, Giga Chad, Base, Cringe, Kino, Red Pilled, No Nut November, Pokenut November, Wojak Literally 1984, Foot Fetish, F in the chat, I Love Lean, Looks Maxing Gassy, Incredible Theater, John Kaczynski, Social Credit, Bing Chilling, Xbox Live, Mr. Beast, Kid Named Finger, Better Call Saul, I Am a Surgeon, One in Acrylian, Hit or Miss, I Guess They Never Miss, Huh, I Like You Cut G, Ice Spice, We Go Jim, Kevin James, Josh Hutcherson, Edit Coffin of Andy and Lele, Metal Pipe Falling. Now, I don't expect to be
The end. Metal Pipe Falling goes crazy because that is Ethan's favorite meme of all time. Anytime we're watching something, I don't even find it funny, but I end up laughing at the fact he finds it so funny. We were watching Breaking Bad, and that one scene where Walt, like, falls off the railing and like that metal bit drops and makes the loudest noise you can imagine, Ethan just started laughing ridiculously hard at the noise. He loves the like metal pipe falling noise. It makes him laugh really hard. Then the sound of the metal falling in Breaking Bad made him laugh really hard, and I just started laughing uncontrollably because he couldn't stop laughing at the sound of the metal pipe. I don't know why, but the loud, horrific clang of a metal pipe just makes him laugh. And then I can't stop laughing at the fact that he's laughing so hard at it. It's contagious, dude. Dude, metal pipe falling is so good. Hold on. Let me metal. Hold on. I think we all need to listen to the metal pipe falling sound effect. It is pretty funny, to be fair. It is pretty fucking funny. Why is it so funny? Metal fans, damn this slaps. That one student in class with stainless steel water bottle when it falls. When is this going to be on Spotify? I'm a huge fan of heavy metal. This has to be one of my favorite songs. Is that 12-inch aluminum pipe from the Home Depot in Seattle, Washington, USA on the 11th aisle, serial number 6735? Secret to go to sleep. Put this video on loop. Put your headphones on. Put it on max volume. There you go. The fact this put me into hysterical laughter immediately is probably not a good thing. POV, your parents are sleeping and you are in the kitchen trying to get a midnight snack. Gravity, one of the greatest accidental contributors to comedy. Pinnacle of heavy metal. God, it adds so much flavor and spice to the sound. Can you get this in an hour long, please? As my professor used to say, damn, that sounded expensive. It's so calming when you have headphones up and volume at 100. He don't need no auto-tune. Oh, God. Do I believe in gravity? No. I actually believe that we are being pulled down by our shadows. Those assholes, they never leave us. They're always there with us. They're pulling us down. If it weren't for our shadows, we'd be able to fly, but they don't let us. Your shadow won't let you fly. It's unfortunate, I know. That asshole shadow you keeps you grounded to the earth. Yeah, and everything has a shadow, so that's why it gets held down. Zan, what about in diffused lighting? It's still there. It's just a diffused shadow. But it's still there. Yeah. Yeah, bet you guys didn't expect me to, like, invent a religious idea off the cuff. Sucks for you, Zan. I'm constantly being bathed in radiant light. I have no shadow. No, you have a shadow. If you're bathed in light, then you have more of a shadow. My shadow is now reflected onto the ceiling and stuck to the ceiling. Help me. Did you try to move it? Don't try to move your shadow without moving yourself. That's never a good idea. Yeah, that's why Peter Pan can fly, because he doesn't have a shadow. Did I just pull that from Peter Pan? Because I didn't mean to do that. Like, that was completely organic. Did I accidentally steal from Peter Pan? I remember something about him not having a shadow, and I think he can fly. Is that Chat, help me out here. I don't remember. Anyway, I guess with that said, thank you for the $5, Bango the Buck. I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Oh, he gets his shadow back and can still fly, so it's unrelated. Okay. Well, there's still a connection there. Maybe that was like some mental connection I'd formed and didn't realize. That's cool. Let me update the dono goal really fast with you guys' amazing generosity. He has a sentient shadow. Ah, I see. Okay. Cool, cool. All right. One sec, chat. I'm bringing up some stuff. All right. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, guys, today is the day. Today is the day that I go full boomer and I make a video warning you guys about a new drug. Not really a new drug. It's been around for quite some time, but the packaging and branding of this drug and its popularity and, you know, sort of resurgence in popularity, that's definitely new. Today we're going to be talking about Galaxy Gas. How many of you guys know what I'm talking about? How many of you guys don't? I'm really curious. Who here knows what Galaxy Gas is and who doesn't? No? No clue? Circa 111's familiar? A lot of people here have no clue. A lot of people here don't know. Okay, well, Galaxy Gas is something called Whippits. If you don't know what Whippits are, is there like a more like scientific breakdown of here's WebMD, if you trust that. Whippits or nitrous oxide are popular inhalant drugs. You may also hear them referred to as Whippits or Whip-Its. The drug gets its name from whipped cream aerosol canisters that people open to misuse the gas inside. Nitrous oxide cuts off oxygen to the brain, creating a euphoric high that lowers your mental and physical pain. So, what it does is replaces the oxygen in your breath. Like, if you take a huff of Whippits, it's replacing what would have been oxygen that your lungs would have filtered and put into your blood, and then your heart would have pumped that oxygen to parts of your body, such as your brain. It replaces that with nitrous oxide, thus asphyxiating your brain for a short amount of time. It also reduces feeling, apparently, because you don't have as much blood traveling to your extremities as well, so I guess you feel less and you get all tingly. The way I've had a high from this described to me is that everything goes completely black, and all you hear is warm, 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 warm for like 10 to 15 seconds before it wears off. Here's the thing, though. Whippets have been around for a long time. There are definitely some people who have made their entire life's goal to talk about how bad Whippets are and to stay away from that. It is definitely considered one of the more destructive drugs to your body, physically and mentally. A good example of somebody who has done Whippets for a very long time and now heavily advocates against it is Steve-O, the guy from Jackass. I'm not sure if you're aware, but if you've ever heard Steve-O speak, which obviously his voice is very iconic, well, here's what he claims was the cause of his voice being the way it is.
The most asked questions about Steve-O always has, what happened to Steve-O's voice? So I went to a voice doctor to try to figure it out. The doctor put a scope down, looked at my vocal cords. He said, your vocal cords are fine, but you're using your voice wrong. You're using the muscles at the top, and you're not using the vocal cords properly. I was like, so you're telling me I just suck at talking? The reason that I first went to that guy was because I was feeling self-conscious. I ended up seeing a vocal coach who was having me like, speak with it was just like I was doing these exercises which just felt so foreign, and my fiance was just like, don't change it. I think it's sexy. That's who you are.
Yes.
Don't change it. I'm self-conscious about it. But I do also get a kick out of how recognizable it is.
That's interesting. I heard him talk about on Game Grumps like years and years ago. If you don't remember, when Game Grumps were playing through Dark Souls 3, they had Steve-O on as a guest, and he talked about how Whippets, or how he fucked up his voice. Maybe he lied then, or was making a joke or something. Maybe he hadn't gone to the doctor yet and figured out what was wrong with him, and he just assumed that. But that's what he said at the time. But Steve-O is known as a pretty public user of Whippets back in the day. He is now very much against it. He is very publicly anti-Whippet. He seems to be convinced that it is one of the more destructive drugs one could take that's like broadly available, like outside of heroin and stuff. How do people use Whippets? To use an inhalant drug, a person will breathe in the fumes from a closed source. They may cover their face in the canister with a bag or mask to inhale Whippets, or they may put the gas into a balloon and inhale it from there. Whippets highs are short, so many users huff or sniff the fumes over and over and over after their first high. According to a 2022 survey, that all this does not, this stuff does not matter to what we're talking about now. Whippets effects. Some people believe that Whippets are safer to use than other inhalant drugs, but nitrous oxide misuse can be very harmful. How long does the Whippet high last? The Whippets will create a euphoric high within 10 seconds. This happens because they mess with your body's central nervous system, slowing down brain activity when they cut off oxygen. The high only lasts a few minutes, leading users to repeatedly sniff large quantities over a short period to continue the buzz. Experts still don't understand exactly how nitrous oxide affects the body, but these are some of the general effects. You feel joyful, happy, or excited. Your mind feels separate from your body, like it's floating. Your ability to sense things such as pain, sound, and touch is lowered. You have visual and auditory hallucinations, more common if you mix Whippets with other drugs. But the side effects of Whippets are like those of alcohol. While nitrous oxide might not affect your memory, intelligence, or concentration to the extent that other drugs do, it will still have an impact. Symptoms depend on your weight, overall health, the amount you use, and if you've mixed it with other drugs, they include headaches, blurry vision, nausea, vomiting, experiencing delusions or false beliefs, a lack of balance or coordination, slurred speech, irregular heartbeat, weakness in the legs, dizziness or tiredness, tingling sensations. There have been long-term effects associated with brain damage, liver damage, hearing loss, kidney damage, or failure, a lack of oxygen or breathing trouble, a lack of vitamin B12. Whippets apparently prevent B12 from being absorbed in the body, causing nerve damage, a loss of overall coordination, damage to your bone marrow, issues with behavioral development, heart rate disruption, lowered blood pressure, lasting ringing or buzzing in your ears, no control over your bladder or bowels, or depression, psychosis, or similar issues. Now, there's a whole section about how you can reduce harm of Whippets. Apparently, monitoring your vitamin B12 levels can have positive effects, but this video is not really about like, oh, did you do Whippets and fuck yourself up doing it? Well, here's how you can fix yourself. Now listen, if you're an adult and you want to huff nitrous oxide, you're an adult and you can do what you want. It's not my job. But what I'm here to talk about is the fact that kids, this is marketed at kids. I'm not just talking about Whippets, I'm talking about specifically Galaxy Gas. If you go into a store, a gas station, anywhere where this kind of thing might be sold, then you might see massive canisters labeled Galaxy Gas. And yes, all of that is meant for getting high off of and huffing. Of course, because it can't be advertised as that, the actual product is advertised by the company like this. Galaxy Gas Vanilla Cupcake Nitro Cold Brew. Yes, this is flavored Whippets, by the way. They're flavored. You know, so the kids can have their nice flavored Whippets, right? Obviously heavily marketed to kids, but this is also, they're very tongue-in-cheek with their advertising. Let's watch. So this is how big a Galaxy Gas canister is. That's right. Before, people were huffing little things about this big, like maybe this long, like those little Whippets canisters. This is what the kids are huffing now. So the people in chat who did Whippets once or twice and were giving me shit for talking about how bad this is, now you get why I was concerned. If they were just huffing like one or two little cartridges, maybe it wouldn't be a big deal, right? These are bigger than Pringles cans. If you're not watching the stream right now and you're just listening, when I said that these were as long as a child's arm and thicker, yeah, I wasn't joking. I was not joking. These things are fucking huge and crammed full of nitrous oxide that is being sold these are not for using to, like, whip up things and to do what, like, this is meant for. These are made and advertised with flavors. They literally call it flavor specifically so that people will huff it and taste it like the gas, and 2, to appeal to kids. Adults have been doing Whippets, teenagers have been doing Whippets, just plain nitrous oxide for a long time. This is a vape company, and yes, I did research in the company. This is a vape company based out of Tennessee that is dipping into the legal drug market in the realm of advertising nitrous oxide, which is associated with long-term brain damage, especially when used young, at kids. And they're not just advertising it in small quantities, but quantities so fucking large that one canister might do permanent brain damage. Now, if you're wondering what it looks like when someone does this stuff, we've got some videos. But first, we've got celebrities, rappers, and other people with large audiences who, well, I guess now's a good time to introduce this theory. If you look up Galaxy Gas on Twitter, you'll see that Black Twitter has a bit of a theory going around that Galaxy Gas is an FBI psyop being pushed by feds on young black kids to harm their development and stunt their growth and mental development because, and you know, the quote is that I heard was, the the feds realized that this generation of young black people might be revolutionaries and had to introduce drugs back into the community. I think that was the tweet that went very viral that I saw and ended up liking. I don't think it's true. I don't think this is some, like, government psyop where they're trying to, like, introduce a new drug or like a drug into the black community at, like, targeted at young people to fuck them over while they're developing. But regardless of that, the fact that these, like, candy-flavored nitrous canisters are sold primarily in areas that are predominantly black, marketed, let's be honest, just like menthol cigarettes and stuff and vapes and all that, marketed primarily at black kids. This is definitely a race issue to an extent. This is an issue that is predominantly going to affect people of color, lower income families who have kids that are going to be around not the best environment, who aren't going to have, like, super attentive parents because they're busy making money and making sure the roof stays above their head. This is not an exclusively lower income issue, but it is an overwhelmingly lower income issue. And if you see it if you go on TikTok or Twitter, most of the videos of people doing Galaxy Gas are young black men. And so you're seeing a lot of, like, rappers and like large influencers make videos like this, which I really like.
Nigga, the only way to do that Galaxy Gas shit without fucking your brain up, first you gotta check the drip. You know what I'm saying? Get the tip, get that bitch beeping like this here.
I like that video a lot. This has been a trend, by the way, where people buy a Galaxy Gas canister and they're like, here's how you do Galaxy Gas. They open it and then they throw it in a trash can or a dumpster. Like, legit, like, don't do this shit. This is so bad that it looks like a psyop the feds are pushing on the black community to keep, like, to harm the development of young black kids. Like, it is insane. Now, I don't know how much damage Whippets might do to your brain when you're an adult. Maybe not as much. But there is no way in the world, even if you're one of those super pro-drugs people here, that you can say kids doing Whippets is okay in any quantity. Kids do not need to be altering their brain chemistry in any way with any drugs while it's still developing. And so, yes, going after this stuff and turning it into a cultural taboo, I think is a responsibility of anybody with a platform. I found out about this stuff a few days ago and was like, I'm making a segment about it. Fuck it, I'm making a segment about it. Here's some videos of people doing Galaxy Gas, like actually doing it. Maybe? Is that really it? Shit. The guy on the left does not seem to want any part of it.
Big boy, big dude.
Now they're driving. Oh my god, he's driving. Dare stopped too early, dude? No, Dare was just a really bad campaign. Dare told you, like, you'd ruin your life if you smoked weed, and then kids, like, realized weed wasn't all that bad, and then decided Dare is bullshit, and then started trying every drug at least once, and that's how addictions start. Dare was awful because it wasn't nuanced enough. Once people found out, like, all the drugs are bad shit was lying about weed, then what reason is there for teens not to feel completely lied to and start trying everything? And that's how addictions start. I was in high school once. I saw the blossom of many addictions. There was a girl I was friends with whose opioid addiction started with Oxy in high school. She was fucking a dude at the high school for free Oxy. That shit starts pretty young. So yeah, drug addiction is no joke, and yeah, it affects people who are astonishingly young, and like astonishingly young people are doing fucked up things to feed their addictions as well, and they're hiding it from their parents. His life is over. Galaxy Gas. Galaxy Gas needs to be stopped. This is destroying lives.
Let's see, man. I'm from the Whip. Going down the street, man.
That man just took one hit of that and all of a sudden sounded like he could play Bruce Wayne. Unfortunately, it gets worse. For anyone who's wondering, what the hell is this? I'm gonna tell you in a second, but I want to show you that it's not just young, impressionable kids doing this. It's famous rappers and like Adam.
I've been showcasing cases of positive role models that have been denouncing Whippits and Galaxy Gas in this case, but there are obviously large figures that seem to be promoting it, like the No Jumper podcast, which is a massive sports-themed podcast that has a predominantly black male audience, encouraging the use of Galaxy Gas, doing it on the podcast. It really feels like some kind of drug psyop, so I get why Black Twitter thinks that the feds are behind this, but I've done my own research, and I think there might be something fishy going on, but I don't think it involves the feds.
22 who's into this freak.
You gotta hit it one time, bro, for the camera, bro. You gotta hit it one time, bro. Twist it more.
I really like this comment from Sunshine RFF because for some reason, a lot of medical professionals watch my content for some fucking reason. I'm not shit-talking this in any way. It's just I feel a little bit of imposter syndrome when I find out people whose jobs it is to save lives watch my content and find value in it. It just makes me feel weird. Like in a, really? Like, okay. If you say my content's worth that much kind of vibe, you know? A little bit of imposter syndrome. But Sunshine RFF said in chat, we carry nitrous on our ambulance. One of the big problems is I don't think Galaxy Gas is made with medical-grade nitrous oxide. Mind you, nitrous oxide is used in medical settings, like laughing gas, I think it's called, right? Like, isn't that just like the term for it, or is that something else? I think laughing gas, like at the dentist you would get before like a tooth pulling or something, is just nitrous oxide. Plus, when we administer it to a patient, it's mixed with oxygen, so it's only like 20% nitrous and 80% oxygen. Yeah, so when you're sedating someone or whatever, it seems like you're only giving them a small amount, but this Galaxy Gas stuff, who knows how high quality it is, what kind of medical grade it is, if it's safe in the first place to put in your body, in the state that it's in. Two, because who knows what propellant they're using, right? Although nitrous itself, isn't that a propellant? Maybe it propels itself. Regardless, you don't know what chemical additives are in there. You don't know what they're using to, like, make that work. That could be something you don't want in your lungs. And on top of that, if you're huffing that shit, you're huffing, like, 100% nitrous. Presumably. Almost 100% nitrous. That's not 20% to 80% ratio that's medically recommended. Yeah.
Adam, you know what the that shit is, bro. You did it like...
What's your name? Where you...
Yeah. This stuff is not... This is not a good trend that's taking off right now. There are other content creators as well that have been making videos about this trend. This YouTuber named Cody, who's only got 6.5 thousand subs, so go and subscribe if his video ends up being good. Xander, the flavoring, what is the flavoring? It's like orange, like grape, any candy flavor you could imagine. I'm putting the original link in the chat here so you guys can watch it too, because I don't want to just like yoink this... this creator's content. I want you guys to go check it out if you end up liking it. and become fans too. So let's go ahead and watch this. This is a video called Stay Away from Galaxy Gas. There's actually not a lot of big YouTube content about this yet. It's still a somewhat newish topic. There's not even a lot of news coverage of this yet. Like, the news hasn't even gotten to fear-mongering about Galaxy Gas yet. As a former addict, this stuff is dangerous. I went from doing this stuff to doing Fent. It's a slippery slope for real. That doesn't surprise me, considering Galaxy Gas is described as like a euphoric, almost opiate-like high. So the idea that you would go to narcotics, like opioid narcotics, after Galaxy or after like Whippits, sounds real. Like, that sounds like a reasonable path someone would take if they're trying to get like a longer-lasting, more potent version of that, right? Because it's a euphoric kind of vibe, which is what opiates are supposed to give too. Haven't done opiates before, never will, but that's how it's described. That's how Breaking Bad makes me think it would be.
Have you heard about Galaxy Gas? It's basically being used as the new term for Whippets. And if you don't know what Whippets are, then you are probably too young to be watching this video, and this shouldn't apply to you anyway. But for those of you who just really don't know what Whippets are, they're basically canisters of compressed nitrous oxide.
So yeah, when people heard me talking about Galaxy Gas being like bad and evil, there's a good chance
Really
that some
don't know
old
what
school
Whippets are. They're basically canisters
partiers in chat were just thinking of this, like, okay, sure, kids probably shouldn't be huffing nitrous, but if they're just huffing something like this, not a big problem. I think most of you had your tune changed very quickly when you saw how big a Galaxy Gas can is. And we're like, oh shit. I know exactly what that is. What the fuck? Yes, if you've ever been to a bonfire, if you've been to like a little area outdoors where people will get together at night and drink and party, you can probably kick your foot through the gravel or sand and find a lot of these. I know that back out in California, I would go out to places out in the desert. I'd find like an old campsite or an old fire pit, and I'd kick my feet through the sand, and I'd kick up these little canisters of old used Whippets, because people would just go out there in the desert, sit around a fire at night, and do Whippets all night, and just leave their canisters in the ground, and you'd just be able to... You could fish them out of the ground like you could fish the lead bullets out of the end of a firing range. It's the same effect, same vibe.
Compressed nitrous oxide. It's also a British breed of dog, but sadly that's not what we're talking about today. You might know nitrous oxide a bit better by its nickname laughing gas, the sedative that doctors and dentists use.
Yeah.
Maybe you know it as NOS.
Okay, wait. Technically, I think I have done nitrous oxide before. I got my wisdom teeth taken out, and they put me on this shit. I'm pretty sure they used it to put me out. I remember it as being completely asleep and not existing. But apparently I was still awake during the procedure and responsive, just very doped up on the laughing gas. So I've technically had it before. Do you want to know what I remember from it? Nothing. The closest thing I can imagine to what death must be like is what it was like to be on that stuff. Because the moment they put the mask on me, I counted down from 10 to 7. Nothing. My memory stops at saying the word 7. And the next thing I remember is like opening my eyes and sitting in a wheelchair and mumbling through the cotton balls in my mouth, "It's over?" Because I was so confused. Like, what? It's over? Because it was like instant, like 7, and now the surgery's over and I'm in a wheelchair. My brain could not process, you know? So yeah, I guess I have been on it before. Interesting. In a medical setting, I guess. And that was the experience for me.
The Furious movies. You know, the gas that they shoot into their engines to make their cars go like 200 miles an hour? I need NOS.
It's very explosive.
It can also be found in ordinary whipped cream canisters that you get at the grocery store, which I believe is the origin of why it's even...
This is why you very much don't want to leave any pressurized can of anything near a hot surface like your stove or a lit fire or a candle or anything. Also, I do this myself, and this is just a random safety PSA. Every single one of you should have a fire extinguisher in your kitchen. And make sure it is not out of date either, because they expire. I have a fire extinguisher in my kitchen. I keep it on the opposite side of the kitchen from the stove, because if a fire breaks out, I don't want to have to reach past fire or run past fire to get to it. I want to be able to like grab it and then use it from a safe distance. So plan that kind of stuff out. Get a fire extinguisher and have it in your kitchen, guys. Very important. Little Xander Hall safety PSA.
Called a Whippet. You see, Whippets are a type of inhalant drug. The drug gets its name from whipped cream aerosol canisters that people open to misuse the gas inside. You know when you get to the end of a can of whipped cream and you press on the nozzle, a little bit of air will still expel from the end of it. Well, that's not air, that's nitrous oxide, and that's what causes the whipped cream to come out in such a fluffy form. That leftover nitrous oxide at the bottom of the can is the stuff that people have been abusing for years. People will put their mouths around the nozzle and huff this stuff. Nitrous oxide cuts off oxygen to the brain, creating a euphoric high that lowers your mental and physical pain. And unless you're in a controlled environment, it's absolutely horrible for you. I'll talk more about the side effects later, but just trust me, you do not want to do this stuff. Please don't. But when you think about it, by the time—
And another big thing is because it's legal. I don't know if the consumption of it that way is legal, but because you can just go into a store, buy it, and they don't even card you, it seems. You see a lot of kids and a lot of teenagers and some adults using it in public. You know the fentanyl slouch? I assume you guys are familiar with it, the fentanyl slouch. Like, oh, there's people doing fentanyl in public. They are doing the fentanyl slouch on the side of the road. Wow, okay. There is a Whippets equivalent of that is becoming increasingly popular or common, where people are posting videos of dudes that are just, like, sitting on a bench in the middle of, like, a city, passed out with a can of Galaxy gas in their hand. It's like they've been robbed like 10 minutes ago, for sure. You know, like someone took their wallet and ran away, for sure, like 5 or 10 minutes before. So that's just one way in which it could fuck you, because people are doing this shit in public in a not controlled environment, and it literally could just knock you the fuck out for like 10 minutes, apparently. So, yeah.
By the time you get to the bottom of a full can of whipped cream, there's not that much nitrous oxide left at the bottom of the can. So while it is still really bad for you, the effects could still be minimal. But imagine if you were able to buy an entire can of just the nitrous oxide. A can 3-4 times the size of the—
Mind you, back in the day, besides those tiny little canisters, which have always been a thing, I've seen people buy those at vape shops, by the way. They sell Whippets at vape shops all the time, especially in Southern California. And I've seen people buy that shit. When I saw people buy it, do you want to know who I was seeing buying those canisters of Whippets? Almost exclusively blonde, middle-aged white women. For some reason, that appeared to be the California demographic of Whippet use. And they had not, like blonde, middle-aged white women who had not left their party days behind, I should add. And so that was definitely interesting. This Galaxy gas is definitely not targeted that same audience of like middle-aged white women who just want to buy their little gas canisters and get fucked up. I don't think they even sell Galaxy gas where I live. Thank fuck, I guess, lol. I guarantee you, if you live in a high-income white community, it's going to be harder for you to find Galaxy gas in local stores than in a lower-income, predominantly black community. There's a reason why there are so many conspiracies about this being some sort of race-attacking psyop. And I've got my theories about it because I did some research on the people who own the company and run the, sell Galaxy gas, like where it comes from and who's behind it, because I wanted to find out, okay, who are these people? And I found some stuff. I found some stuff that might be interesting. Let's watch.
Cream canister. Well, I'm here to tell you, you can. But I'm assuming a lot of you already know this because TikTok has far and away beat me to this. The brand is called Galaxy Gas, and it was founded in 2021. They advertise their products as premium flavored whipped cream chargers. Basically, this is just a can full of compressed nitrous oxide. Galaxy Gas supposedly and inherently is not made to be used as a Whippet, though. In fact, let's go through the process of what they actually expect people to use.
I want to say right now, a little spoiler. Due to my research, this company is in no way just producing large cans of nitrous for the sake of culinary uses and proper use. The company selling this is a vape company. It is 3 siblings that run a vape company that operates out of Tennessee that has started Galaxy Gas as like a second branch or another arm of their company, their vape company. They sell Delta 8, so like loophole legal weed, in states where weed's not legal. They sell nicotine vapes, and they sell Galaxy Gas. If Galaxy Gas is not meant to be used like a drug, then one of these things is very much not like the other, and they must be expanding into a whole new realm of business outside of drugs and legal loopholing getting drugs.
What's this stuff for?
So, let me tell you guys a fun little thing, okay? Crackheads, sorry to any crack smokers in chat who find that term offensive. Crackheads use a glass pipe, typically, to smoke crack. But where do you get a glass pipe for smoking crack, you might be wondering? Like, where do you get that? Like, thinking about, like, do you have to get it, is it as hard as getting drugs? Because it's paraphernalia for drugs, right? Like, where do you get a crack pipe? Well, you get a crack pipe the same way that these people sell illegal drugs. Like nitrous, they sell it as something else. Apparently, crack pipes are sold as something called a rose. And you go in to like a vape store or a smoke shop or even a gas station, depending on the neighborhood, you know? And they'll be selling these little things. I've seen them on shelves before, too. They'll be selling these little plastic boxes that have a little glass crack pipe in them. Like, that is a fucking crack pipe. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I see it right there on the shelf. And it'll have a little rose in it. Or they'll sell it as an incense or oil burner for, like, the idea is, I guess you would, like, put essential oil into it, heat it up, and then blow out instead of blowing in to smoke crack. And so, crack pipes, which is a form of drug paraphernalia, hardcore drug paraphernalia, are sold publicly and legally, but they just call it and advertise it as a different thing because technically you can't make a shape of glass object illegal, right? And nitrous oxide has uses that range from cars to cooking. And so as long as it's sold as a thing you use for making, whipped cream and coffee, then they can get away with this. And that's why their advertising is this tongue-in-cheek showcase of how to make whipped cream using galaxy gas. It's the same barely legal bullshit that allows bodegas and gas stations and smoke shops to sell crack pipes publicly, legally, as a cop is in the store during the transaction and can do nothing about that. It's the same bullshit.
So first of all, this is for whipped cream. It's supposed to make your whipped cream fluffier and add flavor to it as it's coming out of the dispenser. So to add to this, you also need a whipped cream dispenser, which is an extra charge. So once you've got your whipped cream in the dispenser, you take out your bottle of galaxy gas and quickly attach your pressure regulator that I'm sure we all have just laying around. We all have pressure gauge regulators just sitting on our counters. If you want their version, that is sold separately as well, on top of the dispenser and the galaxy gas itself.
Because no one is getting anything but the canister that is made with a little mouthpiece to get high off of.
So that's cool. That's another charge. If you want it to actually work, you have to buy all of it. Did I mention how expensive the canisters are, by the way? So basically, you connect the pressure.
I don't think cops need to concern themselves with what people choose to do with their own bodies. Yeah, but I think it's probably fine for cops to, like, crack down on actual drug manufacturers and distributors and, like, sellers. Like, drug sellers are typically the bad ones, not the users and consumers of it, right? Like, we don't want to criminalize possession. Like the war on drugs was so bad because it put so much effort into criminalizing possession and use rather than the distribution, production, and like so much police money was spent on just busting teenagers smoking pot instead of like actually going after crime gangs that are like engaging in large scale narcotic distribution of drugs that actually ruin people's lives, you know? The drug war was bad for so many reasons, you know, and one of those biggest reasons is that it didn't focus on the actual problem, which are those that take advantage of addicts and sell them drugs. And yeah, we need to regulate and legalize all drugs. That would probably be good. Yeah. Get it, like not having it be illegal in the first place and having there be, like medically, overseen and regulated sources for them would probably be best. Like if you were like a opioid addict, the idea that like to get your fix you have to go into a clinic where you have to do it like there in a safe setting while also being recommended like paths to sobriety, that's a way better system than how we do things today. I think that's actually how I forget what country in Europe did this and had some pretty good outcomes. But there is also some downsides to it. I know that there were some pretty alarming things that came out of Portugal, with the drug legalization. There were some downsides that came from it too. I don't remember what, but it wasn't all good. It wasn't like such a obvious, easy solution like we all thought it was. Some later data came out that suggested some downsides to total legalization.
Pressure regulator to the Galaxy Gas. Then you run some soft tubing that looks like it would either go in like a PC build or a fish tank between the Galaxy Gas and the whipped cream dispenser. You then fill the whipped cream dispenser, constantly checking the pressure gauges on your Galaxy Gas to make sure that nothing's gonna explode. Then after a few seconds, you detach the Galaxy Gas, shake the whipped cream dispenser, and voila, here's the end result. Oh wow, yeah. I mean, I guess that's even a little fluffier than normal.
Wait, what? This is so not made to fluff up cream. If you've actually seen whipped cream before at all, that is not fluffed whipped cream. That's practically like melted cream. I mean, it's definitely been fluffed, but like it's very obvious this is not a product made to actually fluff up whipped cream. You guys, I'm sure some of you guys have seen proper whipped cream before. This is not fluffed up whipped cream. It's melting. It's literally melting.
I wouldn't say it was worth hundreds of dollars to get it that way, but, you know, I don't know. But this is my point. How many people do you think are getting up every day and doing this process? I have a strong feeling the number is quite slim. But you're telling me this shit's sold out everywhere? They're on websites, sold out. Walmart, yes, you could buy this stuff at Walmart. Yeah, I was gonna say it was sold out, but it seems that you could actually...
Yeah, it's flying off the shelves, obviously.
Actually purchase a 6-pack of the mango smoothie flavor for the low price of just $250. Which is honestly a good segue into my next point. The fact that they are making these things flavored in a way that doesn't sound awful is honestly kind of funny to me. I mean, look at this. They have watermelon flavor, orange creamsicle, vanilla cupcake. Yum, dude. Vanilla cupcake whipped cream might actually be pretty good. Orange creamsicle whipped cream? I could try that. I need to get my hands on some Galaxy Gas real quick. The reason I find it so funny is because nitrous oxide is known for being both colorless and tasteless. So up until this point, when people would do Whippits, it was...
Yeah, it doesn't taste like anything, apparently. I mean, I don't remember any flavor when I got put under for surgery, for sure. But yeah, like, the flavoring of it wasn't to cover up, like, a rank flavor that people couldn't stand. Like, for example, weed. Weed is flavored a lot of the time. Like, if you get a weed cart, it tends to be flavored. I'm inclined to believe that's far less because... it's meant to try and appeal to kids with the flavorings, and more that, like, adult legal users of weed vary on their favoring of the flavor of weed. Some people love that grassy, earthy weed flavor, and some people just cannot fucking stand it. And so before weed was ever even legal in a single U.S. state, people have been breeding it, and breeding strains and cloning strains that taste differently than like your rank, skunky, basic weed flavor. And that's, I think, mostly just to sort of market different strains in one area, but also because like weed is kind of the worst part of weed is its flavor for a lot of people. And so flavoring it is a pretty straightforward and reasonable path that I don't feel is motivated by trying to get kids into it. But nitrous has always been tasteless and flavorless. The idea of flavoring it is just to make it appeal to kids. Like, there's no other reason to flavor it like that than to make it appeal to kids, which it is blowing up with, which are kids. The kids love this shit, apparently. It's flying off the shelves. It's really popular in high schools and middle schools right now. High-end restaurants make their own cream and would use those culinary nitrous packets to fluff them. Whipped cream from a can has a lot of preservatives and food coloring. That's why that chef-made whipped cream didn't look normal.
It's pretty much just for the feeling. But now you can experience brain damage and the taste of cinnamon roll all at the same time. Now, doesn't that just sound like fun? Speaking of brain damage, let's talk about some of the side effects that misusing nitrous oxide can cause. So like I said, in the short term, it gets you high. I'm pretty sure you could have put that together at this point, though.
Doing nitrous oxide is like holding your breath without really holding your breath. So like, you know how your body, if you suffocate yourself or like you hold your own breath, your body will eventually force you to breathe. You cannot suffocate yourself. You cannot force yourself to choke or suffocate. Worst case scenario, you eventually pass out and resume breathing, and you're fine once you start breathing again, usually, right? your body is designed to keep you breathing and to keep oxygen in your blood and moving through your body, right? Which means simply stopping breathing, you can't make yourself suffocate and die that way, or even give yourself brain damage that way realistically. It's pretty hard, apparently. Galaxy gas, or nitrous in general, allows you to continue taking breaths. In the case of some of these people, they might be taking repeated huffs of the galaxy gas, and it replaces the oxygen with the nitrous oxide. It's not that you're not getting any oxygen, it's that you're replacing it. And I don't think the CO2 that you're already producing is getting out too easily either when you're huffing that. And so instead of what might be like 1 or 2 minutes of holding your breath worth of damage that you might do to your tissues in your body with a lack of properly oxygenated blood, in this case, you're not feeling that like chest pain that tells you need to take a deep breath and that your body needs oxygen. The lightheadedness you feel is you asphyxiating, but that's the high you're chasing and continuously huffing to get more of. Not to mention, we're talking about, in many cases, a younger group of people using this. At a certain point, you are going to end up depriving yourself of oxygen for too long if you use this too much. And kids don't know how to moderate. Kids are going to make TikToks where they're just taking the biggest hits they can, and they may deprive their brains of critical levels of oxygen for a critical amount of time. Because it might take a minute or so of hard breathing before you've gotten the proper amount of oxygenation back into your brain tissues. It's a scary thought. And God help you if you have an already pre-existing condition, like if you already have low blood pressure, who knows what kind of negative downsides there could be to just one use of nitrous oxide. Yeah, it's just, there's a lot of concern here. There's a lot of concern here about how this could hurt people. Notably the fact that it's sold in such a massive quantity, as if you're supposed to huff that shit down.
Users report feeling joyful, happy, and excited. According to some people, it causes your mind to feel separate from your body, almost as if it's floating. Your ability to sense things such as pain, sound, or touch is drastically lowered, and it's possible to even have visual or auditory hallucinations, although that is more common when it is paired with other drugs. Now, those are the good side effects that you could get from doing this. Here are some of the real problems that it can bring about. I'll just read off the list. Dizziness, tiredness, weakness in the legs, irregular heartbeat, nausea, vomiting, the list goes on. And if you're wondering about long-term health effects, doing Whippits can lead to things like brain damage, liver damage, hearing loss, kidney damage or failure, a lack of oxygen or breathing problems, heart rate disruption, and the—
Wait, if I remember correctly, I think Steve-O explained that the Whippets damaged his nervous system and that's why he can't speak correctly. I think that might have been the lore behind it, and he just didn't explain it there, but I think that was the explanation he gave, if I'm not mistaken. Someone can go back to that old Steve-O episode of Game Grumps and find it if they want. But, Zan, the reason you feel pain when you hold your breath is because your body can sense the amount of carbonic acid from CO2 in your blood. Your body doesn't know that oxygen is entering your body, only that CO2 is leaving. Fair, actually. Fair, yeah. The CO2 is what makes everything burn, yeah.
The list goes on. I also know that people can develop extreme nerve damage throughout their entire body from doing this. So, still sound like a fun time? Now you may be wondering, why is this stuff legal? Well, like I said before, nitrous oxide has a lot of practical uses. It's used in hospitals, it's used by mechanics, and it's also used for food products. But using these canisters for recreational purposes is completely illegal. In fact, in many states, you can be fined and or jailed for violating inhalant laws, such as selling these inhalants to minors or inhaling them yourself. I wish I could only blame the consumer for this issue as well, but it's really not entirely their fault. Obviously, addiction is its own thing, and it's up to you to get through that yourself. You've brought that upon yourself a lot of the time, but I don't think a company should aid in helping the addiction move along faster. The people over at Galaxy Gas HQ have got to know what they're doing. They know exactly who they're selling these products.
They do, and I'll be getting into that in a moment.
Even if they do advertise to a completely different demographic, they know who's buying this stuff. And I really do think it's scummy of them to continue aiding in the addiction cycle like this. If they really were a good company, I think they'd try to put more measures into place to keep this out of the hands of people that will abuse it. They definitely wouldn't sell it at some smoke shops. You gotta fact check me on that. I don't know for sure if that's true, because I thought it was illegal to sell stuff like that in a smoke shop, but I have...
Let's see. I mean, they
company,
sold it.
I think they tried to put
sold
some measures into
carts
place to
of
keep
that
this
shit
out of the
in
hands of
smoke
people
shops
that
in
will abuse
California.
it. They definitely wouldn't sell it
I
to
know
some
that for
smoke
sure.
shops. You gotta fact check me on that. I don't know for sure if that's true because I thought it was illegal.
Senate Bill 193 will make selling nitrous in smoke and tobacco shops specifically a criminal offense. Retailers or their employees can be charged with misdemeanor in 2019. Senate Bill 193 will make. So, did it pass? Because that was 2019. Senate Bill 193. Inhalants. No, it did not pass. It does not look like it passed. Not in the California Senate, nor the National Senate. It got amended a couple times, but it didn't go through. Yeah, I don't think that succeeded. So yeah, that was a bill that I don't think that actually went through. This might be a mistake. I don't think it is illegal. I think that bill was pushed for in the California State Senate, SB 193, and it didn't go through. It went through a few amendments. They tried to get it through by changing it up a bit after it went through, like, I imagine some committees or whatever, and they said, no, you got to change this a bit. And I don't think it actually went through. And this was just California State Senate, so this wouldn't have been national either.
To sell stuff like that in a smoke shop, but I have seen comments of people saying that they have seen it in smoke shops before. So let me know if you've ever seen it in a smoke shop. I don't spend much time in smoke shops, so this might be a good time.
I haven't been to a smoke shop in a hot minute because I get my nicotine vapes just mailed to me, and I haven't been to a dispensary since I quit. But I can tell you that when I lived in California and I'd go to vape shops, they sold not Galaxy gas, but straight up those little metal cartridges of nitrous oxide, the old school Whippits canisters.
Time to say, by the way, that I've never done anything like this in my entire life. This would scare the shit out of me to even attempt, even if I was with my friends, so I've never even considered doing it. I do dabble with a bit of the devil's lettuce from time to time, but I live in California and I'm 23, so we are good on all fronts there. I just can't believe this is another thing becoming popular in part because of TikTok. You can literally look up videos on TikTok of people huffing Galaxy gas and genuinely tweaking on camera. And the videos have millions of views, hundreds of thousands of likes. So the algorithm is pushing this content to people. It's not like blocking it or shadow banning the accounts posting it, which is kind of odd to me. I feel like that's what you'd think would be blocked on TikTok, an app primarily full of kids. Even on YouTube, the same videos and shorts are posted with hundreds of thousands of views. I don't think you can really even smoke weed on YouTube without getting demonetized. So, can't smoke on camera, but you are allowed to destroy your brain cells real time with zero penalties whatsoever.
You can. It just has to be like, it depends on the situation. I think glorifying it isn't allowed, so like weed YouTube got fucked. Like marijuana channels that like do weed lifestyle stuff got fucked over, but I think you're still allowed to like smoke weed. It won't get you demonetized. Like Joe Rogan, for example. I mean, obviously he would get away with anything. He could kill someone on his show and YouTube wouldn't care, but regardless, like he smokes weed in his show a lot. YouTube does not give a fuck. So I think it's more not doing it that gets you. I think it's like the promotion and like content coverage of it that'll get you, if it's the subject matter of a video.
Sounds fair to me. Apparently another term on TikTok for this is chroming. Maybe it's not just a TikTok term, but that's what the challenge on TikTok that's going around is called. The chroming challenge. But I'm assuming chroming is just another term for Whippits. From what I can find, the chroming challenge on TikTok.
Is this like the spraying, like the chrome spray paint on your mouth and huffing the paint fumes to get high? Is that what it's a reference to?
Refers to the act of inhaling fumes from a toxic source, such as an aerosol can, a spray deodorant, or a paint container. I'm assuming they mean, like, spray paint when they say paint container. A teenage girl in Ireland recently passed away from what is thought to be causes related to this trend.
So in light of recent news stories that I woke up to this morning, I thought I'd talk about chroming and the effects that I've seen chroming have on people's brains.
Witness me!
A 13-year-old girl has unfortunately passed away after suffering a cardiac arrest from chroming.
She forgot to yell "witness me" before she did it. That was the big problem. Before you huff an entire can of chrome spray paint sprayed directly into your mouth, you do have to yell "witness me" or you will die of heavy metal poisoning.
In itself doesn't ward you away from doing this kind of stuff. I don't know what else will. Don't do stupid TikTok challenges just because you think it'll be funny. I know there's nothing I can say or do, or really anyone can say or do, to make this problem go away. Whippets have been around longer than anyone you know. They just haven't always been so easily accessible. It needs to be harder to get your hands on this kind of stuff. There needs to be like a limit of how much you can buy in one sitting or something. Like I don't know how they do it exactly, but they need to figure something out. Yes, you do have to be 21 to purchase Galaxy Gas at the store.
That's good,
I'm fully aware of this.
But the problem is every teenager will just get a plug, right? Like, listen, guys, this was one of the most fucked up things. I don't even like thinking or talking about it because it's so fucking disturbing. But there is a trend, and I'm sure everyone here, fake IDs, sure, but let me tell you what was more common when I was in high school than fake IDs. All the girls, I mentioned this before, but all the girls in my high school who wanted to get drugs were sleeping with older men to get them. So whether it was they wanted to get like beer without getting carded, then your 16-year-old classmate who wanted to get beers might have a 21-year-old boyfriend. And there's not much you can say or do about it because it's Florida in the South, and as long as that guy's not trans, a lot of the people around there just don't really give a fuck. Not much you can do about it. And this goes from, like, beer and alcohol all the way to, like, actually illegal drugs. I mentioned the friend I had who, like, slept with a dude to get free Oxy. That shit is common. Every time, like, if a teenager wants to get these drugs, they'll get a plug. They'll find someone to provide it. And they'll probably just end up being taken advantage of because they're a teenager who can't get this shit legally by whatever adult is willing to sell it or give it to them. So yeah, it's really, really, really fucked. And that's part of why I don't know if, like, more heavy policing is necessarily the best way to handle this problem, because it's just going to make the practice of getting this stuff even more shady, you know? I don't know. I don't know if there really is a solution to this problem that's as simple as, like, anything I could just say. Like, there's just... This is actually a pretty complicated problem, because on one level, like, yeah, people have the right... People have the right to do what they want, but at the same time, how old is this guy? Like, this guy looks like he might be, at the oldest, 21, you know? At the oldest, this kid's 21. And here he is doing Galaxy Gas on YouTube Shorts.
Oh. New video out right now. Y'all go tap into my YouTube.
So, like, this is something that people are seeing. Okay, he had tattoos, but I just noticed that at the end of the video there. But regardless, it's pretty disturbing. Bro tried to get Galaxy Gas. What is this?
Yo, what's up, bro?
So, how you doing?
Yo, you guys got that Galaxy Gas or what?
Yeah, last one left, bro.
Damn, that's the last one?
Yeah.
Damn, I don't have any money to pay for it. Put the Galaxy Gas in my ass! I mean, put it in my bag right now!
Bro,
give me all the Galaxy Gas you have!
Bro, what are you doing, bro?
That's such a great video for us to wrap up on. The great Galaxy Gas heist of 2024. Good God. Okay, guys. Listen, I'm really curious what the comments in this video are going to be like. I imagine a lot of you guys might not even know what Galaxy Gas is and might have learned about it. Like, if you've watched this video on YouTube after the fact, you probably learned about Galaxy Gas from this video. So I'm genuinely curious to see what the general reaction is to this segment. Whether people agree, disagree, felt like they learned something, what people think the solution to this could even be. I'm really curious about that. I'm excited to read the comments on this one. Not to mention, if you drop a comment, it really helps the video and the channel a ton. Might I remind you? Same goes for dropping a like and subscribing and ring the bell icon so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, if you also want to support the channel through other means, you can follow my social medias linked down below, join my fan Discord like I said before, and you can also donate, subscribe, or gift a sub to me to keep the lights on and the roof above my head if you want to support me directly through YouTube, through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon, or my website, xanderhall.com/live. But even if you're just, just kind of chilling out, lurking, watching the stream, haven't said anything, haven't engaged, I still appreciate you watching. Thank you all so much for watching, as always, and have a good one. Nice! How do you guys like that segment? I feel like that was an interesting one. I feel like the Galaxy Gas topic is something I really want to talk about. Kind of unusual for the channel, but I feel like you guys enjoyed it. I feel like you guys learned. Wingo is free. You made it, Wingo. You're back. I'll remod you in a bit. I'm just in the middle of something right now. Very good segment. One thing is to push resources on the real dangers of drugs and safety precautions that need to be taken if they're ever to use them. Yeah. My dumbass thought the stream was over. Nah, I just do an outro for all my segments. I'll make sure to say like 15 times when I'm actually ending stream. Don't worry. Yeah. I have negative opinions about my favorite weird skinny dog is synonymous with brain damage drugs. Yeah, true. Okay, chat, I will be right back. I'm going to go use the restroom since my bladder is filled up quite a bit from downing this Monster Energy. And I will be right back. We've got more stuff to cover today. This is a juicy stream so far. I feel like you guys have been getting fed well with these topics. I've got some more good ones for you afterwards, so stick around. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. I just gotta use the bathroom. Man, dude. Thank God Vosh isn't here, because I just pissed like a racehorse. What's up, guys? I've returned. Wow. Zed, no, nah, bro. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Thought of that one while I was peeing. Couldn't help but, immediately come back with that. Sorry. That's just how it is, okay? That's just how it is. I thought of a good joke. I had to say it, alright? I had to say it. Of course, Estrogen Angel. What do you take me for? A casual? Perry Icefire, thank you for the $5. My God, thank you so much. It really means a lot. Said, have a wholesome dono. You are great. Your community is great. I enjoy being in your community in VCs. You all deserve warm hugs. Just thought you and your chat needed to hear that from time to time. Thank you. It really means a lot. Thank you for the kind words and the donation. Your support means a lot to me. Thank you, thank you. Let me update the dono goal really fast to reflect you guys' generosity. And then I think it's about time for us to start the next segment, huh? Let's see, what should I do next? And what should I do last? You know what? Because I just had my Monster Energy, and this will probably require reading, I think we'll probably do the Palworld thing first. All right, everybody. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. Today is the day where I get to make a video that's going to upset a lot of people in my audience. Because a lot of people in my audience who are totally wrong, might I add. And I have a full story here to back up my claim. Because I've made this claim for a long time, and never have I felt more vindicated. Because no one can defend this shit. Nintendo patent lawsuit shows that it's given up, making the case that Palworld's characters are similar to Pokemon's. Analyst says. This story goes pretty deep, but I want to start by giving you guys a little bit of backstory. For those of you guys that don't know, Palworld is a very popular game that came out earlier this year, centered around the idea of modernizing and iterating on the formula that Pokemon popularized and didn't necessarily start, but popularized. The idea of fancy, cool-looking creatures that you can go out into the world and battle, and then weaken, capture, and then make fight other creatures to capture and all that. And you build your, like, sort of team of creatures that fight for you, right? You know, just monster collector type games, right? Now, this game, let's be fair, definitely had a lot of similarities to Pokemon. Down to the character designs looked pretty similar to Pokemon. And when the game came out, there were a lot of allegations, considering its enormous size, that the models were ripped from Pokemon. Now, some people were simply claiming the designs were super similar. Others were outright claiming that the designs and models were stolen, that, like, assets had been flipped from Pokemon games into Palworld. This is proven time and time again, even after a year nearly of the game being out, to be completely untrue. I have never played Palworld. I'm not like a Palworld lover. So I have really no dog in this race in terms of a personal bias in favor of Palworld. But what I'll tell you is that my knowledge of Nintendo, ever since I, became knowledgeable of the gaming industry, has continuously led me to hate Nintendo more and more and more, which is why it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that Nintendo is suing the company behind Palworld. Not because it's aesthetically similar to Pokemon or they have any grounds to argue that anything was stolen from them, but because Pokemon, or I should say Nintendo, has copyrighted and patented gameplay mechanics that it considers to have been stolen by Palworld. Now, on the surface, you might hear the idea of patented gameplay mechanics and think, what's wrong with that? Like, if you invented a new mechanic for a game, then it might be reasonable to copyright that, right? The fact is, no. No, in no universe should any developer be allowed to copyright a mechanic. But that is what the Pokemon Company has done. If you want a good example of a company copywriting a game mechanic, look at Warner Brothers and how they patented the Nemesis mechanic, the Nemesis system. how when you would play those games, if you ran into an orc and you, like, killed them, they might survive, but with a scar and remember what you did to them and hate you now. They might kill you and advance in the ranks and get a promotion and thus become stronger, and thus you might end up having a true nemesis who grows to adapt to all of your fighting styles, keeps coming back after you kill them, or they just keep killing you, and you eventually just have an unstoppable orc war chief who's killed you 15 times and just won't fucking die because he's become so adapted, like a bacteria or a virus, to your fighting style. That's so fucking cool. It was so insanely fucking cool. As a matter of fact, if you want to see an example of what it was like, I'll show you, because there was a time where there was this promise that the future of open world gaming was this. The Nemesis System Showcase. I wonder if there's, like, any area in which they've showcased the Nemesis system. Here's, like, a Gaming Bolt video about it from 3 years ago. This entire idea of characters in an open world remembering their interactions with you has been patented by Warner Brothers. Until the year 2035, unless Warner Brothers manages to prolong the patent, they own that. The idea of an actual living, breathing open world where characters in it remember you and organic stories can come from that, no other game series gets to have that, or any game company besides Warner Brothers Games gets to own that or use that without paying royalties or getting sued. And here's what that mechanic was like, for an idea of, like, what I'm talking about here.
If not for the Nemesis system, Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor would have been a decent but ultimately unremarkable game. An open-world action title with combat similar to the Arkham series and parkour similar to Assassin's Creed games wouldn't have grabbed an awful lot of headlines, even if it did carry the Lord of the Rings license. In 2014, though, for a good few months after it came out, Shadow of Mordor was on everybody's lips and minds, and it was almost entirely thanks to the revolutionary Nemesis system that the game was lifted up from being solid but unremarkable to being the next big thing. Before we begin, please consider subscribing and enable all best new gameplay systems introduced in the 8th console generation, but what exactly made it work so well? Like any other excellent mechanic that manages to stand out, it managed to strike the perfect balance between simplicity and complexity. Behind the scenes, the Nemesis system was built on 2 or 3 systems at most, but they constantly interacted with each other in ways that yielded dynamic, unpredictable results that added unbelievable complexity to the entire experience. If you want to be really reductive about it, the Nemesis system is all about emergent storytelling. Your actions as Talion in the game's world have a direct impact on enemy NPCs, whether they live or die, whether they prosper or flounder, and that, in turn, affects you. Kill an enemy, however, and they make room for a newcomer to begin their descent at the bottom of Mordor's military ladder, and on and on and on the cycle goes. And that's exactly why that feels like such a reductive description. Because that loop repeats unto itself again and again, constantly growing and expanding rapidly, and that escalation that is inherent to the concept ensures that in spite of that repetition, it never gets stale. Things start out simple. You get killed by an orc, and that orc gets promoted within Sauron's army. But once you kick things into motion, the Nemesis system takes control. A promoted orc is given his own name, voice, look, and personality. If you see them again, they will taunt you about how they bested you the last time you met. If you lose to them again, they will become cockier and more confident in their abilities. Grunts become captains, captains become war chiefs, and in Shadow of War, war chiefs become overlords, and as they are promoted with each promotion, they become legitimately stronger. Their traits change, their strengths increase, and their weaknesses fade away. They even start wearing better armor, head into battles with better weapons, and look progressively more fearsome.
I know this is a really long bit that I just played to explain a mechanic in a 10-year-old game, but the reason why I brought this up is it's an example of patenting gameplay mechanics, making it such that your revolutionary gameplay mechanic that could potentially start a whole new era of gaming. Like, this could have changed open world gaming. It was supposed to change open world gaming. The idea that we now knew how to pull off living, breathing, emergent, randomly generated, basically, characters with personalities sculpted by the player's decisions and behavior. Very unique. Now, no other game gets to do this until like 2035, assuming Warner Bros. Does not extend the patent past that date, which they very well may. They very well may. So when I talk about patenting gameplay mechanics, we're talking about a truly despicable, shitty, fucked practice without a single bit of defense that can be made for it. Now, let me give another example of Nintendo patenting a gameplay mechanic. Do you want to know something that Nintendo patented? Game mechanics that, and I quote, encourage healthy sleeping patterns. That's right. If you go down the list of Nintendo patents, a surprising amount of gameplay patents are on things that encourage healthy lifestyle choices while playing the game. Now, when you think about this for long enough, you might be able to realize why Nintendo does this. Nintendo, among many other things, one of the things that helps make Nintendo's image what people think of it as is its coziness. People think of Nintendo as a very kid-friendly, cozy, ooh-woo, soft boy company. They tend to ignore all of the horrible business practices, such as overcharging for dog shit hardware. They tend to ignore the fact that the only thing keeping Nintendo afloat at this point is the fact that they lock off all of their exclusive games to their consoles, and like go after anyone who tries to host emulators and stuff online with the full force of the law. It's not just that. It's also the fact that Nintendo wants to maintain the perception that they are the only company that cares about their players. Patent things such as encouraging healthy sleeping patterns. Now other companies can't tell their fan base in the loading screen, hey, make sure you get enough sleep. It makes it look like Nintendo is the only one that cares about their players to that level, when in reality they're the only ones who are legally allowed to pretend to care that much. And there are countless other examples similar to this, where Nintendo has literally, like the Walt Disney of the gaming world, has patented things that make people fooled into thinking they're a decent company with decent morals or decent people behind them, when in reality they're actually the Mr. Beast of gaming, where they have a perception of being angelic, can do no wrong, everyone loves them, when in reality all of it is just a cover for an insanely scummy and awful company's behavior. And in this case, they aren't suing Palworld for anything other than the fact that they claim Palworld iterated on their gameplay features and their gameplay mechanics, and they feel that their patent of the idea of monster capture and fighting has been broken. They claim they own the concept of weakening monsters, capturing them, and then making them fight other monsters. That idea of gameplay, no matter how you change it, they own that and will sue you if you try to make, especially as an indie developer, will sue you if you try to make a game like that. So, let's get into the article. Nintendo and the Pokemon Company's lawsuit against fellow creature collectathon Palworld is for patent infringement, rather than copyright infringement, and one analyst reckons that means Nintendo has given up on trying to argue that PALs look too similar to Mons. Nintendo announced that it was filing a lawsuit against developer Pocket Pair earlier this week for infringing multiple patent rights in order to protect the valuable intellectual property that we have built up through many years of hard work. Nintendo had previously said it was looking into potential cases of copyright infringement right around the time when Palworld became a booming success, so most people speculated that if legal battle between the two monster tamers was to start, it would be centered around the creature design's visual similarities, but it seems Nintendo must have come up empty-handed in that regard. Speaking to Bloomberg, Toyo Securities analyst Hideki Yasuda explains that since the lawsuit is purely to do with patent rights, the Big N isn't going to bother arguing that Anubis looks too much like Lucario, for example. I think the Big N might mean Niantic, the company that I know is at least behind the production of Pokemon Go. I'm not a big Pokemon guy, by the way, as well, if you can't tell. So, the most I know about Pokemon is, Nintendo. I was thinking Niantic, because they made the one Pokemon game I do have experience with, which is the Pokemon Go game, if I recall correctly. That's a game, that's a company called, Niantic. So that's what I thought. Nintendo. Makes sense. My bad. Listen, okay. Listen, all right? I don't know a lot about this realm of gaming, because ever since I got into games, I knew that Nintendo was a shitty company. I had no interest in buying one of their consoles. And if you can't own a Nintendo console, you can't really play Nintendo games, so you don't get brainwashed into liking the company at a young age and looking past all the evil shit they do. Nintendo filing this lawsuit for patent infringement, not copyright infringement, means that it has given up making the case that Palworld's characters are similar to Pokemon's, Yasuda says. But it shows Nintendo has more ways to stop games it doesn't like. The company owns a lot of patents related to basic game mechanics that are used in many titles today. I won't pretend to be a legal expert. From what I understand, patents normally protect someone's inventions, like software or machinery, while copyrights usually protect someone's work, like books, music, and art. Details about the case are still under wraps, so no one really knows what Nintendo will argue. Maybe they'll say the PAL catching balls are too alike to Pokeballs, or maybe they have beef with something as simple as UI prompts. It could be anything, but we won't find out for a while. You know another thing? That's the end of the article, but you know another thing that a game company a long time ago patented as a gaming mechanic that other games couldn't do? Mini games and loading screens. For a while, it was actually the norm for games to have little mini games that you could play while games loaded, because loading screens were so long back then. And for decades, one single company copped and then held the patent on loading screen mini games, so that just stopped being a thing. And by the time the patent died, nowadays loading screens are like 5 seconds, so why would you have a mini game there? But yeah, that was decades ago patented, and before that was a pretty standard thing, was that you would have little mini games to do while you're waiting for the main game to load. And no one else got to have that because it got patented. Think of how many neat game mechanics that you saw in one game ever and it never got iterated on. There might be a reason for that. The publisher might have patented that game mechanic, and no one else, without paying royalties of some kind, are allowed to iterate on or use it. My game still takes 10 minutes to load? That sucks. Waypoint arrows are patented by Sega. Oh, another good example is the company that makes Mass Effect patented the dialogue wheel. You know how, like, Telltale games and other, like, choose-your-own-story games never use a simple wheel of dialogue options? Like Fallout, everything. Nothing can use a dialogue wheel besides, not even Bethesda, nothing but the company that makes Mass Effect can use dialogue wheels, because they have BioWare has literally patented the concept of a wheel that displays dialogue options you can select. So you can still have dialogue options in your game, but you can't have that clean, nice wheel design. Instead, you have to have like a scroll through sentences, or like different boxes to choose, or some other way of presenting it, because they have literally patented and will sue you or make you pay royalties if you simply make a circle with your options. Fallout 4 does not use a wheel either. Nope. Let me show you what they patented. Mass Effect dialogue wheel patent. Believe it or not, the dialogue wheel used in the Mass Effect and Dragon Age video games is patented. So yeah, this is the exact image of how this is the patent. Like, this is from the patent documents, like showing what, like, you are not allowed to make a wheel where you have different options and possibilities. Like, this is literally the image that comes from the legal paperwork for the patent of this game mechanic. Yeah. Oh, it gets worse. The patents were filed this year after Palworld came out. Really? That can't be true. Wyvern over in YouTube chat is claiming that the patents that Nintendo is suing on were made after Palworld came out. That seems too overwhelmingly evil even for Nintendo. That sounds too evil even for Nintendo. Listen, I know I'm going to get hate for this because, God, Nintendo fanboys, dude, they will not let you say a thing about Nintendo. They get so fucking defensive because they make Pikmin and Zelda and Mario and all these games that people like. The fact is, I hate Nintendo because Nintendo locks a shitload of gamers out from playing those great games. One thing Nintendo does that I cannot deny is they make some good fucking games. They make some good games. They do. I'm not like a big fan of a lot of their games, but Breath of the Wild was pretty fucking good. I played a bit of Breath of the Wild, and that was a good game. That iterated on the concept of open world very uniquely for the time, and that was a big deal. So don't get me wrong, Nintendo's games are great. In fact, they have to be great for anyone to put up with the company. But do not let the quality of their games and how culturally impactful they are and how much money Nintendo invests in making you think they're an uwu soft boy company compared to others. I saw people in chat earlier saying Nintendo is far from being even the top 100 worst game companies. I'm not joking. I saw people in YouTube chat, which to be fair, that is, the low IQ chat. I saw people there arguing that Nintendo wouldn't even make the top 100 worst game companies. Because people are so bought into the propaganda of Nintendo, down to growing up with the games giving you health advice in the loading screens that Nintendo patented so other companies can't do that and gain the perception that they care about their players in the same way Nintendo does. They have spent so much money. They have legal teams and resources centered around keeping their company. Hell, they will strike you off YouTube if you make Nintendo-related content that's too raunchy because they don't want swearing and inappropriate content associated with their brand. Back in the day, if you were a YouTuber and you so much as whispered the name Mario, you would get your whole channel taken down. I'm not joking. If you go back to old YouTube and look at what the jokes were, like, no one would even dare to say Nintendo because there was such a high chance that your channel would get nuked off the platform because Nintendo was so prone to copyright abuse. It was the one company in all of the gaming industry where you couldn't upload Let's Plays or videos or anything related to Nintendo games because they'd fucking get your ass. For years, that was the standard. That only changed in, like, 2014 or something, I'm pretty sure. Remember when they wanted to charge a fee to upload anything related to Nintendo games? Yeah, literally one of the worst companies to ever exist in this platform. They are megalomaniacal, literally the Mr. Beast of gaming. There's no better comparison to make. Everyone thinks they're literally saintly, when in reality, they are as bad as it gets. So, yeah, that's really all I have to say about this whole situation. I don't give a fuck about Palworld, to be honest with you guys. I don't care about this game, but I am fully against Nintendo in this lawsuit because they have failed to prove that Palworld stole anything from them. So now they're opting to say, oh, well, we patented gameplay mechanics, which the concept of, I might just title this video, "This is Killing Gaming." Or, like, "This is killing gaming fast." Like, I don't know what I'm going to title this video, but something that will very clearly showcase the fact that this is evil. Zan, this is a pretty good little video about tech patents. Apple has over 100,000 patents in 35,000 patent categories. Thank you. I actually appreciate that recommendation. I consider Nintendo and Apple...
like Apple's Tim Cook...
I consider Nintendo and Apple on par with each other. Like, Apple has much the same vibe as Nintendo. They're very similar companies in that they skate by a lot on brand recognizability and on, like, investing heavily in pro-corp propaganda of their company. So here's an example of how Apple does the same shit.
Know that patents are critical.
For us, our intellectual property is so important to our company.
This is clearly the case because Apple has nearly 100,000 patents globally that belong to close to 35,000 unique patent families, which roughly equates to around 35,000 unique inventions they have covered. But why are patents actually so important to tech companies like Apple, and what role do patents actually serve? Surprisingly, it's not some sort of evil, nefarious business purpose like you might think.
Patents, as a concept, are good, but when it comes to, like, patenting an idea that, it's like in art, that's really the biggest problem. The idea of patenting an idea in art is crazy to me. Imagine if a movie producer decided to patent the idea of the best friend betraying the main character in the movie. Like, that's basically the equivalent, is if a movie director decided, you know what? My movie had this storyline where the main character's best friend betrays him. Anyone else who ever does that with their story, no matter what context or anything is impeding on my patent on that type of story, on that type of arc in a story. That is equal to what is happening here. The idea that once someone has done a thing in a piece of art, they own that idea, and it cannot be iterated on, changed, added to, or evolved, because the base level of that idea is already owned, and you better pay royalties if you want to do anything with that.
The reason patents exist in the first place and why they're actually written directly into the Constitution is to promote research and development efforts by inventors.
It's like how some artists used to think they could own poses. That's a really good example. It's like an oil painting artist thinking that they own a pose for their subject to do because they were the first person to ever paint someone in that pose. Now anyone else who paints someone in that pose must be infringing on their patent.
Inventors, and making it so they don't spend years of their lives and large sums of money developing important technology, only for them to bring it to market and let others easily copy it without having to put in any time or money. Instead, a patent gives a limited monopoly on invention so that companies have a chance to recoup their R&D costs before the invention goes off patent and is freely available for everybody to use. Tim Cook.
The problem is tons of companies can extend patents and copyright. Notably, like it's happened a lot of times. I know that the trademark for like Mickey Mouse, Steamboat Willie, kept getting extended for like decades and decades and decades and decades past when it was supposed to expire. Obviously, that's not a patent; that's a trademark. But still, these things can, with good enough lawyers and enough money, can be made damn near indefinite.
Sums it up well when he says,
"From our point of view, it's important that Apple not be the developer for the world. We can't take all of our energy and all of our care and finish the painting and have someone else put their name on it. We can't have that."
I'll be the first to admit that the patent system is not perfect, but on balance, it promotes the development of important technology that would otherwise not be created. In fact, the idea that patents help promote innovation is so universal that all
in the world of tech, this is far more understandable because there is legit R&D time going into making like emergent tech that's a pretty big deal. But in the realm of art, like video games and stuff, the only way you can argue a defense for this is if you primarily view video games as a industry and not an art form. And at that point, you'd be hard-pressed to call yourself a gamer. You'd be hard-pressed to say that like you defend this because these companies need to protect their their development of this technology. You consider it tech development, not art. And the idea of patenting practices in art is not the same as the idea of patenting a practice or a tech development in the world of business. So if you consider gaming a business, first and foremost, then sure, you might have no problem with this whole situation. You might think it's all good, right? But when it comes to art, as a gamer myself, I want more games to iterate on these mechanics. I don't think any company should be allowed to own a game mechanic, and now you never get to experience that mechanic again in another game unless it's from that company. I think that's fucking bullshit. I do. And I would invite anyone to try to argue otherwise with me because I genuinely don't know how you can. You don't have to care about or like Palworld to like see this as a problem. I don't particularly like Palworld. I do think it's a bit of a shameless, like, cash grab type thing, but it was clearly made with some level of love. You know, it's a bit shameless, it's a bit cringe, a little tongue in cheek, but like at the same time, it's an indie developer who made a real game from scratch, and this massive corporation wants to shut them down because they couldn't find anything real to go after them for. Nintendo made a game for a patent, essentially. The game flopped and the studio who made it is dead. Really? They made the game so that they could patent the mechanic and go after this? That's wild to me. I mean, to be clear, Nintendo cannot allow a competitor to Pokemon. Like, the thing about Nintendo is they cannot allow there to be anything other than a monopoly they hold on anything. So this is never going to end. Nintendo will continue showing their ass and trying to monopolize the monster capture and fighting genre for as long as they possibly can, just like they tried to have a steel grip on any content about their games being uploaded online and would copyright strike you if you uploaded gameplay of their games. Nintendo is a truly shitty company that would toss you in a dumpster without a second thought if it meant they made an extra penny that year on their bottom line. And it's so sad to see, like, even people on the left defend it because they love the Mario, they love the Pikmin, they love the Zelda. Oh my god. Anyway. Oh my god, Animal Crossing. Oh my god. Anyway, if you guys like this video, if you enjoyed my breakdown of this whole situation and how this practice of patenting game mechanics is bullshit that's killing the gaming industry, then consider dropping a like. It really does help the channel a lot no matter when, where, or what you're watching from me, and I really do appreciate it. You can also comment down below for a boost to that effect, and subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so that YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video, because believe me, if you don't do that, they won't tell you. You can also follow my social medias linked down below in the description, including joining my fan Discord to be a part of the main hub of my community. It's totally free to join. And don't forget, I host game events, call-in streams, and watch parties in my Discord server, and announce all my new uploads and streams. So if YouTube doesn't tell you, then at least my Discord will. Make sure you're in there. Make sure you got notifs on. And finally, if you want to support me directly, financially, help to keep a roof above my head and electricity running through the wires in my house, then consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless of how you support me, even if you're just silently lurking and watching without saying anything, I really do appreciate it, and as always, have a good one. Bit of a shorter one, but how'd you guys like that segment? I feel like it was good, covering Nintendo's evil corporate bullshit. It was good. I heard that Nintendo is like the El Chapo of the gaming world. That's not an awful comparison. I would call them just like one of the most ruthless companies in gaming. They care a lot about their reputation and have spent a lot of money to create it. Everything from their aesthetic to their brand to the types of games they make, they want full monopoly of. No one's allowed to outdo Nintendo at what Nintendo does. Which means we as gamers suffer, because that means Nintendo is the best that we'll ever get of that like type of game Nintendo tends to make. Xanderhall, I agree, Nintendo will find more ways to fuck you than help you, a soulless billion-dollar corpro. What I disagree with is that they aren't in the top 100 of worst companies because they haven't done gambling and nickel and diming. I feel that you are falling for the propaganda. Because Nintendo does nickel and dime you, but they do it at a cheaper area. Nintendo is so heavily advertised at kids, and notably the parents who are going to buy their kids Nintendo consoles. Let's be real, the majority of consumption of Nintendo products is by kids. They market at kids primarily. Their entire development, their entire company markets primarily to kids, right? The fact is, when parents think of a console, they think of the Nintendo. That's not an accident. That's not because parents grew up with a Nintendo and that's what they know. It's because Nintendo has a stranglehold on our culture and advertising. And they want parents to think of a game console to get their kids and to think Nintendo. And when they buy their kids that Nintendo, they're going to be dropping $350 to $300 on a console that an equivalent computer... I mean, an equivalent computer of an equal power to what a Nintendo console can do. The only unique factor being that a Nintendo console can play Nintendo games without emulating, which is not a thing that Nintendo consoles can just do. It's something Nintendo decided not to allow other things to do. You end up being forced into buying, like, that really low-quality console. Like, I wish that I could go right now and do a deep dive on how much it would cost to build a PC, the equivalent power of a Nintendo Switch. But I guarantee you it's less than $300. Especially if you're starting with any pre-existing parts already. Like if you have a case and like a motherboard to start with, you're spending less than $300 to outdo the Switch. And I get that the Switch does a decent job of playing the games it runs, but at the same time, look at Amiibos. Look at, like, the cost of Switch controllers. Look at the cost of just everything related to Nintendo. The majority of Nintendo's money comes from merch. How many people do you know that have never even touched a Pokemon game that own a Pikachu shirt or a Pikachu plushie or a Squirtle plushie or a Charizard or something, or Charizard poster? Pokemon cards, the merch, the physical items, that's where they make their money. That is what keeps Nintendo afloat. That is nickel and diming. Pokemon cards are insanely overpriced. Don't at me. What else? Yeah, like I could go down the list forever. They sell you shit hardware that is simply a Zelda machine or a Mario machine or whatever game you want to play on it machine, that you would easily choose PC or another console over if you could, but you have to go with Nintendo to play their shit, and you're paying premium, which is $300, $350. That is a premium, but you're paying what seems like less because it's not like $700 for a PlayStation, but you're paying way more than what you're paying for is worth. I promise you. As a guy that knows, like, gaming tech, I promise you, the Nintendo Switch is over fucking priced for what you could make equivalently. The only thing it has going for it is that it's a Zelda machine. Yeah, the PS5 Pro is... I'd say Sony is getting close to Nintendo levels, honestly, yeah. I'd say, like, Sony is getting, like, on par with Nintendo, while, ironically, Microsoft is moving in the opposite direction. They're making it so you can play literally every Microsoft game cross-platform on PlayStation and on PC and Xbox with crossplay. Xbox has always been pro crossplay, by the way. The only companies that have held this back are Nintendo and Sony, who have both insisted falsely, lying, that their consoles and their networks were not capable of crossplay. Do you want to know who outed them for lying about that, by the way? Fortnite. Sony swore for years and years and years that they could not manage to make crossplay work with PC and Xbox. And do you want to know what Fortnite did? They called them out on their bluff and got in a lot of trouble doing it, but it made the world realize that Sony was lying. Fortnite, on their end, flipped a switch, because Fortnite's a game where its servers are hosted by them. Flipped a switch. It was that simple. And all of a sudden, people realized, what the fuck? Dude, why can I see your Xbox profile on my PlayStation? What's going on? Mind you, Battle Royale didn't even exist at the time. It was just Fortnite Save the World, the original like base game where you'd fight zombies. People realized that they could play with people on Xbox and on PC on their PlayStation. It was like, what the fuck? And Xbox players realized they were playing with PlayStation and PC players. It was like, what the fuck? Why? There was no cross-platform on any game at all at this point, guys. I need to emphasize this. Cross-platform was not a thing. It was thought entirely impossible because the companies swore up and down, Sony did, that it was impossible. Epic Games said, no, we're not letting you keep this lie up anymore. Flipped the fucking switch, showed the world you could play cross-platform, and it was as simple as as a small button press. And Sony was bullied into admitting cross-platform was possible and enabling it. Simply enabling it. And ever since then, since like what, this happened like 2018, if I recall correctly, ever since then, cross-platform's just a thing now. No discussion about how hard it is to achieve, no problems with achieving it. It was always a thing. And Sony simply lied for decades, claiming it was not possible and that their network wouldn't allow it and that their hardware wouldn't allow it and that there was some sort of unexplainable incompatibility that prevented it, when in reality it was possible the whole time, and Epic Games called them on their bullshit. Fortnite just enabled cross-platform, and everyone was like, oh yeah, Sony, it's impossible, huh? Totally impossible. And then Sony publicly forced Epic Games to shut it down, to turn off the cross-platform, which Streisand affected what Sony had done even further, and everyone realized Sony had been lying, and they had to allow cross-platform after that, because everyone knew now that their explanation for why there was no cross-platform was a lie. They just wanted to force people to buy PlayStations if they wanted to play with their friends on PlayStation. So much of this shit is manufactured by these game companies in order to convince you that they are doing you a favor, when in reality, they are wringing every penny from you that they can. People in chat are actually arguing Nintendo doesn't nickel and dime you. Meanwhile, amiibos exist. Hell, what was that one game? That one Nintendo game, Skylanders? Wasn't that a Nintendo thing? I knew a kid when I was in school that spent, like, all their allowance money on Skylanders, dude. Holy shit. No, that's Activision? Maybe. That makes sense. I remember the person who I knew had Skylanders had it on Nintendo console, but I don't know if that's, like, Nintendo produced. At the very least, amiibos are a cool collectible thing that you're in, that if you're into that, yeah. The problem is, like, like I said, hold on. Percentage of Nintendo income merch. You can say they don't nickel and dime you, but so Nintendo in the year 2024 made a pretty good amount of money off of the Nintendo Switch platform. A pretty decent... Okay, this only shows the game company, not the entire brand. Where's the data on their percent of Nintendo income merch sales? Oh, I love that I can't type when I have my mic in front of me. Oh shit. This goes hard. Nintendo's yearly revenue has been dropping since 2021. This is actually really good. This is some good news. I would love to see... Apparently Nintendo reached its worst point in modern history from 2015 to 2017. You can probably guess that's when they were forced to stop copyright striking anyone who uploaded anything remotely Nintendo related on YouTube. But they've been losing money, like making less money year by year the last 4 years. That's pretty good news to see. I love to watch Nintendo fail. I hope it fails. Nintendo fans in chat can stay mad about it. Mr. Krabs, thank you for the $2 super chat. I really appreciate that. So, Zan, I have a meme for you and chat. Hell yeah. Zan, when it comes to nickel and diming, I'm not talking about merch accessories and gaming accessories. They def nickel and dime there, but they don't stack microtransactions to their games where they don't belong. That is definitely a nice thing that they do, but I don't think the fact that they don't piss on you as they shit down your throat is much praiseworthy, honestly. Like, they are one of the most serially active practicers of one of the most creativity-destroying things you can do in the gaming industry, and that's patenting game mechanics. And they do it to attack any competitor, to hold a monopoly on their entire branding, aesthetic, and type of games they make. They're an evil corporation that refuses to allow anyone to outdo them. So if you're a Nintendo fan, you're fucking yourself by, like, mindlessly defending them. They would shut down any company that would come along and charge you less for something better. They are shutting down anything that would try to provide you a better product for less money. They will always have you locked into whatever price they want you to pay for their things, because no one is allowed to outdo Nintendo at what they do. No one's allowed to better them and do better practices to win out in the marketplace. This is anti-capitalist in a way, too, the practice of enforcing these monopolies. Yeah, Nintendo fanboys will literally be, like, down with capitalism and defend Nintendo for doing the most anti-consumer stuff ever. Listen, guys, it's one of those things. I've talked to plenty of lefties before. They will make excuse after excuse after excuse, or just try to say Nintendo's not that bad, when Nintendo is, in fact, that fucking bad. It is one of the biggest corporations in the world of gaming, and so it actually deserves more scrutiny than any other company, of a smaller size, for starters. On top of that, their behavior is even worse when you look at it from the area where they stand. Nintendo is like the top of the pyramid, and they refuse to let anyone rise. That's worse than someone at the, like, middle tier or lower on the pyramid, letting no one else rise above them. When it's literally the top pushing everyone down, I'd argue that's morally worse. Ironic how the companies with the most child-friendly branding and IPs are the most ruthless and monopolistic? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, listen, Nintendo literally does everything in their power to make sure that you look at that company with rose-tinted glasses, because your parents, when you said you wanted a game console for Christmas, they're like, well, let's go get them the Nintendo, and they got you the Nintendo, and you started playing Nintendo games at a young age, and you fell in love with them, and you fell in love with the company, and its logo, and its aesthetic, and you get excited for every new Nintendo game and console, and it's hard not to have a strong attachment to it, right? Nintendo is not the shittiest company there is, don't get me wrong, but let's not pretend like it's not one of the shittiest, okay? It is definitely one of the shittiest. It's up there with EA, Activision. Absolutely. It's up there with, what else? Fucking, that one company that makes the... I guess it's also Activision. Konami? Yeah, it's up there with Konami. Konami's pretty evil. Blizzard is tied with Activision, unfortunately, so that would have just been listing another of the same thing. You can give Bethesda as much shit as you want, but Bethesda's not gone anywhere near as far as this. Capcom is a serial gameplay trademarking company. They do that shit too, but even Capcom doesn't go as far as Nintendo does. EA wins for being shit. Telling their headhunter to fuck off was the highlight of my industry career. I would be tempted to say EA is the worst, but I feel like EA and Nintendo would have an equally bad reputation if EA had the level of uwu cutesy, like trademarked false positivity that Nintendo had going for it. Who knows? Anyway. I got another video for you guys. I hope you're ready. The final segment of today's stream. Alright, guys. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. This segment might possibly end up getting me involved in a little bit of drama, okay? Because I am tangentially talking about someone, I guess, who you could consider kind of a friend of the show to a degree, and that is the YouTuber Some Ordinary Gamers, aka Mudahar. Though we're not really talking about specifically him tonight, we're going to be talking about something relating to him, and the video that we're going to be covering and watching that goes over this definitely does not paint Mudahar in a very positive light. Elements, I will say, the stream has had no issues for anyone else, so it might just be you. Unless no one else has reported it. Anyway, obviously, I like Mudahar. I think he's a chill guy. I think he makes good videos. I think he makes pretty good arguments and tends to be a well-reasoned person. I actually, originally, he became aware of my existence because I called him out in a video where he had basically claimed that the Anti-Defamation League had, like, claimed that Pepe the Frog was a hate symbol. That, like, if you use Pepe the Frog in memes or like the imagery of him, then you're essentially doing the same as posting like a swastika or something. And he did show the first page, like the first like paragraph and title of the ADL page for Pepe the Frog. And he didn't really elaborate much on that, but I did go on to show the rest of that page, where it goes on to say that, like, actually, no, Pepe the Frog is not always a Nazi symbol. He's a very popular meme, and people use Pepe completely innocuously all the time, so it is up to the person evaluating the post to determine whether or not it's being used in a racist way or not, since it has to be considered on a case-by-case basis. Very reasonable take, the most reasonable take you could have of something like that, and I pointed this out. Mudahar saw this and was like, oh, I didn't know that that it goes on to say that. I actually, my mistake. And he was chill with me after that. There was no drama. Like, he responded very chill and like very mature and normal to my, not very serious criticism. I never thought he was like far right or anything. I just thought he had an unfortunate blunder in his reporting that might play into the hands of a certain political side with untrue claims that it's made in the past. So I like Mutahar. I want to be very clear here. I have no hate for Mutahar, but he's made a little bit of an oopsie-doopsie, and that's what gets called out in this video, but it's not so much the oopsie that Mutahar made that I want to call out, it's the fact that Mutahar is so far from being the only person to make this blunder, and I have been calling this out for a while now, and I feel this is finally a great opportunity to point to how YouTube content creators have looked past extremely disturbing types of content and large disturbing content creators for a while now. So for a little background, how many of you are familiar with the YouTuber Nux Taku? If you know of him, then you probably know of this meme. The worst thing to ever be created. Next time. He is the guy who wrote and sung this absolutely cognito hazardous video.
You're a twitch thought, nasty greedy witch thought, tier 3 grabbing bitch thought, pimping out your sim thought. I'm the Chad type, Barry Poggers mad type, Monka S mad lad type, epic clapping rat type, Twitch is hentai. So, from that video alone, I think you get an idea of what this guy's deal is. He is, he has possibly the most obnoxious voice that could possibly ever be manufactured, even in the darkest depths of hell. It's just like nails on a chalkboard just to listen to for me, I have to say. I genuinely despise his voice. Guys, this might surprise you. What do you think Nux Taku looks like in real life? I assumed a guy like this has to be, like, as weird looking as a guy can be, right? Are you ready to see someone disturbingly normal looking behind that profile picture? This is what he looks like. It's actually disturbing how normal he looks. It's not even that he's like a good looking guy, he's just a normal looking guy. No way, what? Yeah, I know. I was surprised too. Yeah, he looks like Tyler Oakley. I was like, what? Why does he look like a well-to-do British gay dude? That was the immediate reaction I had. Like, I didn't expect him to look British and gay. Like, that was not my expectation. I don't know why, but he just has British vibes here. He looks British to me. Don't know why. Maybe it's just how pale he is and the glasses and the mug kind of just give British vibes. He seems British and a little gay, a little bit gay, a little bit like a well-groomed. He's got that nice clean shave and everything. He definitely cares for his hygiene well, or at least did for this photo, more than most straight men that I know. So I will say I was quite surprised. I was quite surprised. However, if you know anything else about Nux Taku, you can probably tell what his politics are, judging by the fact he seems to have a pretty strong distaste for Twitch girls who show a lot of booba. But not just that, he's, gone on long rants about, like, cringe, woke, SJW, that kind of stuff. He's very publicly conservative, like, right-leaning. But it's not just that. If you've seen his content, then there is really one word you have to describe this guy, and that is gooner. Nux Taku is a fucking gooner, and skates uncomfortably close to lolicon territory very often. And if you watch his content, I don't watch it, but I've seen his videos recommended, you'll see that he does a lot of videos either A, reacting to hentai, or B, reacting to episodes of children's shows. So half of his videos are him reacting to, like, episodes of children's shows, which obviously attracts a younger audience, and then the other half of his videos are him reacting sometimes to, as uncensored as he possibly can get away with, hentai. And in some cases, the hentai is lolicon, and sometimes the hentai is incest hentai, and sometimes it's both. And he reacts to and reviews it for the memes, ironically, on his show. Does this sound like anything to you guys? Does this sound familiar to you guys? Sounds to me a lot like Shadman. Man, you guys got to get Vosh off your mind. This is not similar to anything to do with Vosh's situation. This sounds like Shadman to me, is what it sounds like. Because Nux Taku, friends with a lot of big YouTubers, publicly, at the very least lolicon adjacent, frequently posting pornographic content for a heavily minor leaning audience. If you read the comments on his videos where it's him reacting to hentai, a lot of the comments are things like, dude, what the fuck, I'm 11. Dude, what the fuck, I'm 10. And it's not like adults commenting that as a joke, like it's a meme in his community or whatever, that you can tell from the profile pictures, the names, the way that these comments are written. They're from actual kids who are like, what the fuck did I just watch on this guy's channel? It's like half the channel is bait to bring in kids, and the other half is either at best meant to traumatize kids, at worst, there's some sort of sick desire being fulfilled by showing kids this type of content. So a smaller creator by the name of Nicandros made this video called Mudahar Nunt, because recently Nux Taku had his associations with Shadman, the Nazi lolicon artist, exposed. Shouldn't surprise you, those two were friends at all. And while I did draw the comparison between the two because they knew each other, they're friends, that is a fact that exists, I also think even outside of them, even if they didn't know each other, these two situations are so similar to me. And I want to dig deep into it. So, Nicandros made this video because recently Nux Taku has been getting canceled for his associations with Shadman. And because of these associations with Shadman, people are looking deep into every big YouTuber who is associated and supported and collab with Nux Taku. One of these content creators is Mudahar. Other content creators include Turkey Tom, Oompaville. I mean, think of a large content creator. If they lean even remotely centrist or right, they've definitely collabed with Nux Taku. Because Nux Taku's whole thing is getting clout off of content collabs. And this content creator called out Mudahar for, Mudahar would rather you did not have an accurate reminiscence of how close he was to Nux Taku. And I'm sorry, Muda, if you see this video and you don't like that I'm talking about it. I'm not going after you. I don't think people should cancel you for this. In fact, that's the opposite of the claim I'm trying to make here. In fact, I'm going to argue that the thing that people canceled Chris Tyson for initially, which was the having quote-unquote been a fan of Shadman, and Mudahar having associated with Nux Taku, is not these YouTubers secretly showing that they're pro-pedophilia or something. In reality, it is a tendency for content creators to enable bad actors like Shadman and Nux Taku until there is enough ill will against those figures that they are forced into a situation to be against them. But before then, no one wants to be the first person to call out that bad behavior and burn a bridge with a large, well-respected YouTuber. A good example of a figure who is blowing up and thriving right now, despite being a publicly open lolicon, or two content creators in this realm, are Pipka Pipkin, a really large, like Nazi alt-right, like anime girl VTuber, and Revsesdesu, who is a male lolicon who uses like a 12-year-old girl vampire lolly profile picture, or not profile picture, VTuber avatar, VTuber Rick, and makes pro lolicon content. I actually discovered him and started covering him when he made a video about how Cyberpunk Edge Runners was based because they said that lolicon was good or something. Like there was something to do with like the character of Rebecca, where despite her being an adult, lolicons were trying to claim that she was a lolly, and that people memeing about how they like Rebecca means that Edge Runners has tricked the normie anime fans into admitting that lolicon is good. That was the claim from Rev Says Desu that I covered that initially had me going over his stuff. There are a lot of content creators, especially in the VTuber sphere, that are borderline, if not openly, pedophilic. And they're popular. They collab with big YouTubers because at the end of the day, They have a massive audience, and no one wants to be the first person to call them out. In the case of me, when I called out Rev Says Desu, my channel received multiple false strikes in the months after I would cover Rev Says Desu anytime, because the lolicons are so obsessive, they will false strike you non-stop. They will go after you, because any attack against one of their own is attack against all of them. The only way for pedophiles to exist and have community online is to protect each other, and they protect each other violently and viciously. If you call out one pedophile with any audience or a community around them, their friends and their fans will come after you hard because they have to protect each other. They're bad people who want to do bad things, and they know what most people would do to them if they could, and they know they've got to stay together like a herd. Otherwise, normal people are going to, call them out, single them out, laugh at them, humiliate them, call them out for what they are, and everyone will laugh, and that'll be the best case scenario for them, right? And so this YouTuber called out Nux Taku for a lot of his cringe, creepy stuff he's done, which obviously I want to go over here, but also other big YouTubers who have collabed with Nux Taku. And I want to elaborate further into how this tendency, how we need to create a culture on YouTube where creators feel that clout and collab hype is not worth normalizing someone who is as evidently fucked in the head as Nux Taku. Let's watch this video. I've already seen it, by the way, which is why I decided to cover it. It was recommended in my Discord server, and I watched it because the thumbnail and title seemed interesting. I did not expect this YouTuber to do such a good job breaking this situation down and substantiating their points. Let's watch it.
In the aftermath of the confrontation between ChatLogic and Mutaha over Mutaha's podcast co-host Nux Taku's content...
Mind you, by the way, if anyone wants my bias on this, where my biases would realistically lie if I wasn't being objective, I'm on friendly terms with Mutahar. ChudLogic has lied and claimed that I have, AIDS, and his editor has wished death on me when I announced that I had COVID. I believe another person involved in this who's called out Nux Taku here and Mutahar is Turkey Tom, who also hates me. I could go down the list of people who are actually with a platform calling this shit out and calling out Mutahar and Nux. They all hate me, ironically enough. They're people who have, due to completely separate drama in the past with politics and stuff, they fucking hate me. And yet, I'm still taking their side in this whole thing because they're the only motherfuckers out here that seem to have the balls to call out this shit, to call out this tendency for large normie content creators to associate and normalize people like Nux Taku. And hey, ChudLogic may be a shithead, but I respect the fact that he's actually talking about this. Hell, in a way, him talking about this got it into my attention. So, if you really follow the line here, because Nicandros made a video about this drama, and I'm watching the Nicandros video.
People have made allegations that Mutaha knew much more than what he initially let on, and that the relationship between them was much closer than how Mutaha characterized it to ChatLogic on livestream.
We're not doing the podcast anymore. It's done.
Why?
We're supposed to film on Tuesday. Well, there's a couple reasons for it. A lot of that was obviously some of the Shad stuff too, because we were kind of sitting there, me and Caleb, we were just like, this is, I don't know, it's weird. We haven't done a full background look onto what his content is or anything. Obviously, I was on a few collaborations with him when he was doing fucking memes and the game shows with 15 fucking creators, and that's pretty much the extent.
So I need you guys to understand why I got so triggered by the Mr. Beast cancellation, even though I agree with it. The thing that canceled Mr. Beast first, to be clear, let me break down the timeline of events. For years, allegations came out against Mr. Beast claiming that he mistreated his workers, that he made up videos, that they were lies and staged, that he was paying people off to make the videos look better. Multiple ex-employees of Mr. Beast came out, and the response from the internet was, yeah, right, buddy, he's the guy who builds wells in Africa. Nobody was willing to call out Mr. Beast. Nobody who called out Mr. Beast got any support. It was an immediate flood of personal attacks and harassment if you dared to be someone who called out the guy who built schools and wells in Africa, right? But then Mr. Beast came out to publicly support his best friend, who came out as trans. Now, as you know, there's a lot of hatred for trans people out there right now, and a lot of people who were on the right that before were big Mr. Beast fans would never, for any reason, criticize him. They decided they no longer liked Mr. Beast. And things that were always there, that were always reasons to cancel Mr. Beast and could have always been lines that people drew, started to be drawn when before these things were kicked under the rug. Everything from previously existing allegations of wrongdoing on Mr. Beast's part from ex-employees that were before swept under the rug to people digging into publicly available videos that were always there and finding the famous image of Mr. Beast and Chris Tyson sitting in that room together with the Shadman commission in the background. I don't know if it was a commission, but it was like a purchase from Shadman by Ava Tyson. And so that image has been online, and that video has been publicly available online. Multiple videos with that in the background, I should say, has been publicly available online, and those videos were viral when they came out, by the way. They were big for the channel when they came out. This wasn't like some niche 1,000 view video. These were multi-million view videos where people saw lolicon art in the background and chose to ignore it and not give a fuck about it, because at the time, might I remind you, people looked at Shadman as a meme. He was just memes. Just like how Mutahar described Nux Taku here, it was just memes. He was just an edgy guy, a provocateur, who's just super out there and weird and edgy, right? And so the reason Mr. Beast got canceled was always public, but no one gave a fuck and no one acted against Mr. Beast until there was enough pre-existing dislike that there was an audience to watch Mr. Beast hate content. And that audience started when Mr. Beast stood by his trans friend. I still think he should have been canceled. I'm just saying I think he should have been canceled years ago, considering what he was canceled for was publicly known and available for everyone to see for years and years and years, and it only became this supposed king what's the word for it? King destroyer for Mr. Beast when he publicly came out as pro-trans. And even then, after this shit got leaked, it's not really affected his sub count much anyway. But yeah, that's why that whole situation upset me so much, was because it was something that he should have been canceled for years ago, and it didn't end up being a problem for him until the right online turned against him and dedicated themselves to destroying him. And in this situation, it feels like, once again, the right content creator, in this case a conservative-leaning figure like ChudLogic, has called out the creepy, fucked behavior of Nux Taku, and instead of it coming off as some deranged, woke whatever, that everyone, just attacks you for criticizing him and claims that you're being crazy and he's just edgy, now that the right kind of person has called out Nux Taku, not only are people agreeing that he's in the wrong, but they're trying to cover up how close they were to him before everyone decided that you weren't allowed to be friendly with him. I've hated this fucker for years, so I'm thrilled about this whole situation where people are calling him out. But, once again, these are situations where these people who are apparently just radioactive to be associated with were publicly supported by big content creators for years who had every way of knowing how weird they were, but said and did nothing about it because nobody on YouTube wants to be the guy that stirs up shit and starts something like this themselves. They want to join the bandwagon once it starts up. And that's what it feels like Mutahar tried to do here, and ChudLogic, to his credit, is stopping that in its tracks.
Of my collaborations.
You probably shouldn't be showing, porn like that on a website where, I know it's censored or whatever, but even censored stuff.
Oh, yep, here's the comments. Lol, here, what was that comment?
Porn
there?
like that on a website where, I know it's censored or
lol, me being a 10-year-old child.
whatever, but even
I am 7, and I'm not traumatized yet since the last time I've seen Rule 34.
censored stuff, you probably shouldn't be showing that.
What the fuck did I watch? I'm 10 years old, a boy.
Consistently to a website full of minors in the context of haha, funny joke, and then
I'm just
who knows what
11.
they get into as a result of that. That's basically my takeaway.
Wait, you showed porn in those videos?
I mean, Nux's whole thing on YouTube is porn reactions, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, based on what he said, he never made any extensive background checks on Nux Taku's content or past.
And that's I'm gonna be real, that's a lie. You don't collab with a content creator without knowing, what content they make. This lie gets called out blatantly, and I'm sorry, Muta, but, this is... I don't dislike you or anything here. I think you're in a pretty rough situation where something that I think you should have not done in terms of collabing with this guy. I think you should have called him out years ago, considering that you are a person who calls out weirdos online. But you're in a situation where something like associating with this guy, which was seen as completely fine for years. He has been a big YouTuber who has been shouted out and associated with and featured by large YouTubers for years and years, despite this being his content. All of a sudden, everyone is like, yo, this guy is weird. Why would anyone associate with him? And all of a sudden, Muta's in a situation where something that no one cared about yesterday is taboo today. So I get how that could, why he might be in a kind of a tough situation here. But the fact is, I'm not here to call out Muta like, oh, he should have known better, as like a moral attack on him. I'm calling out that he should have known better as a simple bringing of attention the fact that YouTube culture is in this weird place where careers can be ended for being outed as a chomo or whatever, but like someone can make their career off of it like this and still associate with large YouTubers because they play it off as jokes and memes. It's really weird.
He did not know Nux Taku used pornographic materials in his content, and it should be noted that he said this right after Turkey Tom specified that such material was censored, and obviously not fully in view.
Oh, by the way, my buddy / editor Ethan is a professional Gooner hater, so I showed him this video because he might recognize some of the like popularly memed Gooner mangas and animes that Nux Taku shows here, and one of them in particular, Ethan was like, oh my fucking god, and explained it to me, and I responded with, oh my fucking god. So I'll explain what it is when we get to it, but like some context might be necessary to get some of the dog whistling, the anime community dog whistling that Nux Taku engages in a lot of his videos and thumbnails. I know this might sound silly, but there is full-on anime dog whistling. Like references to characters from animes that you would have to be a massive creep to recognize, or know of the massive creeps that like it to recognize. And like the way that he includes it is to appeal to those creeps.
During the initial conversation with Chud, from which the entire drama saga started, he characterizes his relationship to Nux as much more distant than the one he has with Caleb, also known as Oompaville, the third host of his podcast, and said that they spoke about Nux's recently revealed Shadman connections and thought it was weird.
Yeah, so for those that don't know, some of the content creators who have, for a long time, been associated with Nux Taku are Oompaville, Some Ordinary Gamers, and Turkey Tom. And, like, I know Turkey Tom fucking despises Lolicon. I know Turkey Tom despises, frankly, Gooners. Like, he definitely despises Gooners, at least based on every conversation I've had with him, which is not many, but, like, he doesn't seem to like Gooners very much. So the idea that he would associate with Nux Taku in the first place seems weird, but I also kind of respect the fact that he was one of the first to call out Nux Taku when he found out about the Shadman associations. But then on top of that, it's like, how do you run a podcast with this guy and not know that he makes videos reviewing porn for 11-year-olds? Like, I mean, he knew. He actually called out Muta for not knowing, or claiming to not know.
He revealed Shadman connections and thought it was weird. He also claims to only have made meme collabs with him and has been on game shows with 15 other creators. We won't be exploring those game shows in this video, but this is what one of the thumbnails for them looks like. I just thought it was neat. Many people have made very schizophrenic statements about how much Mutahar is actually familiar with this side of Nux Taku's content, claiming it's possible for a busy content creator to take a quick look at the material his co-host is uploading. It honestly stinks of the awful anti-Indian racism that's so prevalent on the internet today. Some people just can't help but look at a jolly person of color and assume all kinds of awful things about them. For that,
this YouTuber comes off as vaguely conservative at the very least, but he does make a good video here calling out and substantiating the call-outs very well. As you can imagine, though, considering these, like, this has started with Chud Logic calling out Nux Taku and people, like, supporting him, a lot of the people who are now covering it are, like, in that right-leaning sphere of drama stuff, which is why I do think it's important that someone like me talks about it, because I've yet to see anyone on the left really giving attention to this and talking about this problem. Well, I mean, besides me, I've ranted about this tendency that I'm calling out now, where YouTubers, like, normalize and enable these weirdos because they're, just epic, edgy meme lords, and they've got a big audience, right? So they must be fine. I've been calling this out for years. I've been calling it out since before Mr. Beast got canceled for the Shadman stuff. I called out Shadman being normalized for years and years and years as an example of this. This has been an ongoing problem, and the next group of content creators that need to be gone after, I guess, would be like Pipka Pipkin, Rev Says Desu, these publicly pro lolicon creators that are pretty well accepted within normie YouTube space.
Reason I've made this exoneration video. Mutahar Nuent. We will be taking a look at the very first meme collab Nux did with not just Mutahar, but also Oompaville. They even have a funny meme anime girl on the thumbnail.
This was the thing that Ethan said, what? No, that's not a funny meme anime girl. And he proceeded to explain to me what that image is a reference to. It's a reference to a manga called Something Something Metamorphosis. That's the bit that I remember. And the story is about an underage girl, who you see there in the image, who gets raped by her father, or stepfather maybe, supposedly repeatedly, and the end of the story is her dying of an ectopic pregnancy in a bathroom, in a public bathroom. So, like, the inclusion of this image in the thumbnail is a dog whistle. I didn't recognize it. It's only my buddy who hates anime gooners that recognized it because he knows the memes, the things that gooners post and what they're into, and the gross shit and the backstory. And he explained to me, if you see someone with, like, that profile picture, it's a good chance you're dealing with a fucking sicko if they have this, like, image, this face as the profile picture. Very normal manga enjoyed by very normal people. I've heard people that are not, like, I've heard women refer to it as like something that they like, but it comes off to me as either A, extremely sick fetish bait, or B, a very unhealthy way for women who've been sexually assaulted to cope with it. That seems to be the two groups that seem to like this, based on, like, what I've been explained and the few cases in which I saw people on Twitter talk about it. It's pornography, like, fully. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Oh yeah, that one game, The Coffin of Andy and Lele. That shit is, like, it's apparently a decent horror game, but it has some, like, incest horror element where, like, there's an abusive dynamic that, like, it's meant to make you feel shitty or bad from what I've had explained to me, but the incest weirdos fawn over it. A good example of someone who's, like, a big stan of shipping the brother and sister in that game is Rev Says Desu. And so, yeah, this is just an example of dog whistling to creepos in the anime sphere, what this guy is into. Like, if you recognize this profile picture or this image and want to click on it, then you're probably a fucking sicko, and that's what it's meant to signal. This is dog whistling. It is.
The video was...
Xanderhall, I'm 100% certain whoever told you that is fucking with you. Is it really? Because someone else says, yes, hardcore pornographic doujinshi, the famous 6-digit it's linked with, is the URL of a porn site. Okay. I don't know what the 6-digit thing it's linked with is, but yeah. The way I had it described to me by someone who I trust is that it's the shit that weirdo gooners are into, and if you see this image in a profile picture, put your guard up.
Was uploaded a whole year before they decided to make a 100-episode podcast with Nux. So this must have been an extra innocent, extra memey video.
100-episode podcast. You can't do 100 episodes of a podcast with someone and not know what their deal is, but this is the guy.
Gamers, and welcome back to another video. My favorite series has returned at long last. Me showing cursed memes to my friends and torturing them. Mutahar, welcome!
What's up, buddy? We are here for the fucking memes, aren't we?
This is your first time here, and I have to make a good impression.
The memes.
No problem. You've already made the perfect impression, man. You got me at like 5:30 watching memes on a nice work day.
Yo, what up, Nux Taku? What the fuck are we watching right now, by the way?
Great news! We are watching. Pay no attention to what's on screen yet. You didn't see the context, so it can't be that bad.
Okay.
I found a channel called
Memes
Boy.
Memes Boy.
Memes Boy. Probably not related to do with memes at all. Probably
not.
So,
Memes
Boy. I don't know how this channel exists, but they uploaded
memes. I gotta say,
this YouTuber edits in Muda saying memes from when he claimed that Nux just did meme videos. Whenever Mutahar in this video with Nux Taku from years ago says hentai. or incest or lolly, because it does get that fucking weird to the point where they're just watching lolly basically, and like Muda and Oompaville definitely look uncomfortable, but it's played off entirely like, oh man, isn't Nux Taku such a wacky guy, such an edgy wacky guy? He makes his friends watch incest lolicon with him and freaks them out. It's just a joke though, guys. It's just that they're meant to be weirded out by it, and Nux Taku is just showing them things that's meant to be weird, you know? Is that stuff on their face? Yes. You can imagine what... This is Nicandros' censoring, by the way. This is not the censoring of the original video, and he's about to get into that in a moment. That the original video is far less censored than what we're about to see, and that this YouTuber who we're watching had to add extra censorship in order to feel safe uploading this video.
I'm impressed because we're at 0-0 in the time code, and this girl already has memes on her face.
I really hate to interrupt all the funny memes, but I'm kind of a sensitive guy. And when I see memes that just aren't to my personal taste, I censor them with a mosaic like this. Nux...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure even Moist Critical has collabed with Nux Taku, and they've looked at memes.
Taku's editor uses blurs, and if something hasn't been blurred, and I've decided to add a mosaic to it, it was originally completely uncensored.
So there you go. That image of the cum on the face of that character that was mosaic blurred was not originally censored. And Nicandros added that mosaic blur. So if you're wondering what wasn't even censored in the first place, look for the mosaic blur rather than like the blurry blur. And you know
I'd like to also
what had to be censored by this guy just to cover this.
Add that this...
Because Nux Taku uses as little censorship as possible.
Original video is fully non-age restricted and has full ads enabled.
On her face. Like, just already globules of memes. Right
Why are you saying this? How do you know this isn't yogurt?
That certainly is not the consistency of motherfucking yogurt, that's for sure.
Anime yogurt has a different, you know...
Oh, dude, look at the shading on the...
I love the tabs we have open. Hentai Thick Girl. Hentai Anime. Anime Hentai.
The yogurt... No, the memes. Let's just be real. That's straight. Look at the shading, dude. It's red.
God damn. So, the plot here for the lovely story of Isekai
memes
Monogatari is as follows. It's about a dude who gets transported into another world while jacking
memes. So, he teleports to another dimension and...
Something you're going to be able to pick up on here is how the obnoxious, like, fake... I don't even know how to describe it, but there's this weird tendency that I've noticed that, like, a small subsect of conservative, like, streamers do. I'm going to try to imitate how they talk. Well, hello, guys. I'm Xander Hall, and we're going to talk about these woke weirdos. Like, I can't even... It's almost like a fake New York accent. Dick Masterson does it. Flamenco, that one guy who is, like, obsessed with me, and I think really wanted to see my dick. He did that, like, weird, almost subtly, like, borderline Boston, New York fake accent. I'm trying to think of other content creators that do it. What's that one guy? The guy, It's a Gundam. It's a Gundam does it too. Let me see if I can show a clip of, I think he does at least. I might be misremembering. It's a Gundam. You're gonna immediately, if I'm right about this, you're gonna immediately get what I'm talking about here.
The same video. I had every intention of ignoring Borderlands since it seemed like a film that was so bad it wasn't even worth pirating, let alone paying attention to. There was a reason why the film debuted with a 0 score from critics on Rotten Tomatoes, which I've never seen before in my entire life. And
I don't know if there's just some place where people talk like this that conservative anime dudes come from, or if it's like a deliberate accent that they have given themselves to come off as cool and edgy. But like, you guys have noticed it, right? The fake like Boston-esque, New York-esque, nasally anime bro like accent. These same dudes want to lecture the rest of the internet on over masculinity, by the way. No, I'm simply talking about this weird, like, you guys have noticed the accent, right? Like, I'm not the only one who's noticed it. The basement accent, I don't know what it is, but it's like, I don't know.
As soon as teleportation ends, he memes.
Yes. Now, you think that the plot just finishes there, gets transported to another world while jacking
memes.
But what if I told you that his
memes?
awakens the latent powers of women. They're in like an RPG dimension.
Oh,
it is also like, you know what it sounds like? It sounds like they're trying to talk like PewDiePie when he's doing that one joke voice, like, respect women. It sounds like they're trying to talk like that constantly. Is that Quite? Yes, Quite has also collabed with Nux Taku a lot, and I imagine it's not good, guys. Quite's also fully aware of some pretty sussy shit, too.
Explains this is a gamer's fantasy, right?
Hell yeah.
She literally is about to cast a heal spell with memes on her face. What the
No, not just with it on her face. As I told you,
she's gonna eat it.
Let's go.
Oh my god, what the
He is the legendary
So the mosaic there means that wasn't censored, by the way.
hero summoned to another world where his memes gives women incredible power.
Sign me up. Where can I get a ticket?
Who would win, Thanos or girl
Not
with
age
anime
restricted, by the
She
way.
ate all that memes. Thanos would be a speck on the universe right there.
Whoa.
Man, they all just have like fucking big ass memes. I love how like the May chick that just ate memes is like the most modestly dressed character out of this entire story.
She's dressed like a nun.
Yeah, she's like a nun that fucking eats like demon memes to destroy everything.
Are you naked?
Yeah, real. I'm sure I'd remember memes onto a nun's face in the middle of a battle. I don't think I'd forget that ever.
I think this is one of the most important lines to really understand exactly what his role is here.
You can activate a woman's latent power using your memes. Holy.
So for a while, it's just a little build-up with this video. I'm going to skip forward a little bit because for a while it's just like, yeah, Mutahar definitely knew that Nux Taku's thing is anime porn shit. But at a certain point, it gets to... Yeah, okay, I'm not even going to skip because it's about to get to it on its own. Never mind. Yeah, it's about to get to the point where not only can we tell that Nux Taku is a fucking creep, but everybody associated with him should have been able to tell. And if they didn't, then this is a perfect example of how that, like, oh, it's just edgy comedy, it's just memes, bro, normalizes some pretty fucking weird shit. And I really don't have a specific problem with Mutahar on this here. People definitely want to, like, bring him down. He's had more negativity around him than ever lately. So that's an aspect of it. And I noticed that he's been getting targeted with a lot of, like, racist attacks more than ever lately. Like, it's always happened, and he's always taken it on the chin and just laughed it off. It doesn't seem to bother him. But, like, I've noticed it's been worse than ever lately. I wonder if he's noticed the same. And it feels like it's exacerbated the desire to pin this on him. It almost feels like everyone wants to pin this solely on Muta, when I don't think that's a fair way to handle this. Nux Taku has been platformed and normalized by Turkey Tom, by Quite, by Oompaville. The idea that these large content creators should just, like, be ignored while we focus it on one guy who doesn't seem as apologetic about it, like, or is apologetic about it, but in the sense that he's not willing to be open about how much he associates. It's like, that's shitty, don't get me wrong, but this is a YouTuber problem. Like, this is a YouTube problem broadly, not a Mutahar problem. And hyper-focusing it on Mutahar, I think, does a disservice to calling out this trend of content creators ignoring lolicon, fetish, weird shit becoming popular on YouTube with big content creators. They'll call out nude yoga, but they won't call out someone like Rev Says Desu or Nux Taku trying to, like, push weird lolly shit on kids to get their sick jollies off or whatever.
Let's freaking go.
This is why Japan is just leading the pack, man. Goddamn.
How is this on YouTube?
How is this on YouTube?
This is crazy.
That's what I'm telling you. That's why I was so...
Yeah, Muta should definitely take accountability for this. Don't get me wrong. I'm simply saying that, like, the energy needs to not be focused on one person. It needs to be focused on the problem at large, which is big YouTubers normalizing and looking past this behavior until everyone decides, I guess we're not going to do that anymore. That point happened with Shadman, and for years and years and years, all the big clouded up people normalized and memed with Shadman. The creators of Smiling Friends, buddies with Shadman, defenders of Shadman for years and years and years. Do you want to know what one of the first few people to call out Shadman was? Keemstar, because Shadman drew lolicon of his, like, 6 or 7-year-old daughter. After that, do you want to know what one of the other few first people to ever call out Shadman was? Destiny. And do you want to know what the response to Destiny for calling out Shadman was? Both the people behind Smiling Friends and, like, every big YouTube animator jumping down Destiny's throat to defend what's his name, Shadman.
Like every big animator back then, including Rubber Ross from Game Grumps, the fucking Smiling Friends guy, big defenders of Shadman. And he was publicly a lolicon back then. It's as believable they didn't know that he was making lolly as it's believable these guys didn't know that Nux Taku was making these videos. And they still associated with him, and they didn't denounce him, and all the people associated with him didn't denounce him and pretend they hated him until after the rest of the internet figured out what he was doing and didn't like it. And the general tide changed. I want more content creators to be the ones who change the tides for figures like Nux Taku and Shadman, rather than going with it and waiting until they feel it's safe enough to call out this type of bad behavior. It's a bad tendency to ignore this stuff, and it's too common.
I'm excited when I found this channel.
Memes, boy. Memes, boy. Memes. Boy's about to get fucking deleted because of this video.
I find it rather odd that our...
No. Sunshine RFF. To be clear, it's not that big YouTubers defend this stuff, it's that no one even talks about it. Until a certain point. No one talked about Shadbase being a pedophile until it got to be too much. And it spiraled. It like exploded in a month when everyone decided they weren't cool with Shadman anymore. This has been like an overnight thing with Nux Taku, where people hated him and thought he was annoying and called him out occasionally, but like broadly, he was normalized. He has a podcast with Turkey Tom, Oompaville, and Mutahar, right? Yeah, the Smiling Friends guys also backed JonTron back in the day. A lot of that had to do, though, with the fact that Destiny... To be fair, I should clarify, these YouTubers did not defend Shadman because they liked him, necessarily. They defended Shadman because they hated Destiny so much, because Destiny had said animation YouTubers are lazy and greedy, and if they just uploaded more, they'd make more money. Now, this is obviously pretty tone-deaf when you consider how much work it takes to upload anything when you're an animation YouTuber. So animation YouTube hated Destiny because of this take, claiming that they don't make as much money because of their laziness. They did not like him because of that. And because Shadman was beefing with Destiny, they all chose to go after Destiny because they hated him already and join up with the pedophile because they all hated Destiny more than they hated the known pedophile at this point, even Shadman. And they just looked past it. It wasn't that people defend this behavior. They look past it and ignore it and pretend not to know until everyone figures it out, and they pretend like they never knew. That's how it always goes. And I just wish there was more proactivity with this stuff, you know? Like, they all knew what Nux Taku was up to. Why'd it take content creators calling it out and saying, why are you enabling this, for anyone to care?
Our host, who has no similarity to the weird porn-loving freak Nux Taku, acknowledges in the midst of making a YouTube video that the material they're making that YouTube video out of isn't appropriate for YouTube. So why still make the video?
The next episode is very wholesome and does not at all involve really weird brother-sister relationships.
It's called...
This is where it's going to start getting impossible to deny that these YouTubers knew what Nux was about. But they played it off as a joke. They just thought of it as a joke because Nux is big. It's good. The collab videos do well. Let's not stir the pot, huh?
Wait, what's the thing called? No, knee summer.
Do you know what knee means?
What's no? Fill me again. Knee.
Doesn't it mean sibling?
Oh.
Okay, well, close. I know, like Oni-chan, but wait, doesn't that mean like brother? Like, oh, Oni-chan. Isn't that like the anime meme for like, oh, hi brother? Doesn't that mean sibling? Yes. Wait, so it doesn't even mean sister. Yeah, I assumed it meant sibling. Big brother, I think. Oh, wait, what? Wait, why is knee in that? Okay, you know what? I don't understand the Japanese language in the slightest, so we're just gonna drop that. I don't know. White man discovers other language. Fucking real. Oni means older brother. Oh! Yeah, listen, guys, I don't watch a lot of anime. Do you guys want to know what animes I've seen in my life? I've seen Attack on Titan, peak. Cyberpunk Edge Runners, really good. Really liked it. Not as good as Attack on Titan. Death Note, really good. I think I like Attack on Titan more. And I think I've seen another. I've seen a good amount of Chainsaw Man and a little bit of One Punch Man.
I like Chainsaw Man. It's pretty good. I haven't finished the first season, but I got I didn't get the ending spoiled for me, but I got a particular character's death spoiled for me from the manga, and it was so cool I had to watch the show. I'm not joking. The way a character dies is so fucking cool in the manga. I was like, man, I want to watch the show now so I can like see that like done in live like animation. That sounds raw as fuck. If you know Chainsaw Man, then you know what I'm talking about. It's a very creative, interesting, and surprising and like fucked way to have to kill a character that's not good. That's all I'll say. If you've read the manga, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Had that spoiled for me, it was like, shit, that goes hard.
Holy shit, she's got more memes.
This is my cousin.
What the fuck?
She's one of my many cousins who's willing to help a younger brother cousin like me.
Oh, sweet home Alabama, here we go.
What the hell does that even mean?
I don't know, dude. Like a younger brother
Memes.
cousin, bro. When you start mixing like 3 or 4 different fucking relations to each other, that gets me wild, man.
That gets me wild, man.
Wait, you should have more in those videos?
Dude, she stole his.
Well, he's definitely joking there, but regardless, it's like, you know what this reminds me of? You ever see like you ever like when you were younger, like you were like, I don't know, let's say you're in like 5th grade or 6th grade, and you ride the bus home from school, and you sit in the back with like the 8th graders or whatever, like the older kids, and they, like, to try and fit in with that group of older kids, you start acting different to try and fit in. That's what this reminds me of a little bit. Does anyone else get that vibe? Like Mutahar, and even like Oompaville and Quite and Turkey Tom are here, and they're suppressing their desire to say, bro, this is fucking weird. Why are you showing me this? Like, what the fuck's the matter with you? Just because they feel they don't want to be the prude who ruins everybody's fun when they're just joking and memeing around. And so that, like, a standard for jokes that would never pass outside of this setting is passing for these guys because they don't want to be the, like, fuddy-duddy who kills the fun and the memes, you know?
His phone.
Yeah,
and showed him the picture that he was
memes
to.
Man, that is like the fucking sister that isn't like in tune with your brain right there.
Yeah, right? And then she blackmails him to
fuck. Oh my god. Dude, what a terrible tragedy this kid is going through. Fuck, man.
I mean, I guess I'm a little bit of a soy boy, but being blackmailed into a relationship with your blood relative is kind of a bad thing, right? It's not being exactly a hecking decent person, right?
But anyway, we all want to know how he managed to take that picture, right? Obviously. It all started on a nice spring day with cherry blossoms everywhere.
The perfect idyllic day to take a nice fucking candid shot, right?
And he's like, oh my god, let me take my 1946 phone to take a picture of him.
Who is he, Dr. Disrespect?
The flip phone. This is the best line.
Wait, hold on.
And he's like, oh my god, let me take my 1946 phone to take a picture of him.
Who is he, Dr. Disrespect?
Note, this video is from 2021. That's a reference to when Dr. Disrespect got banned from Twitch temporarily for streaming inside of a bathroom at TwitchCon for a few seconds. That is a joke that, in hindsight, makes a lot more sense years later.
The flip phone. This is the best line. This really got me. It completely destroyed the immersion.
Oh, wait, it's the same pronunciation. O-N-I means brother. O-N-E-E equals sister. Huh. And Zan equals younger. Which is true. I'm young, so that's Zan. Yeah, true. Accurate.
I can't believe that. Oh, I'm sure you didn't.
But this is when God comes.
Oh, dude, come on, God, dude.
Let's go.
As you know, that like type of pixelation there means that the original video is uncensored in that scene, and that this YouTuber had to add a mosaic sensor to not have it be showing the upskirt of this character that I don't remember the age of, but if I remember the video right, where it's about to get into, this character might not be an adult.
God is the greatest wingman of all time.
God's like, sure, buddy, you get to fuck your hot sister. I'll give you something more too. Fuck it.
I guess I'm not very familiar with modern day meme culture, because that just seems weird.
It is quite beautiful. I love this RuneScape.
Thank you, Win Sensei.
Yo! I will say, it does fill me with happiness that every year it feels like we're getting a little less tolerant of it's just edgy memes, bro, as an excuse for anything, right? Like, obviously people still get away with it's just edgy memes, bro, for saying or indicating like weird racist shit. Everyone just takes that as a meme, and a lot of people don't consider racism to be like evil in the same way that people consider pedophilia to be evil. So, you know, people don't really get mad about that kind of stuff. But here, it feels like as time goes by, the internet's getting a little bit less tolerant of this stuff every year. Like, Nux Taku getting canceled was always going to happen. Eventually, people were going to be like, what the fuck is this guy's deal? Like, eventually that was going to happen, always, especially with the direction the internet's gone in, where there's actually a decent amount of internet policing, self-policing when it comes to people being outed as chomos. Not Dr. Disrespect, though. Returned with record viewership after admitting to texting a minor. But overall, this is the kind of thing that we're getting less and less tolerant to, even if you're just playing it off as jokes and memes. Back in the day, Shadman was drawing lolly and playing it off as jokes and memes. That was the standard online in 2013 to 2016, was that you could draw lolicon and play it off as jokes and memes, and people bought that shit. And that's how Shadman got by for so long, publicly drawing child porn and being regularly platformed by the guys who made Smiling Friends and countless other big YouTubers, especially in the animation sphere. Eventually, years passed and people look back at especially some of the like years old cases of Shadman posting things and doing things and start to go, ayo, what the fuck? Maybe in 2014 that kind of stuff was seen as edgy memes and jokes, but in 2017 you're drawing lolicon, that shit's gonna end you, right? And it no longer got taken as the joke that people shrugged it off as for years and years and years, and they took it seriously. The same thing is happening with Nux Taku right now. It's going to happen to other content creators too, and I'm so glad we're heading in that direction. But boy, would I prefer if it was faster, you know? I would really prefer if it was quicker, that like these things stop being played off as jokes and accepted as jokes or memes. They're not jokes or memes. No one jokes about being a pedophile because they find that funny. No one finds it funny for people to, as a joke, think that they're a pedophile, okay? Like that's just it's not the type of humor that normal, well-rounded, good people engage in. It's that level of out of good taste that it's a red flag to even engage in it, in my opinion.
Oh, yo, the wind blows for us gamers. Check this out. That's pretty huge.
That is pretty huge. That's massive.
The rest of it's just different cousins and stuff.
Wait, he's got more hot cousins? Fuck.
No, this dude has tons of cousins. It's all about the cousins. We have the ultimate little sister survival guide that will teach you the right way to get to the trending page on Pornhub.
Oh, God.
This is the 5 rules of handling your younger sisters.
What the?
These are the 4 younger sisters.
Oh. Bro, they're fucking exceptionally young.
Fucking exceptionally young.
Jesus Christ. Did Nux do anything illegal or something?
Since Mutahara...
I feel like from the voices that we heard there, we could kind of... I think I could come up with a mental image of, like, the rough age of like, the voices I was hearing. So, yeah.
Nux Taku are both Canadian citizens.
Yeah.
Allow me to introduce you to Part 5 of the Canadian Criminal Code, Section 163.1, Subsection 1. Also known as the definition of child pornography, when the law says a photographic, film, video...
Man, you know shit's gotten serious when you gotta whip out this document. What the fuck?
...or other visual representation, whether or not it was made by electronic or mechanical means that shows a person who is or is depicted as being under the age of 18 years and is engaged in or is depicted as engaged in explicit sexual activity.
Yeah, low-key, Canada's kind of giga-based for this. Lolicon is illegal in Canada, as in, like, you'll be charged equivalent to owning, like, real child porn if you have Lolicon in Canada. Fucking based, dude. God damn. I don't know what's going on in Canada. Their lawmakers seem to be a little more caught up on the times, but we have not had anything close to a similar law in America.
So lolicon is legal in America, unfortunately, but it's protected as like art or something. I don't know. There's some First Amendment protection apparently for it. But in a lot of other countries, they've already caught the law up with it and recognize it as child porn, because even though it's drawn, it is meant to fulfill the sexual desires of pedophiles, and that's all that matters in the grand scheme of things. You're feeding the paraphilia of predators, and that's not good. So based Canada.
The term person does not only apply to real flesh and blood human beings, but as the Canadian Supreme Court decision R.V. Sharp determined, also fictional minors as well. The rationale for this decision is that with developing technology, it's hard to tell apart child porn featuring actual children and material made through compositing, aka Photoshop, or computer generations.
And AI as well. I did a whole segment about this. A very scary amount of AI-generated porn images in South Korea are of underaged K-pop singers. In fact, over 60% of all AI-generated porn is of South Korean women. So much so that it's such a uniquely South Korean problem that women are facing, from the realm of creating, revenge porn to the training of the AI off of underage models and then being used to make pornography of underage models. The government and the culture of South Korea is heavily mobilizing against AI porn. It is evil. AI porn, no matter what, is immoral to consume. It's trained off of children, and underage girls do not ever go anywhere near it. It is literally immoral to engage with. AI porn is. It's revenge porn? Yeah, it's revenge porn for sure, but it's not even just that. It's that, like, no matter what you generate with it, that AI was trained off of underage people, and, AI porn is inherently evil in that way. There's no way to know where it was trained off of. In a lot of cases, studies have been found that it's trained off of underage people. This is a whole different, can of worms to open up, but I did a segment about it if you want to learn more. I think it's called something like South Korea declares war on AI revenge porn. I thought it was a good video.
When they adopted this law, the Canadian Parliament determined that child pornography is harmful because it promotes cognitive distortions, it fuels fantasies that incite offenders to offend, it's used for grooming and seducing victims, and finally, in the case of child porn involving real children, children are abused. Mutaha told Chad Logic, Nicholas Diorio, and Turkey Tom that he didn't know Nux Taku used porn in his videos. He said he collaborated with him on
I will say, the bias is pretty clear here. Notice how the framing of this is that Muta argued to Turkey Tom that he didn't know. Meanwhile, Turkey Tom did a podcast and collabed with Nux Taku as well. Though we'll get into a moment why Turkey Tom's getting a little less shit. He was a little less willing to not... Like he was willing to call out some of this stuff to a degree, but not to the degree that I feel should give him a complete, pass, you know what I mean? Like, he's still on those podcasts with Nux Taku too. Bro is still a degenerate gooner all this time. There's never been, some bizarre change out of nowhere.
And game shows, but here he is looking at media that in the moment he recognized as lolicon, which legally in Canada is considered...
Oh, shit. Wait, are these, tags for that thing? So so what I think this are tags for the video, the porn video that they watched on that video. The tags are anal, armpit licking, hold on. Anal, armpit licking, armpit sex, blowjob, clamp, defloration, that sounds fucking awful, FFM threesome, foot job, group, hand job, harem, incest, kimono, kissing, lolly, mosaic censorship, nakadashi, pantyhose, sister, sleeping, sock job, and urination. Just to finish it off with a little something light. Urination.
Child pornography. Illegal to view, illegal to possess, and illegal to distribute. But the guy he's good friends with behind the scenes? The guy he doesn't want to burn? Nux Taku has
They don't want to burn him, they're still friends. Ooh.
filmed him doing this and is distributing it on YouTube with the name of the animation visible in the original video for anyone to search up and access themselves. No.
Of course, yeah. Of course, Nux makes sure that the gooners who watch him know where to look for the original thing he's covering. Of course he does that.
Age restriction.
And of course the kids, too, that watch. Because as we've established, he makes videos where it's just like, if I go to his channel now, his most recent video will almost certainly be a reaction to an old episode of Adventure Time. It annoys me so much because Adventure Time is one of my favorite animated shows, but apparently he's never seen it before because, like, any time one of his dog shit videos ends up in my recommended, it's because YouTube knows I like Adventure Time and recommends his reactions to it, and it's always gooner baiting Adventure Time. It's like, Marceline did what to Finn? And it's a reference to, like, that one scene where she, like, kissed him on the cheek or, like, as a joke, smacked him on the butt to fuck with him, because that's what Marceline used to do. And he'll, like, make the whole video title. Like, the thumbnail might literally be some, like, hentai of Adventure Time. And then the title is something like sexual and clickbaity, but the video is him reacting to a kid's show and cracking constant sex jokes, many of them borderline pedophilic, if not outright so, throughout the entire thing. That's like the content he puts out to attract a young audience, and then the rest of it is this shit.
Surely, in this moment, he announces his disgust and says, "I'm not doing a podcast with you, you maladjusted freak." But Mutahar is unfortunately bound by powers beyond our understanding.
My God.
I will say, it is a pretty wild trend that everyone who's received dude, if I open my mailbox one morning to find a fucking Chris Chan medallion in there, I'm getting a goddamn, like, picker-upper, like one of those little sticks that you pick things up with. I'm picking it up with that, taking it into the street, dousing it in lighter fluid, and burning it, okay? I'm making sure not to even touch it. It's gonna be like the cheese from Diary of a Wimpy Kid, okay? Like, I'm pretty sure the curse passes on if I make any physical contact.
Go-to rule is, when there's ever an anime character that looks like they're 10 freaking years old, they're probably 900-year-old cum vampires.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah, that's the best rule to follow. Obviously, if you're supposedly not a degenerate fucking weirdo pedophile, yeah. Nux Taku's a fucking creep. I mean, do I even need to make the case anymore? I've been ranting so much, but I feel the video does a good job on its own.
And they've lied in wait for far too long.
These are the four horsemen of the apocalypse we're looking at right now. This is like some mythological.
They've been around since long before civilization.
Exactly. Wait, you shipped one in those videos?
This is the 5 rules of the Onami household.
Okay.
These are the little sisters, by the way.
Okay, this is a hentai?
First rule, hug your little sister every day.
Okay, it's fine, okay. It's just hug her for at least 10 seconds. There's nothing wrong with a hug. Yeah, it's fine.
No, the third rule isn't any weirder, so you don't have to worry.
Oh.
Make sure to sniff your younger.
Make sure to sniff your younger.
Maybe there's some kind of a contract that...
I see what you mean by how weirdly normal Nux Taku looks now. For a guy that's into this shit, he looks unsettlingly normal. A reminder that even that normal-looking dude who just walked past you could be a Nux Taku.
If you appear in a Nux Taku video, you have to be, like, all the way into it. You can't show disgust, you can't say, what the fuck is this? You can't be like, I don't want to watch this. Maybe.
I was actually in a Nux Taku video at one point. I was in a video with Willie Mac. With Willie Mac, we were in a video. I want to say it was 6 months ago, maybe. We're in a video.
Like, see what I mean when I say, like, I would have preferred... I appreciate that Turkey Tom's calling it now, but, like, calling it out now, but let's be real. Like, the fact that this video didn't last 2 minutes with Willie Mac show immediately saying, what the fuck are you showing us, you creep? And then they didn't immediately go and make videos calling Nux Taku out as a lolicon after this. The fact that it was just like what you'll see in a moment is a good example of the worst case scenario for these content creators that are like Nux Taku. That at worst, you'll get maybe some snide remarks about you, but like no one's going to dedicate themselves to taking you down like they are now.
And he showed us something very weird, and I remember getting somewhat upset about it, not liking it that much. It was me, him, and Quite. Fuck. I want to say it was something involving a dog too, but I honestly don't remember exactly what it was. But it was something involving some kind of dog and some kind of girl. But I don't remember if there was some kind of intercourse. But I think there was a very...
No, when I say looking normal Chainsaw Chimera, I mean usually when you see what these lolicon dudes look like in real life, they literally look like they were designed in a character creator to be the quintessential gooner basement-dwelling incel. This guy looks like a normal dude, even perhaps a little, like, above average looking. All the while, his, like, online personality is like,
hey guys, oh yeah, we're gonna watch some hentai. Oh, it'd be crazy if they were underage in it, huh guys?
That's his videos, and I genuinely can't stand it.
A nasty implication. I was like, why the fuck are you showing this to me? And he was like, it's just memes, man. And that was kind of my...
Very good impression from Turkey Tom there.
It's just memes, man.
Fucking hate that guy.
On him, he's just like a retarded person from that perspective, but yeah.
So this is just about a really horny dog?
No, it's about a really horny girl.
This is what you watch, Nux? Why? You can watch this on YouTube? That's a fucking ass! Ass, straight up!
This dog has the same facial expression as Tom, bro.
Whoever made this needs to be in jail.
Tom, how would you rate this show on a scale of 1 to 10?
I mean, 10 out of 10 is in, like, I'm definitely gonna be reporting this to the authorities and hopefully calling in, like I'm gonna SWAT the headquarters of whoever made this. Something terrible is gonna befall them.
I want to emphasize here that what Turkey Tom says here, as far as I'm aware, is the most pushback Nux Taku has ever gotten blatantly from a guest. And even this was pretty soft when you think about it. This is years ago. Turkey Tom says what he says here, but I guess did not designate Nux Taku as a creep that should be gone after, right? And so I respect Turkey Tom in some respect for this, but I also am like, why does he get that much credit when it's like, man, this guy's been around just doing his shit for years and you knew? Like, you've got a platform. Your whole thing is, like, taking down weirdos, man. Like, I want to see this. Like, I hope at least now maybe we get a Turkey Tom video on this guy, but I would have liked to see this sooner, right? Like, my whole criticism here is that there's some, like, arbitrary point when people decide to call this shit out instead of it being called out when it's been evidently a problem for years, even.
10.
I mean, 10 out of 10 is in, like, I'm definitely gonna be reporting this to the authorities and hopefully calling in, like I'm gonna SWAT the headquarters of whoever made this. Something terrible is gonna befall them. Yeah, terrible. Yeah, not good. Whoever made that needs to be in a government institution.
They made an anime.
Tortured in Guantanamo Bay, waterboarded. The most...
I am never going to pretend that someone laughing at degenerate lolly on the internet is the same as unironically consuming it. It's such a lame pearl clutch. From Willie Mac Show. Oh, no. There it is, guys. The it's just edgy jokes defense that people ran with until the inevitable soon-to-be fall of Nux Taku. I'm never going to pretend that someone laughing at degenerate lolly on the internet, that's the framing of this, is the same as unironically consuming it. It's a lame pearl clutch. I like Willie Mac Show, and I don't think he's in favor of Lolicon here, but this is just blatantly him defending collabing with and platforming, or being platformed by, I don't know the exact situation, a lolicon thing. This is a comment under Chud's Mutahar confrontation highlight. Wait, Willie Mac Show is doubling down on it in response to Chud Logic's correct calling out of this enabling of this fucking weirdo. Man, I hate to say it, but Chud's the unsung hero here, like legit. Like, Chud should get more credit. I don't like the guy. The guy fucking hates me to the point of wanting me dead, but fuck, dude. Like, I don't give a shit about that. Like, I'm gonna be real. His opinion on me does not matter at all. It has no effect on me. What does affect me is the feeling of disgust and emptiness that I get realizing that the platform that I make my living on hosts people like Nux Taku, and that figures who are massive and well respected in this space normalize and enable people like Nux Taku. It upsets me. I exist in this platform. I watch videos on it. I make content on it. I make my living on it. I don't want this platform to ever be associated with the normalization or endorsement of this type of content.
The most vitriolic torture techniques, mustard gas. Fuck this shit.
Yeah, so based on me watching the bits of the episode where Turkey Tom appears, he is constantly very uncomfortable and complaining and isn't having a fun time at all. So he told the truth. Mutahar didn't.
I just want to emphasize, as good as it was of Tom, that is the worst that Nux has gotten up to this point. That was the worst and most severe pushback he'd ever gotten to this point, was Tom kind of jokingly, but really not. I mean, he's definitely disgusted by it, but at the same time, wouldn't a more appropriate response be, dude, why'd you just show me Lolicon?
I'm swatting you, bro. Like, that should have been his response. Like, if he said that, I'd be like, tear wiped from my fucking eye, dude. Like, that's what I want to see.
What?
All right, what are your thoughts on the third rule?
That's bizarre. We're traveling outside the boundaries, I feel like, of what's acceptable in the 21st century.
What do you mean with affection, man? I'm not gonna hug her with anger.
I hug people with no affection on a regular basis.
Same here. But not little sisters, goddammit.
Exactly.
Never forget them. Sniff them well. Those are the 5 rules of the Onami household. Nice and wholesome, right?
Forgive them at all. I will not.
Sniff them well.
God, I hate that dude's fucking voice, and how he plays off his degen perversions as a joke.
They then fuck.
Anything. Wait, they fuck?
Well, I mean, we kind of lost the forest for the trees on this one. We clearly got the undertones without needing to actually watch the sex scene between the brother and the little sister, so we'll skip that, I guess.
Yeah.
For that reason only.
For that reason only.
And then the big brother selected one of them for tonight's night of gaming. They're going to be playing Smash Bros. And sis.
Okay.
Wonder what they're talking about.
I don't know. I wish there were
Definitely not
subtitles.
I don't even know what's happening on screen at this point, but I'm assuming it's so fucked that the fact that this YouTuber had to mosaic the whole thing, it's that bad.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Hinty boy is going to survive another day, ladies and gents. Let's
He
go.
did a good job. He did a good job censoring that.
Yeah. Because we don't want to talk about what's going to be overflowing in a minute.
Oh my god.
I wish to point out that the videos that they are watching for this video that is not age restricted are age restricted. And they know it. They acknowledge it while watching them for a YouTube video that will not be age restricted and will have full ads.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, YouTube doesn't give a shit. If you're a big enough content creator, whether you're putting on like a kimono, a straw hat, fake buck teeth, and like glasses, which is what Steven Crowder did, and then doing basically a minstrel show where he proceeds to like drown like white girl dolls, because apparently that's what Asians do or something. I don't even know what his racist claim is. I don't even know what he was trying to say with that racist claim. Like normally, like if I watch like a minstrel show by a white supremacist, usually I would expect that I at least get what racist point they're trying to make, and I can be like, oh, well, that's bullshit. He's trying to say so-and-so, and here's why that's wrong. But with that, I couldn't even like put a finger on what the claim is, you know? YouTube didn't give a fuck. Like, YouTube doesn't give a fuck if you're breaking their TOS against hate speech, and they don't give a fuck if you're breaking their TOS against posting child exploitation, so long as you make enough money and get little enough controversy that everyone, even the website YouTube, are willing to look the other way. A really good example of this is the Vosh lolicon folder, too. Like, Vosh definitely took a pretty big hit when that stuff leaked, but man, isn't it wild how many big progressive lefty creators continue to associate with him and are cool with him, even though he has literally leaked his porn folder with lolicon in it on stream? Like, to a certain point, it feels as though it doesn't matter if you're left or right, as long as people want to believe you're chill, they'll just let you get away with murder, and if they don't want to like you in the first place, they'll crucify you for nothing. And this is a great example. Nux Taku has literally gotten away with murder in a DM with what's can't come out with Westside Tyler as well. Really extreme. Her fan base don't care. Yeah, like at the end of the day, they have gotten away with murder in the realm of content creation, and a bias has protected them. The same goes for Nux Taku, and it's not just a right-wing thing. Let's not pretend this is something exclusive to conservative creators.
I have to say, like, how does this get hit with community guidelines? Like, there's nothing.
Yeah, bro, nothing happened. It's wholesome. They're just hugging littles. I don't understand it either.
Yeah, this is, dude. YouTube, you're really fucking, you know, lowly.
Come on, you continued to associate with Vosh after that, did I? As far as I know, I dared to attempt to do a friendly debate with him, and he lost his fucking mind. And I said, okay, well, I like, do I care about trying to be even like chill with you at this point if you're not only a fucking weirdo, but you're not even willing to have a political debate? I just wanted to have a political debate with Vosh about the bad content he was making, to hopefully convince some people in his fan base that this anti-Biden stuff is not really helping anybody if you're an American and you're, you know, going to be affected by this election. I don't want to go against him super hard if I'm going to convince any of his fans. But when it got to the point where his response to me calling out, I mean, I kid you not, I know how sensitive that dude is. I did my best to be as chill and cordial in my call out as possible so it could be a productive debate that could convince people. And he lost his fucking mind. At that point, it's like, okay, well, now I'm not even willing to debate you on, like, decently level grounds. Someone I talked to told me it was just one pick in the folder. Yep, there's a lot of people who make excuses for it.
Unfriendly lately, dude. I'm just gonna be real with you.
And
anyways,
the 5 rules of the Onami household, and then the...
You did for a little bit before the really bad stuff came out. So Ride the Rails, are you talking about dramas prior to him leaking his porn folder? Because the really bad stuff came out when he leaked his porn folder. Like, there was no and really bad stuff came out later moment. It was, he leaked it, people screenshotted it, censored it, it went viral on Twitter and everyone talked about it, and then a lot of the left was just like, eh. And they're still chill with him.
The next scene is presumably a fight scene that we're not going to be talking about.
Right, or a political, like, debate scene, I think.
That's the glorious hentai that I had to show you today.
I have to say, all of the plot lines.
Glorious hentai. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Was it just 2 images? Was it just 2 images? I think it was 2, but even if it was 2, it's like, dog, any amount of lolicon, you have to make excuses for being on someone's hard drive, and you are just, you don't even realize, you don't even realize how far on the underfoot you are here. Like, come on, like, just drop it, dude. Anyway, the only reason I bring it up, guys, the only reason I bring it up is that it's not just a right-wing thing. It's not just a right-wing thing. It's really not. There are tendencies in every community to ignore this type of behavior. Even other things that aren't as bad or are tangentially as bad, like sort of like a side grade of bad, gets looked past if there isn't already existing bias, you know? Along with the weird, yeah, and also the AI-generated bestiality stuff, too, which is bad for reasons we got into earlier with what it's trained off of. Same goes for, like, computer-generated horse stuff like he had. I think the references to the really bad stuff was the Vosh video controversy from 2019. Vosh video what could you be referring to? Are you talking about, like, when he got in trouble because he had, like, sexually harassed that lady? That was what I thought originally was, like, the worst thing ever. And I was like, well, you know, he apologized for it. And if he doesn't repeat that behavior, I can't say he's, like, a awful human being forever because of one potentially just autistic mistake he made. But, man, downloading that shit and having it is worse than, like an autistic mistake, right? Like, come on. We're talking pretty different scenarios here. Where it's like, oh, so you just have that now. That's very different. I remember a Pillow Brush Off the Fawn showed a tweet saying it was a joke by Fawn before it was found Fawn was into that stuff. Yeah. Like, I need to emphasize here that the left does not get a clean slide on this, guys. This isn't some conservative tendency like you guys in chat have been saying. There's some fucked up shit. Ooh, another really good example. Holy fuck. This is an example of someone who just got away with, like, multiple rapes. Andrew Callahan with Channel 5 News got away with, like, being a serial rapist. It's actually crazy. So much to to the point where I knew a Andrew Callahan victim who never came forward publicly and simply told me about their experience just so that I'd know the allegations are true and not have any doubt, but insisted I don't, make their identity public and all that. So of course I won't. But yeah, Andrew Callahan got outed as a rapist. He's now bigger than ever. He raped like dozen or so women, if I remember correctly. And that's only the people who came public, by the way. And he's bigger than ever now. He's huge. That's got to be a bit soul-crushing. Yeah. It's because despite being a predominantly progressive content creator, people on the left loved Andrew Callahan's Channel 5 stuff so much they were willing to convince themselves that all these allegations were false. And he took like a few months away, so people let themselves forget and told themselves the allegations were false. Maybe a combination of the two. There you go. Oh no. Yeah, I'm aware of how big of a problem it is. Thank you for the $10 super chat, the new guy in red. Says, if lolly stuff so terrible, why it's so mainstream in Japanese fiction? Obviously, this is sarcasm. Not just in hentai, but anime made like Made in Abyss and gushing over magical girls. And how can we stop this flood? Yeah. Basically, there is no stopping the flood, but I will say, the desire to make it illegal, I think, is one that should be followed through on. Now that I know that Canada has already made it illegal and a lot of other Western nations have already said, yeah, no, this shit is not okay, it's like, oh, yeah, what are we even doing at this point? Like, I thought for a while that there wasn't any laws against it anywhere, outside of maybe a few examples. Now that I know it's generally the rule, the trend that it's illegal, it's like, why the fuck is this shit not illegal here? They will let a serial rapist go scot-free, meanwhile drag Xan through the mud over private Fed posts? Well, of course, yeah. Like I said before, some people can do, in the grand scheme of things, nothing, and get crucified over it, while people like Nux Taku, Rev Says Desu, Shadman, for years and years and years, can be publicly pedophiles and get away with it. Or I guess Nux Taku's case, I guess we don't know if he's like a pedo, but I mean, in my opinion, I don't think someone who's not a pedo would be in any way, shape, or form the way that Nux Taku is. That's just my opinion, though. That's just my personal opinion. Anyway, if you enjoyed this segment, despite the absolutely soul-crushing content of the segment, then consider dropping a like. It really does help a lot. Every thumbs up helps to push my content and the algorithm out to more people, which means potentially more people watching my stuff who've never seen it before. So I really do appreciate it if you do that. Comment down below to boost the content as well, and subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't already, so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, consider following my social medias, linked down below in the description if you want to see more from me, and perhaps even follow my Discord server, or join my Discord server. It's totally free. It's the main hub of my community. I also host game events, call-in streams, and watch parties there, and I announce all my new uploads and streams there in the announcements as well. So if YouTube somehow does not tell you when I go live or upload, at least my Discord will. And finally, if you want to support me directly financially, it'll be a big help if you donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch at the Streamlabs link down below as well. But thank you so much for watching, regardless of how you support the channel, even if you're just a lurker. It really means a lot. You mean a lot. And thank you. Once again. Have a good one. Listen, an absolutely fucking cursed topic. An absolutely cursed topic. One that I genuinely don't know how I'm even going to title and thumbnail without getting fucking destroyed with drama for calling out a larger content creator. But we'll see. Like we'll see. I didn't even make this as a video to call out Mutahar, even though the original video was. It's just that video calling out Muta is the best, like, nitty-gritty video that goes deep into Nux Taku's weirdness that I've found. And it kind of got sent to me as a recommendation to react to. And I feel like what Muta did, while it's not unique or something that should destroy him or he should be canceled for, it's a tendency that so many YouTubers in the past and present have exhibited in allowing this shit to slide because it's just edgy memes and jokes. And I'm calling out that mindset, not the individual creators. Too cursed and too close to home have exiled friends over this creepy-ass stuff, and absolutely the right thing to do. I'm proud of you. Breaking off friendships is hard, but in a situation like that, you did the right thing. Also, Xan, here the meme I promised when I donated that $1 donation on YouTube is pretty short, but this is similar to Nintendo topic you covered. It's all good. It's all good. We finished segments for the day, so I'm about to be wrapping things up. Antifa Private 161, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you. I appreciate the $25 dues. It helps a lot. I hope CoinDog, Crick Chirp, I Drank Drano, Greyhounds, and Raven appreciate the gifted subs as well. Said, hey Xan, I wanted to know if you or chat have heard of the upcoming game Forever Winter. If you have, what do you think of it? I've never heard of it. Well, I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it, and I don't know anything about it. So I can't really give you a take. But I mean, it sounds interesting. It sounds cool. Like, it could be neat. I might look into it. Yeah. Seems like it's upcoming, so I'll have to check it out and see if there's any gameplay trailers out. Next month, Life is Strange, so excited. I'll see if I end up streaming it. I probably will. I will say the trailer didn't have me super hyped. So I'm going to be playing it, like, low-key, kind of not knowing whether it's going to be hype, and my expectations being a little low and my hype being a little low might lead to my reaction being better. Like, I find that when my expectations are low about something, I end up liking it more. So, who knows? You know, I was... When I watched Rings of Power for the first time, I was like, all right, time to watch this fucking garbage. And then I saw the first, like, 5 minutes, and I was like, what the fuck? And by the end of the first episode, I was locked the fuck in, and I realized I'm into this shit. I was like, huh. Has the internet had the same realization, too? And I opened up a tab to see, like, Twitter's reaction to the show, and I was like, oh. Nope. And I watched the next 2 episodes they released, and I was like, holy fuck. This was actually really good. Has the internet now changed their opinion the next morning? Nope. I was like, fuck, dude. Man, that, like, the black elves and dwarves really have the internet, like, upset about this show. Like, it's gonna take them a while to admit it's good. And then sure enough, with Season 2, you've got people leaning harder into admitting it's good, you know? One of my favorite things was, how, like, people claimed they hated Rings of Power and it's awful, but all of the Tolkien channels were doing breakdowns of all the lore references in each episode. Like, I've watched every Nerd of the Rings breakdown of the lore because I recognize the lore references, and I'm curious if people are actively still shitting on the show while recognizing how in-depth the lore references are. And some of them are, while some of them are just like Nerd of the Rings who's slowly warmed up to the show over time. It's actually kind of funny how, like, Nerd of the Rings first episode, all right, Rings of Power is finally out. We're going to talk about how this show, what it gets wrong, and then, like, in the more recent episodes, they're just locked the fuck in. Bro, you said Nerd of the Rings? I'm pretty sure that's the channel, right? Nerd of the Rings? Yeah, that's the name of the channel. Do you not pick up on that? That sucks, TSW Shadow Wolf. Yeah, Nerd of the Rings has done, like, breakdowns of every episode, as has every other Tolkien-related channel that hates Rings of Power. They all watch the night that new episodes come out, and they do nitty-gritty, detail-by-detail breakdowns of every reference and small detail, because they're actually fans who have to pretend they don't like it, all the while, years later now at this point, continuing to do the next morning a video doing a in-depth breakdown of every episode comes out. And they're not even, like, negative breakdowns. It's at the point where it's just like they're clearly fans who enjoy digging deep into the lore references and talking about it, and they're just doing that. But they need to, like, pretend like they're not too into it, right? It's just this slow fading of people's pretending to hate the show that I've appreciated the experience of watching. You know, it took 2 seasons, but people are finally like, all right, this shit's pretty kino, I gotta admit. Like, it's not even fun to hate on it anymore. Anyway, with all that said, I do feel like here's a pretty good place to wrap up the stream for the night. Some good topics today, and I will, of course, be going live tomorrow as well, and I'll have some good topics for you then as well. If you want to suggest stuff for me to cover, make sure to join my fan Discord and post it in Stream Suggestions channel. That is where I check that before every stream to see if there's any good topics you guys have recommended for me to cover that day. So definitely recommend anything cool that you find or want me to cover there, any big stories that I might not already be aware of, and yeah, no watch party tonight. But with all that said, thank you all so much for coming today. You guys have been amazing and lovely. You're amazing. You're awesome. You're poggers. And yeah, with all that said, thank you for your support. Thank you for your watching, for your donos, for your likes, for everything. And as always, have a good one. And I'll see you tomorrow. Doo-doo fart.